Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. I'm the College Genesis, the chief host of the College Nation. And you can call me Collar Rumble tonight because I'm in a Rumble type of mood. So, yes. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for being here. Now, when you got topics like Deadly Clowns, the fall of P Diddy, you know things are going to get out of control. You know what's going down. You listen to the last couple of shows and said Colin wasn't right, wasn't lying. Things went down. Well, we had Black Stupidity is Amazing, that insane, crazy Negro up here Sunday night, and then no, it was Saturday night, and then last night, The Enemy Within. What was the topic? The Captain America Negro. You know it got hot in here tonight. That last night. Look, this morning, the first time I woke up I got up at 9 o'clock in the morning. I woke up at 9 o'clock, right? Ended the show like around 3:30. Woke up and it was at 1,000 views in one night. That's a record. That's the most views I ever did in one night. That show was so popular. 1,000 views, and I had like around 15 more new subscribers in one night. So this platform is on fire. It's growing. We're gonna get to that $1,000 mark. Once we get to 1,000 folks, then it's gonna spiral. You're gonna see the algorithm is gonna push this show way out there, and you're gonna see more and more. Plus, I'm gonna do some shorts and everything like that. Live, like last minute lives and everything, and then you're gonna see the numbers double by the end of the year. This should be a 3,000 people, 3 or 4,000 people, at least 2,000 people on this platform. I want all people. I might even start posting some products up here and start selling, where people go order and stuff like that to raise money and stuff like that. Hey, why not? It could people if they could do super chats, and ad revenue and stuff like that. So this channel is going to be basically how I'm going to do, because like I said, I cannot commit my own money to building this movement I'm trying to build, and this is my goal, folks. I want to first by starting off by having an office in Liberia. I need a personal vehicle over there. Then I need a company vehicle, maybe a couple of vans, or maybe a pickup truck or whatever, utility truck. If I have that with an office space and a warehouse, right? I get a warehouse, it's an office space for business, a warehouse, all those basic things you need if you're going to do business and expand in a country, And so, therefore, once I get all these things right here with God's grace and your help and everything like that, we are functioning in Liberia, right? Now we got a base in Africa where we could host people from all over the world that want to come and do business with Black America right in Africa. So people, you say, you want to do business with the Black community in America? Well, don't come to America anymore. Come to Liberia, right? And you're going to be plugged into a network of Black people in America that's plugged into Africa through Liberia. That's the goal. That's the BAL global pipeline. That's the pipeline we're trying to build, right? But it's going to start when this platform gets monetized and everything like that. And little bit by little, we get an office space, and then we start buying materials. I need paperwork, ink, printers and all stuff like that. I need to be able to pay office people for errands and stuff like that. We definitely need a couple of vehicles, for work, people getting around, doing stuff like that, getting paperwork signed. It's going to take a lot. It's going to take money, to operate it, but for that operation to be operating in the country, But with your help, when this show gets monetized, with your help, you can contribute all you want. If you believe in this movement, you can contribute all you want, So we wouldn't. That's why I said I want to see when this gets monetized. It's going to show me who's down with me and who's down with this movement and who's not. That's all it is. That's all I'm going to be looking at. I'm going to look at who's contributing and who's not. That's all I'm going to look at. Who's not contributing. And guess what? You're not going to be on this platform. You're not going to be with me and whatnot. If you're not going to get a free ride. You want your opinions heard, stuff like that. You got to be a participant. And part of being a participant is contributing to the platform, simple as that. I don't care what it is. It could be a small amount, big amount, whatever like that. But everyone has to participate. Nothing's free. Nothing's free. This knowledge is not free. My time is not free. Energy for building the starting point of an Afghanistan in Africa. Right? So once we build this in Liberia, We could duplicate this to other parts of Africa. We know how to set up an office. Then eventually, what we want is like a facility. Imagine having a big, giant building facility, right? That has an auditorium, conference room, lunch room. It has a banquet room and stuff like that. That we could host people, host events and stuff like that. Can you imagine we have our own building in Africa where we could bring people to us, host events and activities throughout the year? And everything like that. Can you imagine that? We could host heads of state. We could put on parties and things for heads of state where we're introducing ourselves to Africa in the proper way. Not as a so we have Liberia, so we can introduce us to ourselves, Africa, from a position of strength. The problem is when we go to Africa, right? We're always in a position of weaknesses and powerlessness, and almost like statelessness. Liberia is going to give us a chance to operate because the country our ancestors built and founded. Me and Val Thomas agree with that. Liberia is definitely a country that's probably the best for Black America right now, as far as like doing business on the continent. May not have all the infrastructure and everything like that, but it's the country that's closest to Black America, because our ancestors actually built that country for the purpose of us engaging the world, engaging Africa through Liberia. And so we're reclaiming that heritage in Liberia. If it means conflict with some of these stupid, rabid, savage, tribalist Negroes in Liberia, so be it. Like I said, we can't worry about them anymore. We got to take what's rightfully ours, what we built, what our ancestors built. We got to take back what's rightfully ours, So therefore, if you want to join me in this Liberia mission, you want to join me on this tour next year, you want to be part of this, join me on this tour next year to Liberia, February 12th to the 23rd of next year. Email me at nation.collar5@gmail.com. Go to our website, africafortheafricans.org. You can see pictures from our last tour last year. We do this, folks. Me, Bomani, and my brother Bomani and I are the real thing. Don't listen to the Kunganda channel. Don't listen to these friggin' bug-eyed coons and whatnot who are suspect. I don't believe half these dudes that oppose us, like O'Shea. I don't think he's African American. There's no way that nigga's African American. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna make Liberia great again through us. Liberia is gonna be another arm of Black America. Where all we're doing is reconnecting what was already there. Yeah. We're gonna reconnecting and rebuilding what's already there. When we talk about Afghanistan, we already have a country. All we have to do is build our infrastructure in Liberia, and that's what I'm doing on this platform. Start with an office, then vehicles and all stuff like that, utilities. I'm gonna have a warehouse full of everything from machinery and everything. We're gonna start building, have everything from excavators to everything we need to do work on the continent, to clear land, whatever it has to take. We're gonna do that in Liberia, So the bottom line is this: so either you join us or get the hell out the way, because the Collar Nation is here. Collar Nation is what you've been waiting for, folks. Like when you have titles like Deadly Clowns, The Fall of P Diddy, what are great about America. This is the greatest country in the world, bro. And what's great about America? We're great. Black America is great. I was in this neighborhood today, one of my clients, in a black section of Chesapeake. This place was so fucking nice. Every household, this neighborhood was equal to my neighborhood I live in, right? All black, right? It's called Grassland, right? It's right there on the North Carolina border. I could tell it was like country at one time, and the housing developers came in there. These are all big houses, brick houses. Black people had nice manicured lawns and whatnot. I mean, it was just beautiful. I like being around black people that got money and success and everything. The client I had, she said she retired. These are working class black people too. They're retired, mostly retired, right? This lady said she worked retired from the floor plan. The floor plan shut down in 2007, her husband worked for Virginia Power, whatnot, They got a nice house, right? And I was like, my God, you guys had a beautiful house out here. I look over the neighborhoods, all the neighborhoods black. I thought first I would move up. I thought she was white. I thought this was a white community, right? And I walked in the house and this is all black out here. I was like, damn. But so we got nice black things. I want to duplicate the same thing in Africa. I want us to have nice communities build up, nice communities in Africa, and stuff like that. We could do anything. We're Black America, man. We the one who wrote the book on Black success in the world. Everybody comes to us for style and like that. We wrote this book on Black success in this world. So he said, if O'Shea's out, then are you calling him a T? I don't know what he is, He don't seem like African American. That's why he don't look like one. He don't seem like one. I don't know what the hell O'Shea is. I don't care. I could give a shit what he is, but he needs to keep my name and Bomani's name out of his mouth. That's what he needs to do. I'm tired of him. And don't think, man, I'll tell you what, in the near future, don't think I might roll up on you, nigga. I might just make a beeline to Uganda. Next thing you know, damn, Carl's at the airport. He's coming. What am I going to do? What's am I going to do? Carl's here, whatnot, Well, O'Shea, I got to make a connection, man. Life is about connection. The biggest connection I want to make is my fist to your face. That's a big connection I would love to make, O'Shea. Bam! But yeah, man. So we got to deal with these trolls. Bomani's off to Ghana in 12 days. He'll bring like 30 people on tour. Let anybody show me where they can get 30 black people from America consistently every year going on tour with him. New people every year. 30 people. That's amazing. Bomani has the most successful tour business in Africa. Now O'Shea's about, they doing things like tour groups. That ain't just something you do. Come over here and go on a tour. No, tour groups takes years to master, years of organization, years of business, years of trial and error and whatnot. It ain't just somebody you could just, I'm just going to decide to do tours. You try to get 30 people to come to Africa, and tell me of how easy it is, Tell me how we got that big tour group to Liberia. That was not easy last year. That was not easy. So the bottom line is this: Bomani and I, we're doing this thing right here. He's got Ghana, I got Liberia, and we're doing these things. And we're the only real Pan-Africans out here. Everybody else is just a bunch of dreamers, fakers, talkers, and freaking clowns out here. We're the ones doing this black nationalist life for real. So it is what it is. But tonight's show, Deadly Clowns: The Fall of P Diddy. Now, let me tell you something. As people probably know, I never liked P Diddy, Puff Daddy P. I never liked him. For the time I first knew about him in 1994, 95, that was like 30 years ago, I never liked this guy. There was something that rubbed me the wrong way about this guy from day one. Maybe it was because at the time I was very, very conscious, right? That was the time of the Million Man March. I was basically reading Malcolm X, stuff like that. And he and his way of life, all about the Benjamins, all of that, seemed like it made a mockery of what my values were. My values was black liberation, black power, black unity and whatnot. Him with this 1994 Bad Boys, East Coast versus West Coast. I was like, what the hell are we engaging in a fucking East Coast versus West Coast stuff, stupid shit, And I said to myself, who is this guy, man? And then what's sad was, I thought initially he was from California. I said he must be some Bama from the deep south of California. Then I found out this dude's from New York. I'm like, damn, Harlem, Mount Vernon. That's my area. I'm like, damn. So then I started turning on New York people. I said, New York hip hop. I said, I always thought California was lost. The gangster shit, the gangster rap, NWA and all stuff like that in the 80s. I had no idea this was going to carry on to New York, right? And then he brings us, and then you had Hot 97, all these other people. The whole culture went from like hip hop being things that you did in your backyard, the playground and stuff like that, and even the roller skating ring. Now hip hop and everything was hijacked, right? It was hijacked by the R&B crowd, the club crowd. Now if your songs didn't play in the club with mixed race crowds of white and black people, Hispanic people, and all this kind of stupid stuff, people who did not want to hear real hip hop, real MCing and stuff like that. So he was like the architect of that, the whole materialism, popping Cristal. What the fuck has that got to do with hip hop? What does Cristal, Tommy Hilfiger, and what was it? Versace, Versace said all this materialism, Bentley coupe doors, when I milked out Diablos, all this materialism, And I said to myself, I was convinced P Diddy, Puff Daddy at the time we called him. We was always like, Puffy's the devil. Puffy's literally the friggin' devil, right? There's an old saying, right? If you keep knocking on the devil's door, he's gonna answer. And I think Puff Daddy was knocking on the devil's door. I say some people say he's not gonna, but some people say he was a devil himself. He's a devil in human form. I mean, absolutely freaking just evil. Everything he did in his music, everything was about evil, wickedness, materialism, So all the stuff that's coming out about him does not shock me, does not shock me at all, So yeah, materialism, love of money, hatred. Look, I was around these type of dudes, Puff Daddy. I was around what's his name, Blackstreet, Teddy Riley. I've been around these type of dudes, right? These are the type of black people you do not want to be around. You do not want to be around these type of black people. They have no love for you. Remember the movie Players Club where Ronnie, she left that girl, the dude raped the girl, and she said, "I'm out of here." Whatever. That's the mentality you have. They don't care about nothing but the next party, the next high, the next everything like that. Yeah, I was around these people, I used to work in the clubs. I used to do all this stuff like that. I was in those streets, And I tell you right now, man, but I never lost conscious of who I was, I did that because I had to make money. And so I saw that, man, I said, look, if we keep this up or not, we're going to lose our whole entire race and community, right? And that's what our community was spiraling to. We basically normalized immorality, death, destruction, and all this stuff like that, illicit sex, all this stuff like that, it was okay to be a hoe, perversion, decadence, deviance, hedonism, all that became good because it was all justified in because you was making the almighty dollar. We became money worshipers, right? Not people of virtue that we once were, right? We became people that worship money and whatnot, money above everything else. It's good to have money, but the bottom line is when you put money, when you sell your soul, it says, what profits a man to gain the world, lose his soul? We lost our soul for the last 30 years. That's why Black America, not white supremacy, not nothing else. We lost something in Black America. We lost our way in our culture, And I don't know, like some people say, was it Diddy? I don't know. I think if you say that Jewish executives and all that was behind, yeah, okay, you might be true, right? But I still hold Black people accountable, right? Because you took their money. You took their money and you brought the worst side of Black America to the surface and market that to the world. When you think of people, when people think of talking about Black America, right? They automatically go to the gangster shit, the club. I said, you tell people that's not who we are. Back in those days, man, I tell you what, most young black men like really lyrics and like 5% stuff. We had guys like AZ, we had dudes like Killer Priest that was still kicking knowledge, Pharomonts, kicking knowledge and everything like that, Stetsasonics and all the stuff like this. But they didn't make any money. What was on the radio, the fake radio station like Hot 97, was the bangers. Who were the bangers? The bangers had the biggest audience because they had a white audience. They had the fucking like Cannabis said, the high heel audience, women in high heels. They didn't want to hear none of this stuff we were talking about. Young black men, basically didn't lost their voice in hip hop. They lost their voice. People like Diddy sold them out. He sold out for that crowd of black women who love thugs and out that whole crowd was just wicked. It was just a wicked time period. I remember. There was nothing good about that. A whole culture changed. Everybody was a Big Willie. I remember that Big Willie or Big Bologna or Mac Daddy, player this and pimp this. Everybody being called a pimp and a player was normal. Something that was always frowned upon in Black America. They elevated the pimp, the drug dealer, all this stuff as normal. And when you say college, how you tell me? Because I'm the college. That's why I became back in the 90s the college genesis, the culture critic, because I was critiquing my culture back then. Right, I didn't like what I saw. I saw the normalization of girls with this whole culture. You know, if you got to do what you got to do, the message was Little Kim, whatever you got to do to get your money, you know, get your money illegal. If you got to do whatever you got to do, if you got to sleep with a man, whatever you got to do to make your money, you know. And so, therefore, Lil Kim, I'm the rap May West. So all this worshiping of white horse women that made their money sleep with men and whatnot. We adopted the very worst parts of white America, the gangster culture. Everybody wanted to be John Gotti. Everybody wanted to be a Capone. Everybody wanted to be a gangster. And everybody wanted to be so this is what I'm talking about. And the hip hop community gave sanctuary to all this friggin' perversion and sickness in our culture. And the father of all this was a man named Sean Puff B. Diddy Combs. Because you think if Sean Puff Daddy was doing conscious music and stuff like that, you think he would be out there the way he would? No, of course not. They need somebody to freaking bring the worst element of Black America out to the world when that, so we could lead us down the structure. The structure of Black culture is the reason why we're in the situation we're in right now. The crime and everything you see is right now is a culture. It's the culture. They fed us garbage culture. The very worst size of our community became elevated to like it was normalized, you know? So this is what we're talking about tonight, folks. The rise and fall of P Diddy, you know? And I do think with him gone, I think our culture could probably come back, you know? I think our culture can come back. I see people like Ryan Coogler and role models like Michael B. Jordan and stuff like that. I think that those are new role models for young Black men, you know? I do not want to see young Black men following things like Big Meech and 50 Cent and all these other stuff like this. I want them following, more clean-cut people out there, you know? And so therefore, like I said, you have to understand these people that's in this recording industry and entertainment industry, don't let them fool you with their money. They're wicked and they're evil. And the bottom line is this: when you're in that situation where you just worship money and you got power, because money, like Puff Daddy said, money is power, nigga. Yeah, they do have power. You know, they have power of life and death. They have people hit. They have people killed. You know. They have people doing their bidding for them or not, but it all catches up to them, you know, in the end. And now Diddy thought he was just invincible. He thought he can get away with everything, you know, because why? It's like when you basically go out there and he was like 21, 22, and you got millions of dollars and you don't have no discipline, no nothing and whatnot, and no one telling you no. One of the things I would say about anybody that's good in this music, right? Music in the music industry or entertainer is that you always have to have a no man. Somebody tells you no. And what happened is Diddy never had no man. People said, no, Puffy, no, you don't do that. That's good. Somebody that's close to him, I'll tell him the truth. You're fucking up, you know. Don't do that. You know, you need a friend like that. But he had people, anybody that was a no man, he flashed cash and buy them off, right? To ease his conscience, right? And by not having that consciousness, somebody that's prick your conscience, like when say, yo, he is your conscience. You know, there's always got to be that person in your life that's your conscience, that makes you, it could be your father, it could be an older brother, it could be just somebody just close to your church, you know, in your whole life, somebody you probably known since kindergarten when not. Somebody basically will check you on your shit. Puff Daddy, P. Diddy did not have that. It's almost like I don't think he even probably knew what it was like to love somebody or really have a close friend. I don't think he ever had a close friend, you know, because how could any friend let somebody let their name Mace quit Puff Daddy? Are you kidding me? All these people distance themselves from Puff Daddy. Are you kidding me? They broke camp with him years ago. What do you talk early story, man? I think you better get up on time. Mace just said, look, I'm done with this. I'm going back to the Lord. Mace found God. He went back to the church, man. Started doing Christian stuff because he was tired of the evil that he saw, you know. And he just said, Puff Daddy, he said, the man's evil, you know. He quit the music industry like that, you know. So I don't think Puff Daddy ever really had anybody really that stuck to him and really close to him. Kim Porter, he should have married her, you know. Should have married her, and he should have basically did something with that. That would have probably grounded him. But when you have a situation where you have all this freedom on your hands and time and money on your hands, and you feel like you could do anything, whatever like that, like there's nothing like a Puff Daddy party. Look, sometime I thought, okay, when I was in me and him, Puff Daddy, Sean Cole, about the same age, right? I figured once we both get in our 30s, the conversation, but his nigga still partying. How's your life always centered around partying? The club, the after party. That nigga was at the Oscars when he made a speech when the friggin' Will Smith smacked Chris Rock. That nigga was there, And I'm saying to myself, Dad, is there any place that happens that he's not there? These people, if you take away that red carpet from them and those seats right there and being on camera, they would literally die, they will literally die. They will literally die if you take the spotlight away from them. That's why they always got to. That's why they gotta always be out there, because that's all they know, and that's sad. It's a sad life. People will say, "Colin, you're just hating." I would not trade now my life, for any of these freaking people. I don't care how much money they got. My soul is worth something. I will not sell my soul. That's the difference between me and everybody else. That's why I say, if this platform ever becomes monetized, you can rest assured, if I make any nickel and dime on this platform, it's going to be used for something good. I am not going to sell my soul for anything. I'm not going to change my message or anything to get super chats or whatever like that. I don't give a damn. My message is going to stay consistent in the same way, because I am going to be who I am. That's when you have your soul. He lost his soul. He lost soul. By the time he was like 40, it was just too late. That's who he was. So I peeped that back in when I was in my 20s, right? And I said, I don't want to go down this road. I saw what it was, I saw all this money coming in where it was not real, You can't have a situation where I knew back then, if there's no black infrastructure, we don't have industries, we don't have what the Japanese have, we don't have all Mitsubishi and everything like that. Don't try to tell me all about the Benjamins is we could all get money through a fucking wicked, corrupt music and entertainment industry. You see where I'm coming from? You see why they call me the College Genesis, the culture critic / geopolitical pundit, broadcasting on YouTube almost every night of the week? You understand why I'm the College Genesis? Why I'm the culture critic? Back then, I knew for a fact of the matter is that prosperity they were talking about, that getting money, was all fake. It's all fake. Somebody invested some money in our community to turn us from nation building. I believed in Afghanistan way back then. I said the only way we're going to deliver it is we need our own industrial base. We need our own land. We need our own government, our own flag, everything like that. Then we could create a wealthy class of people, industrialists and everything like that. But no, everybody took the short route. I don't want to listen to that, Kala. You a hater. You a player hater. Whatnot. Get money, man. Get money. Every song was get money. Get money. Okay, you're getting nickels and dimes. You're getting crumbs for the white man's table. You don't want to do what it took to build a nation and really free our people. You were talking about getting money and stuff like that, and whether it was selling illegal or illegal, well, get your money however you got to get it. That was a cry. It was all about the Benjamins, all stuff like this, all these things that had us pumped up on high and whatnot. Yeah, you were a player hater, Kala. You were a player hater. You how many times I got called a player hater? You a player hater, Kala. Man, you pocket watching. You don't want young niggas getting their money or whatnot. No, I want you to get money, but I want you working a job. I want you standing on. I was one time. I'll never forget this. And this was like when I first started selling insurance. This was back in 2008, right? I never forget. I was in this area of Norfolk called Berkeley, right? And I basically went around. This was in 2008. This neighborhood was really bad. Berkeley was a nice black community one time, but it went down. Like every other black community, it went down. Anyway, I seen a drug deal go down. I drove by, I saw a drug deal going down, and one motherfucker just looked at me like, "Man, old nigga, stop hating, man. Nigga, I'm a nigga trying to get my money." So I look at the motherfucker, he just mapped it off. "Man, why you hating, nigga? A nigga trying to get his money and whatnot." I'm like shaking my head like, Old ass nigga, I was only like around 39, 40 at the time, They would call me old ass nigga. Little nigga trying to get his money, pants sagging down and whatnot. And, and it was a drug deal. I just happened to turn around the corner, and it was a drug deal going on back of side of a building. I was like, man. Matter of fact, that neighborhood I got to go to this week. Matter of fact, I got to go down there this week. Matter of fact, I go there tomorrow. I got to go to that same street tomorrow. It's visit one of my clients. Man. This is probably got good black people that got to live around that shit. I go to some. I do go to some rough neighborhoods too. It's not all night. I love going to nice black communities in my business, right? Houses in business, but sometimes I gotta take the good with the bad. Sometimes I gotta go to rough ass neighborhoods. So I'll be like, damn, man. I hope I don't get shot on the way. If I can make it, I'll be like, if I can make it to the front door, I'm good, right? Then I come out, coast is clear. Let me beeline to my car, get in my car, get the fucking. Once I get on the interstate, I'm like, whew, I made it. Another sale. I'm alive. Oh man, but like I said, this is my last year of sales, man. After this year, man, I'm not selling no more. I'm building my agency up where I got people under me selling, right? I don't have to sell no more, Not that I don't like clients, man, but I just think I'm above this shit now, So no more sales for me, folks. I was going sitting back, enjoying my money coming in the bank every week, weekly money coming in my bank, not doing nothing but sitting back, just managing and training, So, but yeah, man. So, yeah, man. If you look at the Boondocks, right? Huey and Riley, like I remember back in the Boondocks came out, they said, remember when Huey went to his thing and he had this one real conscious dude, right? Everybody was like, that's a little, one dude sent me, I just saw a little collar, And he had this one guy that was really conscious, who had African beads and whatnot. And he went back to his old hood. He said, that's Collar, man. Collar said, that's a young you. That's when I was like the only person online that was a fucking conscious dude. When I first got on social media, look, when I first got on social media in 2006, right? No, 2005. No, 2005. No. Actually, I bought my computer, a new computer, e-machine, in what year was that? Okay, income tax. Okay, it was January 2006. So a month later, I got online. Look, when I got online, when I started talking the way I did, everybody come at me, man, you crazy, man. Get money, nigga. This is about the streets, where everything was fucking diamonds and stud Cuban link chains and man, blunts and whatnot, this, that, and the other thing, whatnot. Everybody would just define. I said, look, man, I'm gonna weather say that what Collar, you need to give all stuff up, man. You're all alone out here, you weirdo. Why are you talking all this black shit, man? Blah, 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 blah. I was all alone, right? Then eventually I met a couple other people. I met my guy that was an ally of mine in the hip hop career, was a rapper named NY Oil from UMCs, right? He was a retired rapper from Staten Island, UMCs, and NY Oil. He went by NY Oil. And him and I used to be on Block Talk Radio talking. He said, Colin, man, you've been an inspiration. And we were building together. A couple other people, my brother African Warlord X. And so I basically started, social media is important because all of us who thought the same had a place to come together and build, Without social media, I probably would have lost my mind, because I met a lot of people back then, that matter of fact, tell you around that same time, that's when I met Mufasa. Mufasa was like a young guy. He was like 19 when he first started listening to me on Block Talk Radio and stuff like that, So I have a lot of people that have been following me for years, just back and forth for years. But the thing is, I said, look, I was up against a culture war. We're in a culture war. It's not just a culture war where you're fighting two equal cultures that go either way. When you're fighting degeneracy, I'm trying to look at anywhere in history, and I found one, when the Chinese, before the communist revolution, Mao Zedong cultural revolution, right? China was in the same thing, sick, on opium, foolish, immoral, and stuff like that. And it's because China was so sick and whatnot, the Western powers, Japan, was able to carve it up and whatnot. China was called the sick man of Asia because it was so sick and immorality and stuff like that. And I say Black America right now is a sick man of the Black world. We're the sick man. That's the truth. Black America is a sick man of the black world because of our degeneracy and morality, not knowing right. So when Africans and people say things about Black America, they're telling the honest truth about who we are. Not saying Black Americans are bad people, like we're done, but we're just a sick people. And what gets me is that sickness can be cured. That's a difference. But you have to want to know you want to be cured, and it's only going to be cured by us. It's going to become us to say we are more than what they say we are. We are more than our women are more than hoes. Our women more than bees, whatnot. Our men are more than thugs and criminals and buffoons and goons and all this kind of stupid shit. Who would make a record and distribute a record where people are basically promoting goon culture and stuff like that? Only the white man will do that, because the white man wants to see. As long as we're in the situation we're right now, we could never be a threat to him, because he knows that, as long as people can talk all that stuff they want to do, as long as you have this culture of the degradation in Black America, you ain't gonna never do anything to get out of your situation. You can't leave this country. You cannot, and you'll never get no fucking reparations. You could forget that shit. You'll never organize and win anything. When's the last time Black Americans had a win? Never. I can't remember. Only the last time we had a win was when we galvanized and brung down apartheid, in the 80s. That was the last time we had a collective win. After that, the white man said that shit will never happen again. That's when all the immorality and shit like that. 2 years later, after the apartheid movement, we crossed apartheid, and a rap group called NWA appeared in Los Angeles. And also we saw and the movie Colors appeared. Do you understand why they call me the culture critic? Do you understand that I've been studying this for years? I've been watching the slavery destruction of my community right in my lifetime. I remember when Black America was a beautiful place. It was paradise, And now I look at it right now and say, well, how did it start? It started with the culture, It started with them basically telling us, oh, man, it don't matter. You make a lot. We start worshiping people with money, And those that got money, we didn't care what they were putting in our heads and our minds and everything like that. So as long as they had money. But I'm going to continue right now. If anybody wants to talk about Puff Daddy, I'm going to put the link in the chat room. You can come on in. Like I said, this is going to be a heated show tonight, man. We're going to get down like all College Genesis always does, as I always promised. Like I said last night, folks, I appreciate everything. We started, I woke up this morning to 1,000 views. That was I'd never seen that before. Before a day before that, I woke up to 900 views. So the show was going up, The show was going up, the membership's going up, subscribers going up, and I might get a Patreon. I don't know how. Somebody got to show me one day what a Patreon is. I don't know what it is. There's some of the stuff like that. I got to get a Patreon, and once I get monetized on this platform, I can start selling things like Colin Nation T-shirts and stuff like that. If you want to buy a Colin, if you're a Colin Nation warrior, a Colin Nation lady, you're a Colin Nation warrior. You get your stuff, your hats, and all stuff like that can be. I gotta incorporate and the BAO emblem you see up there is trademarked, right? I have not trademarked the collar. I might just sell BAL stuff because I've trademarked that, but I basically have not trademarked the Collar Nation, Collar Rumble, Collar Genesis, or anything like that. So I don't know if I'll be able to sell that yet. Might get away with it for a little while, but but I will sell some paraphernalia and stuff like that. You want to buy it, let me know and I'll put it up there, stuff like that, a coffee mug, whatever like that. Show your support of the show. Wear the T-shirt, wear the hat and whatnot. Show that you're a Collar Nation maniac, So it is what it is, folks. So there's a link in the chat room. You want to call in and whatnot. BAO change, the BAIO, not BIAO. Yeah, I would like to have BAO chains and whatnot, and stuff like that. I was doing T-shirts. I had it in Liberia. I sell a lot. I give away a lot. I give away in Liberia, and people can't afford it, but I give away a lot of BAO T-shirts in Liberia. I got a lot of people wearing them in Liberia. I just ordered like a whole box of them and just gave them out to people, different members and supporters in Liberia. So a lot of people in Liberia walking around with the BAO emblem on, you know. Yo, why are we convicted for something alive? Who is this fucking clown? Something that I haven't done all this. What the fuck? I never pissed on no fucking woman. I know. We talking about freak. I never did no freak out. So look, obviously you one of these stupid ass bimbos and everything. Let me delete your comment. You know, this is what I'm talking about. I'm not gonna say and tolerate stupidity on my platform. You know, why we could never did we could put it because a fucking piece of shit. He's a freaking piece of garbage. You know, that's why we're condemning him. I'm sick of all these things. That's a problem in Black America. We always got these people that want to fucking come in here and I deleted so fast you couldn't even see it. You know, you got to be on your job, Dark Migo. People want to come in here and defend these people. Oh, especially black women. Black women are the fucking worst. You know, as long as they got stupid women around, you watch the dude abuse his wife or his girlfriend, whatever like that. Abuse her, had dudes piss on her and whatnot, and you're gonna sit here. Oh, who ever done? No, I have not ever pissed on a fucking woman. You know, I never done anything like that in my life. I don't know anybody who's done that. Don't sit here and tell me. I'm sick and tired of people. If you worship these stupid people, because I don't, that's on you. And I can't tell you what to do, but you're not gonna come on my show, and that's gonna be tolerant of my show. You know, if I could get rid of you, I would. You know. Okay, what's the text Liberia tour February 12th? Oh, yeah, okay. Liberia tour is February 12th to 23rd. That's what I got. Text Liberia tour is February. Your text show Liberia tour is February 12th to 23rd. Oh, it's the 23rd. Oh, I'm missing a comma. Yeah, but Monty's so particular, bro. He's so particular. Okay, here's this girl back again. Diddy's not a predator. The media, yeah, he is a predator. He's a predator. Look, I don't give a flight. Look, don't come on my platform and talk about was it black. No, he's not black to me. You know, he's a stupid ass race trader who knows he needs to fucking burn in hell for all I care. He's not a good person. He's done destructive things to our community. He's an embarrassment to Black America, you know? So the bottom line is, yeah, so if you want to believe that, you go right ahead. I know you one of these stupid women who sit there and just you think you're looking at his money and there's all stuff like this because you have no morals. That's why I said you cannot, when you build a movement without that, you cannot have women around. You cannot have women around. This is why I tell you, see what she's saying? She's just like those women who go to Africa. They get with the most degenerate chiefs and everybody in Africa, right? Oh, he ain't doing that. And you got to suffer because Black women are so enamored by people who they consider successful and they'll defend everything. You have Black women who knowingly, I know for a fact you got Black women who know that their boyfriends, their husbands, stepdads, whatever, are molesting their little girl, but they'll say nothing because he's putting money in her pocket. He's paying for her nails. This is what I mean by degeneracy. The degenerate culture in Black America. Black America will defend anything nowadays because there's no morals anymore. There's no right and wrong. This is what we're talking about. So go ahead, Pinky, whatever your name is, right now. Just keep showing who you are. You know, you're just making my case. You know, this is the destruction of Black America for the last 35 years. The absolute destruction of Black America, you know, of the last 35 years and the culture that was never us. Our Black men are destroyed. No, I'm not being, who the hell is destroyed? I'm not being destroyed. Our Black men are being destroyed mostly by the most Black women. As far as any Black man standing against this man is a fool. Yeah, I stand against him, you know. I'm not standing for this piece of garbage. I can't wait till they fucking put him in jail. I hope he gets raped in jail. I hope he dies in jail. You know, how about that? You know, so the bottom line is, I guess you would defend R. Kelly too. You know, anybody, any other degenerate? All you just showing me is you're a degenerate, Pinky. Are you a prostitute? Do you sell your body for a living, Pinky? You know, What do you do for a living, Pinky? You know, you gonna tell me you're an upstanding woman? No, you probably got like 5 baby daddies or whatnot. You know, running around. I guess you follow Dr. Umar Johnson. I'm not Dr. fucking Umar Johnson. I don't sit here and listen whatever. Like anything a black woman says, I should say, shut the hell up. Because the bottom line on this platform, black women have no say so. No say so. Because I know, but by the way, the black woman is the reason why we're in the black Americans in the situation. A situation. I know. I mean it. I hope he dies in jail. You know. This guy basically for the last 30 years, while I was trying to talk about nation building and everything like that, the community basically turned against people like me, Farrakhan, Khalid Muhammad, all us black nationals when they turned against us to a fucking bunch of booty shaking, Cristal drinking Negroes and whatnot that destroyed our freaking culture. Now when the community is destroyed, now they got to pay the price. The same people fucking want to come to us and act like we got to rally around these same niggas that destroyed our culture. No, I'm sorry. You know. So the bottom line is no, I'm sorry. He don't get no pass. He don't get no free ride from me. If Umar Johnson want to take up for Diddy, let that freaking dumb buffoon do it. You know. But College Genesis is not going to do it. Everybody knows this is one person that's, look, Black America, you got to know I'm the one brother that got your back. You know, I see you, I hear you, I love you, I got your back. I know these people are nothing but predators in our community. We got nothing but mean, evil people that are nothing but predators on our women, children, and our culture. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend like, oh, yeah, I got to. No, you're not. But once you basically go out that thing, you lose the brotherhood. You're not in our brother. Puff Daddy's never been a brother. You know, somebody that used the black community, but he's never been part of us. He's never been with our struggle. You don't know who the hell we are. He mocked our struggle. You know, he mocked though. When I was a young man, I was struggling, working 3 jobs and taking the bus because I didn't have a car and whatnot. I didn't have the girls and whatnot because the girls were interested in dudes that basically were drug dealers and had the money and stuff like that, you know? And so I had to freaking do what I had to do. I said, okay, fine. You know, that's what the world would want. That's fine. I wish the black women a lot of luck. That's who they were chasing for. Because if you wasn't what they call back then a live nigga, that means somebody basically is going out there to get his when he's going to get his when not, you know, if you can't give her money in her pocket, you know, give her, do her nails, get her earring done, take her shopping and do like that. You wasn't out there a drug dealer doing like that. And you didn't have her card and couldn't pull out $100 and put it, her little daughter. If you couldn't put $100 in her hand so she can go out there into the ice cream truck, and you wasn't that type of dude and whatnot, nobody was feeling you at all, you know. The thing about that we sat and watch. What the hell? What are you talking about? We sat and watch the Black Male Entertainer Legacy. What about Black Male Legacy Entertainer? You mean to tell me like people like what rappers that we don't fucking really respect, you know? All the rappers that basically like the Jizza, it took them 20 years to go platinum. Somebody that's a genius on the mic, nobody that he never got really made any money, you know? What about Capadonna, the Wu-Tang Clan? The dude, last time I heard, the dude was washing dishes, So the bottom line is this: the only thing that Diddy had was he had white money, and he was doing destructive things to his community and whatnot. That's why they put him on. That's it. You know, he didn't make no original music. All he did was sample music and put it out there and put the most vile shit online and whatnot, and gave us the most vile music and whatnot. You know, satanic shit that we could as a black male or whatnot. You know, he ain't inspired. He ain't from our fucking race. You know, he was for white people. You know. Let the fucking Jews who gave us Diddy go deal with him, you know. Let he made money with the Jews. Let him go over there with the fucking Jews and the white devils, that fucking thing like that. You ain't fooling me. You ain't coming back to me now. If you dance with the fucking devil, yeah, you better go marry him, you know, be with him. You can't come back to our community asking for like that. Because only fools like this lady Piggy is falling for that, you know. Puff Daddy, basically, his Puff Daddy parties and whatnot, all white people, all Hollywood people, you know. It ain't had nothing to do with you. I'm sick and tired of black people acting like fools for these people, you know, because they got a little bit of money, you know. Dark Migo, You saved me. I'm tired of talking to myself. What's going on, brother?
What's going on, bro? But nah, I just caught the the kind of end of what you were saying. What was going on?
Look at this Pinky Wells. This is a illiterate chick, right? Black stupidity is amazing. Oh, like Pinky, like she's some educated woman. She goes, most of you black males are traders. You know, a trader is somebody who trades something. I think the word you want is traitors. You know, hey, Dark Migo, can you type traitors in the chat room? The real type thing.
Yes,
Type
I
that
actually
for her.
I don't think I can because I can only type in the back chat. I can't type it in
Okay,
the
yeah,
front.
okay. Let's see if I can. Let me see if I can do it. Traitors.
It's literally just
Okay, that's
trait
how you
and
spell
tour.
pinky. That's how you spell traders. You know, if you want to be like this, you know, Pinky Wells. That's how you spell traders. You know, traitors, right? You don't say traders. That means you trade something. You know, Lord have mercy. You're an ignorant, fucking illiterate fool. When not, you know.
Right? She just complimented us. I'll be glad I'm a trader. You know what I mean? Like I like trading stuff.
Yeah, I do like trading stuff, man. I like trading goods and services, man. You know. She goes, yes, spelled it for us, genius. Spell it for us. I just spelled it for you. Right there, traitors, you know? If you went past third grade, you'd understand there's a difference. Traitors and traders, you know? But she's a student of Boo Boo the Fools. I'm an American. That's that Boo Boo the Fools, that black skin is amazing guy. That's Boo Boo the Fool, you know? That dude
No,
was a
yeah.
that
I
dude
think
was a
Elvis said
complete fool,
all the
you know?
crazy ladies subscribe to his
Yeah,
platform or
like I
something
said,
like that.
black women online, the most destructive things. Like the dumbest freaking females. You ever see these females say the dumbest things online, especially Facebook and whatnot? I'd be like, what
Nah,
the
yeah.
hell?
But I just noticed though, it's just because like they just like lonely, you know what I mean? And it's just like, they just gotta
I
get
bet you ain't
outside
mind
and
money. All
just
these
do
girls are big
stuff.
girls, you know.
Yeah, but that's the thing though, like bro, big girls be getting love. Like it don't even matter if they big no more, you know what I'm
That's what I'm
saying?
saying. Yeah, there's dudes
It's
out there that
just
love big girls, man. And it's like,
you just gotta be, like likable, you know what I mean? Like you just gotta be a nice woman. Like that's honestly all you gotta do,
nah, I
you
can't do
know?
big
Like
girls. I'm sorry, man. I can't do it. Now, if I get a
man,
big girl, man, if you want to go out to hit the buffet, man, the
well
bocce
listen, how
grill.
big are you talking? Let's start
No,
there.
look,
Like
I like women that my wife is slim, tiny, and petite. She has a perfect body. When I tell her, don't ever get big, like, because she had a couple of big friends, right? I said, I said,
yeah.
you spend too much time around. I said, don't get too happy because that big shit might rub up on you.
Chill, chill, cuz. But it depends, you know what I
I
mean? Like
don't know. It ain't no
obviously,
depends nothing, man. I can't be doing no big, man. I'm sorry.
I mean, like yo, like what, like 190 is okay for me. Like
Oh
that's
no, no, that's too big,
bro.
man. Sorry.
That don't even look big, fat Collar. That's
No,
just
I don't
like
care. No, I like women that's slim, man. I like slim. Man. I can't do
I do too. I do
chunky. I
too.
don't like chunky whatnot. You know, I don't even like. Yo, look, I don't even like thick girls, man. To tell you the truth, you know, I like that. I don't like nothing that reminds me of a man that's manly. I like females that are small. If I can't pick you up like real easy, you know, and carry on
Like
with a
there.
friendship, you know, I can't do that, man. You know.
Nah, I feel you, but I tell you, bro, the big girls, man, they real nice though. You know what I mean? They be super nice, man.
What Pinky said they won't. Well, Pinky, you know, last two shows, man. You know, look, I'm almost at this guy's black skin is amazing, right? He has 930 subscribers, right? I just got on. I'm almost caught up to him. You
Yeah,
know,
right. I'm like, bro, you listen, man. You gotta understand right now what's going on, Kyler. You feel me? You Chief Keef right now, bro. You know what I'm saying? You getting your clout up, brother.
yeah,
You know what I'm
everybody's
saying?
feeling the heat, man. You know, the college
Yeah,
editors, man. That's why they're
cause bro,
here, man. You
cause
know, like I
listen,
said, you
listen. It's
know.
not like you're going to these people's platforms and like, yo, it's
I
Kyler,
don't
what's
look.
up?
I don't like I said. I don't
They
go
come
on
in here,
nobody's
man.
platform starting shit. I don't go on platforms. I'm like to live and let live and whatnot. But people always come on my platform and want to start shit, man. They can't piss. They can't shit. They can't eat by thinking about college Genesis, you know. And so, like I said, Pinky's
Nah,
like,
yeah, I knew you was about to be
holla.
up when St. James was saying on Dynasty shit he's gonna get you arrested. I was like, oh yeah, Colin about to be, he get his clout up. This is getting crazy,
He
man.
said he'll get me arrested.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, remember I was trying to tell you because that's why. Remember you went to Liberia. but then you went MIA for like 3 days, and then St. James was saying he got you arrested at the
All right, whatever. Hey,
yeah, at
whatever.
the gate or some shit like that. I'm like, nah,
He ain't
what?
got no influence. Like, look,
I
the
know he
bottom
don't.
line
Yeah,
is
I
this,
know.
when you go to your Black America, you go to Liberia, man. That's the country's at your feet. Ain't nobody thinking about no damn St. James. He told him I'm bringing. They're like, whatever, nigga. You're Black America. You're Black from America. You go to Liberia, they're gonna treat you like God. That's why I love it so much. I don't care. I can't see myself going to any other country. I just love that country so much, man. Because when I'm there, man, the 30 days go so fast, man. I'm like, God damn, finally 10 more days. Damn. I'll be having so much fun. I don't want to leave, man. I don't want to fucking leave,
Nah, yeah, but is that lady? She talked about P Diddy. That's sad, man. We got
Yeah,
our
it's
black
sad. Like
women
I said,
sick.
these rappers, these entertainers, they got like in the book of Adam and Eve, right? Who did the serpent appear to
You
first?
went to the woman.
He went to the woman. Just like the serpent of P. Diddy and the record industry and all this, who they go to? The women.
Yep.
And the women basically, like this guy, Pinky Way, she knows she could talk her bullshit, whatever, like her name is Vera, Laura, Pinky, whatever. Got two Pinkies in the chat room. They can go to any black man and whatnot and make them see it their way and whatnot because they got that little box between their legs. That's why they always get the people like P. Diddy, as long as he got black women follow him and support him or not, there's nothing you could do
Yeah, he
about
could do
it.
whatever he want. Yep.
You can do whatever you want and get away with it, right? Because black women, like R. Kelly, look at all these black women that showed up support R. Kelly after he
You're right.
abused a little fucking girl, you know, abused a
Yeah,
13-year-old
it's like a
girl.
Stockholm syndrome type of thing. You know, like a lot of black
I
women
think
get it.
just like which one now. Now, what's dangerous is black women who follow white men, racist white men. You see that as a new trend now. Black women who are deliberately getting with like white nationalist types, being their bed wench and whatnot.
Right, but you know
It's-
what's crazy though? But like at the end of the day though, they still lose. You know what I mean? Because
They don't
you
care
know,
about losing, as long as they take us down with them. They don't
you
care.
right, yeah, right. I know, right? That's the sad part, right? And I say that all the time. Like the bitterness of women is it get like that. You know, they destroy everything
Yeah, so that's what you have
just
right
so
now.
you can lose. That's
I tell you
crazy.
what it is. They either support people like P. Diddy or they support white supremacists who are trying to destroy black men. We got nobody on our side. Our last hope is African women, because African women love us, man.
Nah, yeah. Listen, that's the thing. Like that's the thing. I don't know. I think it's like a myth. Like black men, like we have no issue getting women, even women in America. Like it's not hard for them to conform. You know what I'm saying? I think it's just like men in general, like the white guys, the Asian, the Spanish, maybe some of the diaspora guys. They might be having a hard time with the women, but not really so much the black Americans. I say.
I mean, nobody's having trouble with women, but the bottom line is this: what I'm saying is, we don't have a culture where our women are behind us.
Okay, yeah.
And what I'm saying when I see black men with women, it's like I'm sick of seeing black women running the show, man. I'm saying, dude,
I mean,
man.
I would say kinda though, because on the East Coast, well, I would say, New Jersey, New York, I'd say the black women kind of be behind us a little bit. You know what I mean? I don't
Yeah,
know if I.
very little because the bottom line is, we have a culture that ISIS didn't think this, but women will use their power. I don't know what it is like that. They know they got the county, they got the sheriff's department, the courts on their side, and they will pull that card. If a dude gets out of line, something like that, especially if you break up with them. And I see so many times where the dude's like, man, just leave me alone. Or not. We got a kid together or not. You've seen dudes like that, right? And a female just so vindictive, right? I've seen this one, look, I just happened to bump into this one conversation, right? Overheard it, right? I was being nosy, right? Well, this lady, it was like outside of a gas station, right? But the neighborhood was right next door, condo, right? Nice condos, right? And the sister, right? She was kind of a bigger sister, right? Big sister, right?
Yeah.
She and nothing against her being big. No, that has nothing to do with the story, right? I just had to point that out. Anyway, she was getting out of the car with her son. He was like 9, 10 years old, right? And she goes, well, that's the last time you're ever gonna see your father. The kid goes, why? She goes, that's it, that's just it is. You're never gonna see him again. And he was like, the kid starts crying when I said you could hear the venom and the vitriol in her voice, you're just never gonna
Yeah.
see him again. Evidently, she was just picking him up, and he must have moved on with his new girlfriend and wife, whatever like that. And she was just angry and bitter. You know, when black women are bitter, like I said, no hell has no fury like a woman scorned. When
Yeah, I
black
heard
women
that
are
before.
scorned, man, whole hell's fury, man. You know.
Yeah, I know, but hey, man, I can't just leave it to black women. I'd say, only because I'd say we care about black women. That's why we care more about that type of stuff. But man, I done seen some Spanish and some white ladies say some crazier stuff. You know what I mean? So I just think it just
I
might
mean,
be
I'm
a
stuck
woman
with
thing,
you.
you
Know,
know.
I'm glad my black woman's from overseas, man. She don't participate in this stupid culture in America. You know,
Nah, yeah, yo,
not
and
so
I'm
much.
not gonna lie, Kyla, it's a lot of like black women now, like kind of like coming, like you feel me? Because it's like, yo, if a lot of them are doing like all the beat bullshit, a few of them gonna be like, nah, I'm not with that, and they kind of influencing some of the rest of them. So that's why I'm like,
No,
it's
I
go, it's
don't.
going to turn back, man.
That I'll see
It
when I
might be
see
slow,
when
but
I
it's
see it
gonna
in the
happen
chat room.
slowly though.
Yeah, hold up. When I say you see a couple of women, you know, like Crimson Cure online, Six the Goddess. That's a few, but those females are so vilified. They're hated by black women. You know, I look at them online, and you will say like this. I got my girl Goddess Ayana. Matter of fact, she inboxed me. Love her. You know,
Uh huh.
Goddess Ayana. She inboxed me on TikTok. Hey, Carla, what's going on? And whatnot. I gotta write her back. You know. But anyway, she always sticks up for it. She loves brothers, man. You know.
Bro. There's tons of black
Wait,
women like that.
but the thing is though, her following is black men. She don't have no fact female
No
following.
black, yeah, yeah, yep.
You
It's
know,
usually
black
like
females
that.
ain't trying to hear none of that shit. So it is what it is.
Yeah, but the smart black women that do that type of stuff, that like the black men, and post about that type of things, they honestly do that stuff because they know that the black women might rage bait it and actually make they video more viral. So that's why a lot of more black women
But
are
check this
kind of
out. This
doing.
Pinky Wells says black women that are bitter can thank the black man for that. I can't think. What you think me? I didn't make them bitter.
Yeah,
You
that's why
know?
I'm like, man, you can't take that type of stuff, to heart, bro, because she's just like you said, bro, she's just bitter, bro. What else is she gonna
Yeah,
go
all
say?
these black women always bring their bitterness to me. I
Yeah, bro,
ain't do
like, come on,
nothing.
man. She's here on your platform. She's not like on her platform, focused on her life. You know what I mean? In the gym, eating
Everybody wants
right.
to
You know what
come
I
and,
mean?
and
Like,
blame me for their problem. Everybody blames me for everything, man. They're gonna
yeah,
say,
man,
"Who
you just
sunk the
gotta come on,
Titanic?"
Kyler. You know how this stuff go, brother.
They're gonna say, "Who sunk the Titanic?" I know who did. It was Collar. You know, well, Collar wasn't even born. You know, I know he had something to
Bro,
do with it.
Kyler, man, come on, dude. What they say, man? They hated Jesus, bro. No exception for you, man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm hated. You know, I understand that.
it's
Okay,
I'm
we're
hated
gonna
too,
say
bro.
the
I
African
like
women
it.
are oppressed and scared to speak. African women aren't no damn oppressed. You know, black women in America are oppressed. Black African women seem like they got more freedom and more happier than black women in America. You know, it's hard. You know. Say Diddy had never claimed to be white or disowned race. Yes, he did. Diddy, man, disowned his fucking race. He was just a parasite. Yeah, he didn't disown it. He sucked us. He was a parasite, you
Yeah, he's
know?
just a sexual deviant. That's the worst thing you kind of be in the
Yeah,
black
he was a
community.
sexual deviant. All this stuff was coming out about him and whatnot, you know? I want you to
Exactly.
play
And then
some
the thing is,
videos.
like, they don't build anything. It's like I could see if P Diddy was like, all right, like he donated, I don't know, 3 million to to your platform or something, or any kind of platform
But
that's
check this out.
actually
Well, he like
helping black
Diddy
people.
opened up. They always do this, right? This is what they do. He's not all bad because what he do is okay. How do you clear your image? He knows for a fact, like 50 Cent and him, they all open up little charter schools, whatever like that. That's good
Right?
publication, you know. So that takes. I guess he figures I'm doing it in charter schools. I showed up and you know he's giving Sharpton money all the time, you know.
Yeah.
Well, if I can hit off Sharpton, I can hit up Hakeem Jeffries here. I can support Kamala in election. I can do all this stuff like that, right? That's gonna wash away my sins. You know, that's the way they think. You know,
Right? And you know what's so fucked up? Bro, those charter schools are bullshit. Like I've seen a few when I was younger. Like, when Obama, when he was out, he was getting a lot of charter schools and stuff like that. Majority of them would just be they would have nice uniforms, but they would just be run down or some bullshit or like right across from like a super hood. So I'm like, yeah, like the charter schools was just probably like a
well,
quick money
I do.
grab.
I give him credit, man. He opened this school before Omar Johnson did. You know. His collar got Pinky's on his brain. How do I got Pinky? You're on my platform. I don't even know if you got a channel, Pinky. How can I be on your brain and whatnot? You know. You know, these are Black Skin is amazing. He sent all his agents in here, because
Yeah, you
Diddy.
gotta ignore them guys, man. Like, come on,
Oh,
man.
this is a classic because Diddy had a freaky fetish. Oh, wow. Yeah, yeah. Well, he could bring his freaky fetish
Wait,
to
what did
prison,
she mean? She said, "As all of us do." See that? See, and that's
I,
why I can't fuck with the black community, bro.
I said, I
See,
don't have a fucking freaky
as you
fetish,
feel, I'm like, bro, everybody is not a freaked out fetish person. That's what I'm saying, bro. A lot of black women have that sexual deviant,
Yeah, they
spirit
think
in
that
them
stuff
with
is
that what you
normal.
just spoke on right
Evidently
now.
this girl, Burl Lauren Pinky, was molested when she was a child. She thought
Exactly. That's why I'm like,
that's
she just
exactly what
exposed
it is,
herself without even. Man, you smart as hell, Kyla. That's why I gotta respect you, bro. Cause you smart if you just pulled that out. You know that. She don't
Yeah,
even know she
something
just
happened
exposed
to this
herself just
something
like
happened
that.
to this young girl lady in her childhood. Make her think
Exactly. You
she
feel
think
me?
that's
That's
normal.
literally step one.
You know,
And that's just
all
happens to
passing,
so many
I
of our
heard my
women. That's why
name.
they're so
Hold up,
sexually
hold up. When I
deviant.
said Pinky Wells, I wasn't talking about you. There's another lady named Pinky on the platform, girl. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about this Pinky, whatever like that. You black males are so ignorant. I mean, come on, you're supposed to be an FBA. FBA is Foundational Black Americans. Why are you hating on the black man? I'm a black man. God damn.
Man, you know why, bro. You just said what happened to her childhood. It probably was a black man. You come on, man.
Exactly. It was
You know
probably a
they
black
use
man
that they
trying to
use that
normalize that
to
shit.
hate us forever, bro. You know what I'm saying? A black man do something to them one time, it's game over for the rest
Yeah,
of us,
I
bro.
know people. I know women like that. And the bottom line, they get away with that. Don't let them be your supervisor on the job or something like that. Treat
Exactly,
them
because
in
they don't
real
get the
life.
help
No.
and the therapy to get that situation rectified. That's what I'm saying. Like if you allow the situation to define yourself, you'll turn out just like Pinky Wells. You know what I mean? Well, the lady saying that freak stuff.
I'm very real, and you blogger as a black man. How do you know what they're saying about this man is true? It's true because we've known about this. Everybody know it, just like we knew about Africa Bambaataa. There's dudes that you heard about Africa Bambaataa, right?
Yeah, I heard about that,
Yo,
and
look,
they are older than.
my partner Chris C Butter, he's a DJ, right, on DeVille Radio, right?
Yep.
Remember we were kids, right? He told me one minute for summer '84. He said, "Yo, man, Bam's a faggot, right?" I said, "Get out of here, man." He's my African butter. It's like because he was in the Bronx. He used to go to the Bronx. Like, yeah, he's a faggot. Right? They come to find out that shit was real. Yeah, he was screwing little boys in the
Yo,
Bronx.
bro. And it's so ironic you say that because I was watching the Sonetter platform like a couple hours ago, and they had one of the victims up there speaking on
And
that.
the dude was like really torn up, man. He was like,
Right, and
man, he's a
he has like Stockholm syndrome. Now he's
yeah.
saying
And,
like, nah, he didn't do that to
and
me.
that dude, what's his name? Hasim. What's
It's
that?
it's B Stinger, right? That's
No,
his
no,
name.
Hasim Campbell.
Oh, yeah, it's two of them. It's B Stinger and Hassan Campbell that he both
Hassan
did that
Campbell.
to.
All these dudes were basically raped by Bambaataa. And like I said, we push sexual deviancy and sexuals under the rug in the black community. We have aunties and grandmas when I know that granddaddy was molesting children and stuff like that. But because he was out there bringing home the money, we turn the black. It's something we have to talk about in our culture. This demonic freaking bullshit that goes on in black America. This sexual deviant shit that goes on in black culture. You know, we don't want to talk about that, You black males have white men running through your dusty asses. You sit here trying to diagnose women, think you are damaged.
Man,
Oh,
listen, man. She can say what she want, Kyla, but you diagnosed her correctly, and she just upset about that for sure.
all of them.
That's all good.
All these women have daddy issues and whatnot. That's what it is. So when I
It's
come
not
up
even.
there,
I would say what it say, daddy issues. It's just that, like, look, bro. It says what 1 in 4 black women are molested before age 18. So it's just like it's a lot of
yeah,
that.
and so
That's
so
what's going on.
a lot of them are untreated, right?
And it's black.
Either they
It happens
hate
to
men
black men too.
or they
A
think
lot
that
of
is
black men
normal.
that get molested also. So that's why I'm like, it's a lot of people
Yeah,
that's just damaged.
a lot of black boys who have been molested, but they really can't speak. Like the Hakeem Camel and whatnot. Bam made him his girlfriend, little girlfriend. His little cute little boy. You know what I'm saying? Made him his girlfriend when a Bam that took advantage of that boy. Now he's grown, he's angry, and the other one's really destroyed. Really was
Nah,
destroyed.
yeah. It was sad too because they was interviewing him and the dude just was like, looking down the whole time. You know what I mean? Couldn't make eye
And
contact
started
with
crying. So
anybody.
one interview, looking down, is crying.
Yeah, I was like, dang man. I'm like, that dude he's finished. You know what I mean?
And what I won't do is how community everyone had empathy for him. Nobody was calling him faggot or whatever like that. We will basically have empathy for him. And he's a victim. Nobody made fun of him like he was less than a man. He's a human being. So
Nah,
that's the one
yeah,
thing good about our humanity. When nobody, if this was like a generation ago, everybody like, what? You got raped? You were raped? What? Now we understand this shit happens and it has to be dealt with.
right. And it's crazy you say that because they was doing an interview 9 years
And
ago and they was
this is
showing
another
it.
thing. Well, look, check this out. His Pinky, Burley Pink, whatever her name is, right? This is a whole thing. I've been hearing this for years, right? You sound though like you're jealous that he was no, I'm not. Let me tell you something. Sean John, the businessman, and Puff Daddy, the businessman, I support. I used to buy his Sean John stuff. I supported him as as a business person, and I always admire the fact his business. But the bottom line is this: he was a bad. Just like I had to admit, even though everybody knows, like Elvis knows, I love Bill Cosby. But I really have to sit there and say, you know something, Collar? Bill Cosby did a lot of bad things. It's nothing about being jealous of his wealth. I was proud of Puff Daddy at the time. He made me proud as a young
Yeah.
man. He could pull off what he did as far as like financial and stuff like that. He was up there with big time white people. I seen him out there. He opened up his Justin's restaurant.
Hmm.
And it was like a 5-star restaurant. When I was very proud of him that he could ever do something like that. It gave me hope.
Yeah, she's trolling, man, because I'm like, everybody, was proud of P. Diddy. Nobody was ever hating
Everybody's
on
proud
him.
of his
You know what I mean?
accomplishments.
Everybody wanted to be like P. Diddy, like, be mogul, CEO. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
he
everybody's
was the
proud of him.
guy.
But the bottom line is this: we live in a world where justice and accountability has to be there. And he has to pay for what he did. Simple as that. You
Yeah,
know.
and it's like and then the thing is, like, I don't know how she's saying we're jealous. It's like, if he's quote unquote allegedly supposed to be a leader, you can't be a sexual deviant. That's number one. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we have to
You have to
cancel
be
this
when you're
guy.
a leader. You have to lead by example.
Yeah, like you can't do stuff like this. Like your
Like
leadership
me,
will be
I lead by
revoked.
example. I lead everything you see me do when my public persona on this platform. I lead by example. I don't say certain things. Say I don't like this. I mean, telling women, "Go give me an inbox." Was like, no, I don't do that shit. Because I'm leading by example. If I say I got a wife and I'm committed to a woman, that's what you know me as. I lead by example. Black man, you have always been a target and a threat to the other race. No shit. But P Diddy just put another target on our back. You know,
Exactly.
and
That's
so
what
you don't put your money together, put it back. We do put our money together. Just like the bottom line, people, I'm not gonna put my money together and buy a whole fucking truckload of Cristal. I'm not gonna do that shit. Diddy has been terrorizing the black community since the '90s. Yeah, we were under. Even though he did good, but the bottom black people know he did a lot of good, made us proud. But basically, people in Black America feared him. We're afraid of this man. Because he had all
yeah.
this power. We were afraid of him.
Right.
Black people were afraid of him. So was that. You
And the thing
know,
about it is, like, I don't know why they want us to be so forgiving. It's like he did, like, sexual abuse crimes, like those type of crimes, like really harm people for like 10 years plus. You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
that
yeah. You
victim.
think like you ruin people's
You know what
entire
I'm saying?
life.
Like that victim might
It's
not
like
be
giving
good for
somebody
a very
heroin,
long
right? It's
time,
like giving
bro.
somebody hooked on heroin. You're destroying people's lives and whatnot. You have to take life seriously. People's lives, Miss Burley, Lauren, Pinky. People's lives are important. If you can't respect human life, then we really have nothing. You can't say Black
Exactly.
Lives Matter, right? And
Like,
then
where's the
basically say,
empathy
"Oh,
for
it's
the
just a bunch of
women?
black girls, just a bunch of black girls that got molested. Oh, no big deal." And then go out there talking about Black Lives Matter. It don't work.
Right? Like, do you not know the psychological damage that does to women, bro? That's why I'm like, this has to be taken serious. Even if it was just one, two, or three, like the
Oh, check this
damage
out.
is still
This is sad.
serious.
This is sad, right? I could tell this lady's a prostitute. She probably got a pimp that whooped her ass, so she normalized. She goes, "You talk about
And she from
because
California.
he whooped the bitch's ass for stealing from him." Yo, if
Yeah,
you got
she gotta be
billions and billions
trolling,
of
bro. This
dollars
gotta
in the
be
bank,
trolling,
and
man.
you call yourself almost a billionaire, right? And let's say somebody steals from you, and it steals like $1,000 for you. You gonna almost kill somebody for fucking $1,000 and piss in their mouth and shit like that? Okay,
Yeah,
that's just
no.
so. Piggy Well says American women have been touched.
So, Kyle, I got a question, right?
Right?
You getting me?
Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
All right. What's up, Dog Migo? Let me give you a shout out real quick. I thought when you got your little
Yo.
rant, you're gonna be real, you know, real harsh about it. But I think you control yourself, man. I don't think you're too sensitive
Well, I
in the
said
chat.
Nah, I just be
So you're doing
playing,
a
bro.
good
I don't
enough
be
job.
serious, man.
So let me
I
say
think
this,
I was
Kyle.
fair.
So
I think I was fair to him.
no,
I
I'm
was
talking
trying to be.
about Dog Migo. He's doing a good job. But so the issue with Diddy, right? What he did was despicable, especially if somebody that you say you love and you show to the world that this is your girlfriend or your partner, to be doing that kind of thing. Well, there are guys out there who are called cucks who likes to see, other men sleep with their wives. Kanye West just made a song called Hail Hitler, and he talks about that in his song that he likes to see other men sleeping with his women. So on the issue with Diddy, right? It's despicable, it's morally wrong. But having somebody piss on your girlfriend or even piss in her mouth, which is crazy, it's not illegal. Can we agree that it's not illegal?
I'm gonna say this. The whole thing is it's the whole thing. The illicit parties. Some I heard that some of the women may have been underage. Someone may have been drugged. That's you heard about that part, right? That some women said they were drugged and they didn't really know what they were doing, like that. They weren't doing willing or they felt like they were forced to do it. The one guy testified today said, "Yeah, I did what I did, but he was like he forced me to do it. And he took my driver's license or something like that. And say I know who you are. I know like this. You can't escape, whatever, like that. That's when it crosses over into something different. So when you start using coercion and stuff like that, intimidation and everything like that, when intimidate. If you basically have so Diddy was the type of person he used money and power to manipulate and control people. When you got money and power, that you have a different responsibility to people. That's like you say. If they prove that he used his money, his influence, and his power, right? It's like if you were basically a school teacher, right? And you say, well, my sex with a student was consensual. That's never consensual. Why? Because a power dynamic. Puff Dad, P Diddy's situation was a power dynamic. He had power. It wasn't just a bunch of people he knew down his level, and all the people that he victims of this were people who were poor, people who were promised that they would be made stars in the industries. So he knows that. He knows that. A clue is when that remember that Making of the Band show.
Yeah. Yeah,
Remember,
they prey on people like that.
yeah, he's a predator. I saw that back then. That's right there would turn me against him. When he make them kids go out there and
Kids walk for that cheesecake for
Yeah,
Beyonce,
yeah.
cheesecake.
which is
Hey man,
crazy.
dude, you know what's crazy, bro? I used to go to FIT for summer courses, bro. Like walking in New York is serious stuff, man. You know what I mean? You can't just be doing that.
Yeah, so bottom line is this, and he basically humiliated them, and they never recovered from that because it was like their joke was, give me some cheesecake, motherfucker. And so bottom line, the fact that he said I want some cheesecake like that was power. He's showing his power, how bad you want to look. If they're talented, we're not using their talent. But why are you gonna make them do that? Why are you gonna put through like this? Remember one time he had a thing where he had an opening for an assistant. He was basically saying, "Do you really want to be my assistant?" Right? To pay his, I guess he'll pay people so he could basically abuse them, and humiliate them. He was not a good person, Elvis. He was not a good person. And the bottom line is
No, I'm
this:
not. I'm not saying he's a good person at all. I'm just
the
saying that
point I'm trying to
there's
make is
morality and then there's legality.
black people would never tolerate that from whites or Asians or Hispanics, whatever like that. But we have a thing we tolerate it from black people because we feel we have an obligation to people because we share the same race. I'm saying them days are over. Them days are over. You do something wrong, you need to pay account. You be held accountable for it. That's what I say. Let's see. Principal says Hollywood is known, yet this is all the way I want to go. Was it? I don't know anybody in Hollywood that's doing this that wasn't known, that wasn't blacklisted. Principal. People have this idea that everyone's out there doing shit like P Diddy. It's not that way. It's not that way, bro. People have this thing that there's all these wild parties going on, that people are doing all sexual deviant stuff. No.
I mean, and if it is like those people, like you said, those people are getting blacklisted. Like they blacklisted with Harvey Weinstein,
Or
a
they're
couple of
smart enough not to do it inside the United States, where it can,
yeah, right. That's why they do it on the boats and stuff for the no jurisdiction or something
yeah,
like that,
so
right?
that's what they do. They make sure they get outside US waters or something like that and do all that
Yeah, if you're
bullshit.
on international waters,
What is
yeah.
it called?
Yeah,
Maritime
I
law
mean,
or
but
something like
why
that?
even do those things? Why even do this? Well, I think what the lady was saying earlier was that a lot of these people have kinks, right? Like a lot of these guys are cucks, where they pay other men to sleep with their wives, which is crazy.
Let me tell
A
you
lot of people
something,
like to do
Elvis. Let me tell you something, Elvis. The most
asphyxiations.
look,
That's
look.
crazy shit.
I always know this for a thing, right? There's no such thing as just innocent passive sex, right? Shannon Sharp is going through that right now. What you may think is okay, he thought he could just get with these white girls, whatever, like that, okay, like that. Yo, look, in these days and times, and always times, right? The bottom line, you know who's smart about all this? 50 Cent. 50 does not get with no female, right? He makes sure everything, interaction, everything is recorded, right? So nobody can come to him and say, I was forced, coerced, whatever like that, He almost makes them sign a consent form before he does anything, because that's how he is. But when you basically are thinking that you're going to get away with something like this, whatever like that, even if it's consensual, right? It's very easy. Like they have this what's it called? What's the phrase? What's the phrase? Believe her.
The NDA, the non-disclosure clause,
No.
non-disclosure
The
agreement.
phrase going around like if she don't ever question if she says it, she happened. Don't ever question a woman. What was the phrase they use?
Or believe
Believe
her,
her. Believe her. That was it.
or
Believe her.
believe women, or something like that.
Yeah, believe her, right? So if you live in a believe her type of thing, man, you could basically have an innocent relationship. You could be in a bar and let's say you talk woman leans over, kisses you or not, and then she decides, oh, I think he aggressively did
Okay,
that,
Kyla, let's think about this, right? So as black men, regular men, right? You live in a community, you got out of 20 people, you probably got 3 people out of that 20 who are abusers. Men who will beat on their wives, whether it's physical abuse, verbal abuse, they beat on their wives. Now imagine those men become millionaires, multimillionaires. You think they're going to stop abusing?
Yeah, but
It's just
my
these
point, my
men
point
who
I'm
have
trying to
these
make,
character
my point I'm
flaws.
trying to
Their
make
money
is,
is,
hold on, what point I'm trying to make is, P Diddy thinks that just because he had money, he could do what ordinary man can't do. An ordinary man knows he could not do coerce somebody. If you look at trial, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna see if I can find a trial. It
What I'm
said it.
saying is he was already a bad person. He was already an abuser. So let's say 1 in 20 black men are abusive to their women, right? He was already an abuser, whether he was poor or not, he's an abuser. And once you get money, it only exacerbates who you are. It only shows you who you are to a higher degree.
No, it showed
And
you
that's
who
what
you. What
happened with him.
it only exacerbate what you think you can get away with it. Get away with. That's all it's about. It's like what you can get away with. You're gonna do it, right? But the average person knows he's constrained. And knows there's justice. But how?
Our boy in Dama is being reckless. I think you need to time it out for a little bit. He's mentioning Bomani and
Yo,
saying that Bomani
come
needs
on,
to start.
Dark Migo, are you
But
sleeping or
why is
something,
it
bro?
in Dama doing that?
It's because I can't do that if I'm on stage. You know what I'm saying? Like I got
You
to
can't
be in
do
the
that.
chat.
Oh, jeez, man,
I
jeez.
got you though. I'm gonna drop down. I got you.
Delete his comments. Adama's a fucking freak. He's one of those weirdos. One night, I'm looking for any day him to pop up. This is the name Adama and whatnot.
Yeah, he was being real friendly yesterday with old girl, Honeyflower. He was being real.
He's
Let
trying to
her
get with
talk. Let her talk. Let her talk.
she ain't interested in that clown. She ain't interested in that clown. Well, on Dynasty Show.
No, on our show yesterday.
I don't remember.
Oh, not on our show, but on your show yesterday.
In a car
I don't
accident.
remember.
I don't know if that was him. Was that him or a different guy?
The first witness is now on the
I
stand.
don't remember. I can't remember. All I know is that show was the highest rated show I ever had in one night. Had 1,000 views in one night. I was like, wow, man. So I was like, damn, that was a good show. I wasn't even gonna do a show last night, you know. And 1,000 views, but yeah. So let's see what Puff Daddy's show. Let's see this.
In the federal sex trafficking trial for Sean Diddy Combs in New York City after final jury selection and opening statements this morning. The prosecution portrayed the music mogul as the leader of a criminal conspiracy sex trafficking ring, while the defense rejected that, saying trying to turn Combs' consensual sexual relationship.
Yeah, I think the sex trafficking is going a little too far. That's why I don't believe that. Trafficking requires you to take one person from one place to another, and you'll say you're trafficking them around against their will and stuff like that. They prove that the people, although they were coerced, they basically participated. That's not trafficking. It's abuse. He should be strongly condemned and sued, whatever like that, for damages. But trafficking, I think, is a little harsh. You know, that's what I say, you know. But, and I'm no lover of P Diddy, but I think trafficking, you know, is a thing. Like, let me give you an example. Nowadays, if you basically call yourself a pimp, whatever like that, and let's say some of these guys, I'm pimping and whatnot, you know, and you basically you could be hooking females up with guys, whatnot. Let's say years ago, I used to be a bodyguard for women that did lap dancing and stuff like that. I used to be bodyguard, right? Now, on that, the statute now is I could have been arrested for human trafficking. You know, like, dang, all I do is stand outside while they do their thing, whatever like that, you know, and I could be arrested for human trafficking. So it's a really slippery slope. What the hell exactly is human trafficking? You know, that's a thing, you know, it's all women basically human trafficked, you know, even if they willingly did the shit. You know, that's a really slippery slope. I don't know if this is the case they really want, you know. But the bottom line, what's happening is people are going to be so disgusted by something they might just convict them, you know. They might just convict them just on the fact that all the stuff that happens on Casey getting beaten and stuff like that. That might, if that brings emotion out in people. But people say, was he done? They look at his statutes of human trafficking. Does he actually put people in bondage and everything? Well, let me read the statute of human trafficking. Let me find this. Let me read the statute of human trafficking. What is human trafficking? What is human trafficking? What? Okay, what is human? What is human trafficking? What is human trafficking? Is a complex and evolving area. Let's see, it's still evolving. So it's still evolving. There's nothing written in concrete. It's still a new law. And it's basically the culture that's defining human trafficking. It's not nothing set in stone just yet. It says both federal and state statutes address it. It generally criminalizes the exploitation of individuals for labor, services, commercial sex, often involving coercion. See, that's what I said. Man, the law, 20 years ago, this probably wouldn't even been a case. But the new laws, right, it's basically broadening the definition. Coercion, fraud, or force. Key federal statutes include Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000 and its subsequent reauthorizations, you know. Harboring, transportation, obtaining. This participation can be bought. This is for exploitation, force, fraud, or coercion. These methods often use control and exploit victims. You know, he could be on that right there. Sex trafficking. This involves the use of persons for commercial sex acts, including force, fraud by, or involving a minor. Forced labor. This involves exploitation of a person for labor, servicing force, fraud, or coercion. Vulnerable victims. Trafficking often targets vulnerable who are unable to resist and coerce or recognize the abuse. Penalties carry severe penalties, long prison sentences, and potential life for aggregated offenses. If he gets convicted, I seriously doubt I seriously doubt. Let's see. I'm looking at this. The federal law. Okay. I don't really think they got a case, to tell you the truth. I really don't think the way they went about this trafficking and whatnot. I thought they really had something on, but trafficking is it's a long shot. It's a long shot. That's what I figured. Let me finish playing this video, folks.
Into sex trafficking, quote, will not work. Combs pled not guilty to charges of racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. Joining me now, Christy Greenberg, former SDNY Criminal Division Deputy Chief, former federal prosecutor, and MSNBC legal analyst. So, Christy, you were inside the courtroom. Tell us what it was like in there.
Well, it was packed. There were 2 rows full of Sean Combs' family and friends, as well as other members of the media and other members of the public that were very interested to learn what was happening. You had 2 opening statements that portrayed a very different image of who Sean Combs is. You had the prosecutors saying that this man ran a criminal enterprise for over 20 years, that he engaged in using force and coercion in order to make 2 separate victims engage in these commercial sex acts, these freak-offs that they did not want to participate in. And then you had the other side, which is the defense, having Sean Combs stand up and show a different side of him and say, look, he's indefensible in terms of committing domestic violence, but that doesn't mean he's a sex trafficker. That doesn't mean he engaged in racketeering, and trying to make this distinction and really focusing on the victims and trying to turn the jurors' focus to the victims and say, look, they were strong, capable women, and they made a choice. Now, I think that will ultimately be a difficult thing for the defense to show, because of all the evidence the prosecutors in the opening statement said that they had, showing that actually these women really weren't making a choice. You have the video of Cassie where Sean Combs is beating her, striking her, dragging her out of that hallway video when she was trying to leave one of these freak-off sessions. That doesn't exactly look like a choice. We also heard from the prosecutors that there are text messages where one of the victims, known as Jane, is saying, I don't want to engage in these freak-offs. I don't want to do this. And then there are apparently also recorded calls that we are going to hear between Sean Combs and Jane, in which Sean Combs is offering her money and telling her to say that she wanted to engage in these freak-offs. None of those pieces of corroborating evidence sounds like these women had a choice. So I think that is going to be really critical evidence for the prosecution. And just one last point. Even if there is the sex trafficking charges, but there are 2 charges, one for each victim, of transporting these women across state lines for the purposes of prostitution. Those charges do not require force, fraud, or coercion. So consenting adults traveling across state lines for the purpose of prostitution, if he did that, he is guilty. So these arguments about the women had a choice, they're not really a defense to these transportation for prostitution charges. I think those charges in particular will be very difficult for the defense to overcome.
Let me ask you about the jury. As I understand, 8 men, 4 women, all from Manhattan, the Bronx, Westchester County, north of Manhattan. Includes everyone from an investment analyst, a physician's assistant, scientist, UN worker. I think several of them said that they've seen the video of Combs assaulting Cassie Ventura in an LA hotel hallway. I wonder what your thoughts are on this jury and its makeup.
Well, as you said, more men than women. That's generally not what you'd want to see when you're prosecuting sex trafficking cases. You'd like to see more women on that jury. It is a very diverse jury, and both in their backgrounds, in their jobs, in their educational backgrounds. So bringing a lot of different experiences. But yes, they've all seen a very critical piece of evidence for the most part. And the defense acknowledged that in the opening, that yes, many of you have seen this video, and please keep an open mind and please try to separate what you've seen before coming into this courtroom from what you're going to see in the courtroom.
That is remarkable composure, can I just say, with all of those emergency vehicles going behind you. Christy Greenberg, lawyer and reporter extraordinaire, thank you so much. I know you'll keep us posted as this.
Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. Now, the transporting women across state lines may be his downfall right there, because you don't need coercion for that. Like I said, you cannot transfer a woman. That's called a Mann Act. You can't transport a woman across state lines, for the purpose of sex or whatever like that. So something you have to know. If you basically are in North Carolina, basically you have a chick, whatever like that, and you take her to Virginia, yes, the Mann Act, taking women across state line for sex. That's how they got Jack Johnson, That's called a Mann Act, taking women across the state line for immoral purposes, that's so he's definitely guilty of that, but as far as like, then again, one woman says, I don't want to do this, and he says, well, say you want to do it. And I don't know if they can prove that the girl didn't want to do it and he did it anyway, whatever like that, but you can't do that after the fact. You can't just say I was coerced after you did it. You have to prove that he coerced her to do it in the first place. It could have been like he promised her money, she did it, then she had regrets and says, I don't want to do this, whatever like this. And he said, well, say you was coerced, So that's why I said he left himself open with that. You never. Sometimes I would realize that you basically, when you talk to women, right? You as a man pretty much know if a woman likes you or not, or they're down to play. Women who are down to play, and I don't even think it's about that. I just think Puff Daddy and people like that with power, they have this thing about thinking they could. It's almost like they want to break certain women resistance and whatnot, and so they're like, oh, I don't care. It's almost like I don't care what you like or not. I'm P Diddy, I'm power, I'm your master, I can do whatever I want to do. That's what plays into a lot, because the average man is not going to go up to any woman that they don't think is with it and do anything. That's just not an average. But when you got so much power and money, you think you could have any woman against their will. That's what you have, and it's
Facts, yeah. It's just the ego thing, you know what I mean?
an ego thing. I think that's what it is. Okay, hold up, Dr. Mia. What's going on, brother Bomani?
Yes, brother Kala.
How's it going, brother?
Greens. I've been trying to catch you at a time when we were talking about Liberia, but continue what you're talking about with Puffy and.
Yeah, draw
the time we can talk about Liberia.
We'll talk about Liberia. We did Liberia.
You want me to add something to what you're saying as far as all the distractions with Puffy? The main thing I will say, man, is it's unfortunate that when we as a people accumulate a certain level of wealth, we have to look at how we can use some of it to redistribute for nation building. But then again, you'd have to have a nation building mind and so on. So I don't know how that works with them. But this is a person that's in a position to work with people like me and yourself and assist us in what we're doing in Africa, and other people also, other groups of people out there. And
he chose those parties over than working with Black nationalists. Because
we're trying to pioneer a move in Africa, and you've seen, people have seen our struggles to where we need different backings and different support. It's just like when a guy from Facebook first came out and was building his platform. I mean, all kind of white folks surrounded him and invested in him, and now you have one of the most dynamic, biggest platform in the world as far as social media. So I'm not saying that any of these people out here that have access to what they're supposed to just like give us their money and just do for us, but it's like and that's what I love about Garvey. Garvey talk about the same thing that all these established nations of people are doing is the same thing that we're supposed to be doing. So we're at a time now where Africa is a big move, and some of us need to make some move and work with some of us, or make their own move to where we can create opportunities. Example, with this kind of money that they have, I mean, because right now all of this man's money is going towards legal fees. He's fighting an uphill battle that he may not be able to survive, but then all the lawyers are going to be paid ridiculous amount of money that could have been put into whether you're billing communities in America or factories in America, or communities in Africa and factories in Africa. Something is like, we have to be able to invest back our resources back with our own people and create opportunities, because literally the system is going to take it. It's just like when I talk to people on a regular basis that tell me they want to come to Africa, I tell them, hey, the money that you're spending in Africa is paying for your ticket, it's paying for your tour guide, your transportation, your meals, your tour sites, it's paying for your vacation, your getaway. That's money you're spending on yourself. So it's like you're going to spend that money regardless. The only thing is like, do you want your hard-earned money to go back to the system, or you want it to be used for development and nation building? But some people may not have that mindset. But even if you don't have that mindset, it's like we have all been around enough Go Black campaigns, Buy Black, Build Black campaigns. And that was like the legacy of Marcus Garvey, always trying to get us to focus on how we can, we can put our money together and compete with the rest of the world. But it's unfortunate that all of this is going towards court cases, legal fees, and going back to the white system.
Yep, you're absolutely right. And like I said, my whole thing with Diddy was right around the time he grew up, right? That's when I first got into the movement, right? Back in the early 90s when I heard about him, I first 94, right? And the thing is, he was talking everything against what I stood for, I was talking about Black unity, cooperative economics, and all stuff like this, He was talking about individuality, get paid, Cristal blowing money, and what's the store back? I can't remember the stores back then. Buying Versace and all this stuff like this,
Gucci
and all stuff like this. I forgot there used to be a store people used to shop at. I forgot what it was. Just
Gucci.
I forgot. It was like they always bragged about Rodeo Drive. Yeah, going down Rodeo Drive. When I said, man, so in other words, you're going against everything we stand for. We're talking about buying black, building a black community, building a black economy, and he got somebody. And then what was sad was he was more popular. It seemed like black people sided with that. Everybody was like all about the Benjamins, Kala. Well, what you call it? I'm a big Willie, Kala. I was called a player hater. You a player hater, Kala. You a player hater, man. Nobody want to listen to that shit. Nobody wants to say that cornball shit. I was called a cornball.
Yeah, I think that time frame you was in, like that's when black people was real hard headed, right? Like they really wasn't trying to hear.
So the symbol of that was Puff Daddy to me,
Yeah.
And I always had a grudge against him, even though I was proud of him when he did Sean John and stuff like that. I was proud of him one time because I had a conundrum, right? On one hand, I talk about this black cooperative economics and blah, blah, blah. On the other hand, the people who are actually making money are the people who don't believe anything I'm talking about. He's talking about doing like remember there was this one article, right, where basically he basically mocked like the Black conscious movement, right? He was like, yeah, when I go out to the beach, right? He goes, man, there's a lot of people out here. And somebody said it was a lot of black people there, but white. He didn't mention the fact that there was a lot of black people out here today, right? He just said there were people out here today. He kept going out of his way to make it seem like color and race doesn't matter, like his whole thing about Tiger Woods, remember that I'm Coming Out video, and with the Tiger Woods thing and whatnot, it was all basically mocking the sort of black kind of. I remember one time he had a conference with the conflict with the Hebrew Israelites, right? And somebody said to him, Hebrew Israelite guy said, yeah, that's why your boy caught a bullet. And he almost got into a fist fight with a Hebrew Israelite in the street, And it was like, he was like, man, you motherfuckers better start contributing to the community. And Puff Daddy got said, well, bring that shit, nigga, And so the bottom line is this: he was basically always against this movement. Then at certain times he'd be like, "Oh, I want to do this for black." He said he's gonna buy the Panthers. That was a joke, He thought he was gonna afford the Panthers, a football team, Or was it the Carolina? He thought he was gonna. Man, I was like, man, it was a joke. Anyway,
I mean, there are tangible things that these people can do to help the black community, and if they're pro Black America, then they can focus on pro Black America. But the future of the world is going to be, the future of the world, according to people like myself, is still going to be on the African continent. So as I've learned the last 21 years traveling across the African continent, when I first got to Africa, I ran into people that were called Lebanese. I didn't know about what the Lebanese was at that time. Then I started going along, and he started seeing more. He started basically seeing every single nation of people that represent the rest of the world there, and they were not there doing what I was doing, tourism or trying to find their roots. They were there laying a foundation for the future. You know, us coming there is trying to lay a foundation for the future, but you're going to Africa, so you're trying to connect to the roots, you're trying to learn about the history of people, you're trying to build relationship. But they, you know, most of them already had a head start, whether it's the Lebanese, the Indians. Some of these groups have been in Africa as early as in the 1850s up to the 1950s. So not saying that black people from the African diaspora wasn't making a move to Africa, but at the same time too, that's their head start that they got set up. Now that they have their head start, and they're just working to build things over a period of time to where next thing you know, they're gonna, what all of these nations are looking for, they're looking for what? Laborers, they're looking for workers, they're looking to create what they create and pay the same salary that people complain about. People complain about the slave wage of a salary here based on the fact that, you know, things are very expensive in the economy. So it's the same situation in Africa where you have groups, you know, you build a factory here, now you're going to need workers, and then, you know, you're coming from China, so you're used to not paying your workers anything and not having certain things in place. So you're not going to come there in Africa and then come up with all these nice regulations to protect people and make sure people are good and give them salary and benefits and so on. You're just looking to use people labor. So where's the people from the African diaspora representing everywhere else outside of the African continent that are coming in? You know, that's the purpose of us coming in, is to build relationship with our own and build a relationship on a level to where now we can put our money together and now we can compete with the rest of the world. And then instead of certain other skilled people coming, then, you know, because you're here in the African diaspora where it has a pool full of talents. I was in the U.S. Navy as an aircraft technician, and I work at the airlines as an aircraft technician. So you're around people that's on your level as far as a technician. And we have some skills. We have some very skilled and talented people, but we don't have the necessary setup for us to move to the different countries. And, you know, because there's no guarantee that we're going to get the contracts or we're going to be the people that's going to be able to make these moves. But we can make it if we do it independently, because what the government would do for another nation, it doesn't mean that they'll do the same for us. You know, because when they deal with China, India, or some other countries, that country is bringing all the things that they need to bring in. So that's why, you know, we have to work to step our game up, and it would be nice if we had some very successful black people that's open to our movement and open to work with us. And that's why I'm always telling you that the more we can do, the more we may be able to attract people, but it shouldn't take us to keep on doing what we're doing for other people to join forces with us.
Yeah, so like I said, that's why I don't feel sorry for when P Diddy and all these other people, because they say, like, is there a better way than fucking having these stupid yacht parties and all those kind of stupid parties and whatnot? Is there a better life out there?
I mean, you can enjoy those life, man. That's the life to live. Now, yacht parties and pool parties and certain parties, but at the same time, too, you know, we should have some level of social responsibility, especially with most of us. You know, most of us, when we look at our background, we all come from some sort of hood or some sort of struggle. Most of us, and not saying all of us, some people had generations where their family did well and they passed on the wealth. But for the most part, most of us, you know, came from the ground up. And so when you see people who come from the ground up, you literally think that they remember about back in the days about our struggle and having a social responsibility to say, you know what, I'm gonna do for my own brothers and sisters and work with them, you know. And all of us have been a bit some kind of benefit from other black people doing what they did to where we have, you know, more opportunities or be able to compete. So it's one of those things, man, brother. Generation to generation, we have to keep on doing it. Just like you and I talk about all of our great visions of working with the African continent to get more of our people to come there and combine the energy.
Would you listen to what I was saying before?
Energy. Where did Elvis go? I was going to talk with him also. He just
he disappeared. He disappeared. Check us out. Did you hear what I was saying earlier about my plans for Liberia? Like, I'm letting a little bit. I try not to reveal everything. Well, I guess I have to because everybody give me what are you doing, Colin? I said, first things first. One is, this is my vision. One is to first get an office there. That's my first thing. Then I might get a warehouse. I am going to get a warehouse, you know, to store equipment, tools, and stuff like that. And I need transportation. I need personal and business transportation. I need a van for the office and business when I have to transport people back and forth, whatever like that. logistics, getting around, look at all the stuff that I need. So what I want to do is I want to be able to operate in the country. You know, I want to be able to operate in the country, do stuff, host people, and everything. And the ultimate goal is to have a new building. You know, maybe find a building and build business. Imagine a building that has office spaces and whatnot in there, a conference room. Imagine basically having a banquet. Imagine having a banquet. Imagine being able to host dignitaries and heads of state and whatnot, the Black African infrastructure, you know. I'm hosting people from all over the continent. So in other words, we're on a continent. We got a country that we can operate as. Like we can invite people from other countries, heads of state, business, or even people from other countries, from Russia, Germany, whoever like that that's interested in doing business. We could be hosting and be a source of power. In other words, it'll be like an institute. Not only that, we do that, we also have a library there. We also have a policy institute where we have a bunch of think tanks working on things and whatnot, coming up with policies and whatnot, you know, that we could submit to different international bodies and stuff like that. Like the Hoover Institute, they come up with policies, you know. It's all written down on paper, the projections, the analysis, all stuff like that that you have done and whatnot. That's what the institute is all about. You have people, you have authors there writing books and stuff like that, you know. You have events there and stuff like that. That's what an institute is, you know. And the institute also has gives out grants for funding and stuff like that for different projects and everything. That's what I dream, you know. That's how you're gonna get this Pan-African movement done. And it's not gonna be done from here online. We have to build that institute in Africa, a Pan-African Black Nationalist Institute in Africa, you know. First step is me getting this platform monetized, which is going to help pay for my office, you know.
Oh, have fun with that, man. Have fun with some of these characters donating anything to you.
Oh, we'll see. If I can't get on, then what happens is, plan B is I gotta fund it myself, right? If I gotta fund it myself, right, well, I'm gonna do it. One way or the other, gonna get done. If I can fund it myself, then I'm not gonna listen to no advice, no nothing. I'll just be a dictator. And other people like, Colin, well, I'll be making all the decisions. Nothing. Me having people funding will give people a chance to have input. That's what I'm saying. You have input in what we're doing and stuff like that. When you see stuff going around, people have input because they're contributing. You know, you have a voice, you know.
Absolutely.
And
if you want them to contribute, you may have to get some people a job. Because I know some of these people that be up here while I'm working at night, they'll be listening to you, and some of these people that be arguing with you for no reason, literally because, brother, you know me. That's why I roll with you, man. You have a great vision, and but it's like I can't be one of the few people to work with you on the Liberia project. It's like all these people is like, yo, they got to contribute some kind of way. It's like you can't just take the brother's time, you know.
That's why I said once I get set up, you know, I'll say, look, this is what we need done. You know, if you could do this, like it don't take a whole lot, right? I would love for somebody to come across this platform and be like, even if you hate me and say, you know something, I have a degree in grant writing. You know, I would like to donate some time. Okay, well, maybe we could come up with some money for you. How much would it cost? Okay, so it costs $500. Okay, I'll go to people. Hey, look, we need to raise $500. Send your super chat in and whatnot, you know? And we're going to raise for this project right here because she's going to do this project for us. For that, you know? Like I said, this right here, when I get monetized and people ever contribute, I'll be able to do stuff. If people want to contribute, they can contribute. You know, my goal is to keep convincing them that what I'm doing is serious and necessary, you know? If I could do that and people start putting their money where they're bound for, I can get a lot of stuff done. But in order for you to get a lot of stuff done, I gotta also have people that can do stuff, man. I refuse to believe that all the people coming on this platform, nobody knows how to operate a computer. Nobody knows how to do research. Nobody knows how to do anything. All they be able to sit around. Where's the African collar? Where's the African collar? What next?
Yeah. Yeah, what they have to realize is it's not your responsibility to build all of these things. It's our collective responsibility. And you're talking about somebody who come from organic Black organizations like the Universal Negro Improvement Association, UNIA, and World African Diaspora Organization. And you learn these fundamentals of this building group. And one of the main things you're going to always learn is the fact that the only way we're going to move forward is all of us have to contribute. And I've seen these things work on a small scale. So now that we're talking about Africa, it's the same thing. And I'm thankful and fortunate that all the things that I talk about doing in the three businesses I started, I've always had support for those business. Our presentation is good, but we're also consistent. And so I've had to just learn to just really just not waste time with people. And I would say almost 90% of people call here, they call in for business, and the other 10%, you know, just kind of give them a little clarity that, you know, I can talk with you and be clear on things, and we can communicate, and I can give you updates. But at the same time, to all the business that we're talking about is, you know, it's cash money business. I refuse to run a Black organization in poverty and in struggle. And that's one of the things is, you know, you don't want to be smart like me and you and end up being a poor righteous teacher.
That's not gonna happen.
I've met some good brothers, and I got nothing but love for them. I'm not gonna call anyone's name in the history, you know, and they have just dedicated themselves to the Black Pan-African community, and people suck their life and suck everything from them and contribute little to nothing. And next thing you know, that person is end up at an old folks home or worn down, you know.
Yeah,
It's unfortunate. As a matter of fact, one of the great scholars that was just always this an incredible visionary and educator is Dr. Ben, and the way he passed was just unacceptable.
Yeah, it was
not going to name a bunch of names, but you can just add the names in of, you know, some of our great warriors.
You know, a lot of clowns did. They were going up there, seeing him on his deathbed, and took pictures with him. Man, the motherfuckers like, and started posting online. Say, I was Dr. Ben. They went up to the hospital and just like, you know, for 5 minutes, just started taking selfies with him. I mean, the niggas were just pathetic, man. You know.
You know, my thing is, I'm, you know, don't come see me when I'm dead and gone, and then talk all this crazy stuff. It's like, while I'm here, living and breathing.
That's what I am.
I've dedicated my young life from as early as back as 24 to a movement called Pan-Africanism, which you know, I know some people have their whole bunch of different definitions. One guy last night that you're talking to, he was going off about Pan-Africanism, and I'm like, it's like the people that are out there. If y'all listen to a bunch of people who talk about Pan-Africanism and are not injected into having an organization or moving people or making things happen, you know, they may be a Pan-Africanist in their mindset, but it's like, don't just be looking at these failures and rejects and then labeling them Pan-Africanists and saying that they're part of the movement that we had. The movement that I was, you know, connected into was an organic movement. It's not something that you just call yourself from watching a few YouTube videos. You have to literally join an organization or join a few organizations, and you have to actually be committed to the work. And then you have to definitely study. One of the first things that we did was a whole bunch of study group. I don't have my camera on yet, but behind me is a bookshelf, and let me go get my favorite book. Are we talking?
They got Blueprint for Black Power.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up. And
Blueprint for Black Power.
Yes, it is. And you know, Amos Wilson was another great elder, you know, who died untimely. And these scholars and the great people who came before us, you know, like I hear a lot of people online just talking, you know, greasy about Marcus Garvey. None of us are perfect people, but the work and the vision that we have.
Why does that happen? Why is everybody attacking Marcus Garvey all of a sudden?
Yeah, and you know, usually I'm not gonna get on there live and argue with them because that's not what I'm about. But you know, someone like Marcus Garvey inspired people like myself and you know, and a whole generations of people, and for one reason, you know, and it's just like, you know, when you talk about Malcolm X, you know, self-determination, you're talking about self-reliance. You know, it's the same vision. We have to figure out what we're gonna do for ourselves. And if you see someone out there trying and they failed, you know, that's more respect to them than you, who sit there like a sitting duck and then watching and monitoring other people. And then and for the most part, you know, you have people that want people to fail. It's like, that's why you don't have any black leaders. People keep on talking about black leaders. It's like, why would, you know, like my son is already super smart than most people. He like, why would, you know, in his mind is like, why would anyone want to join and do any of these things when all people are going to do is wait for you, is like pray and wait for your downfall or sabotage you. But people like myself, it doesn't matter what anyone out there come with, what they want to sabotage or try. I'm a hard person to kill. I'm a hard person to destroy. You know, I spend most of my time building relationships in an organic world to where people work with you, to where you find the best of our people. And unfortunately, I can't waste my time with the rubbish. Like I wouldn't waste my time with the rubbish in
What,
Jamaica,
Kunga? You talking about
America,
Kunganda?
and the rubbish in Africa. And I'm not calling anyone specific because it's a bunch of people out there, but it's a bad image. It's like, how dare you talk about any of our ancestors who gave their life to a movement, you know? And literally, some of them end up just struggling because we weren't there to help them and work with them, you know? And then us in a position of luxury and relaxation and in a great comfort, you know, driving your nice car, living in a nice house, enjoying wonderful meals, eating out, traveling where you want to go. You're gonna literally, and you know, which is not changing the dynamics for our people. You know, you're just enjoying luxury. And then you talk about people who have given their heart and to fight. That's why people like myself, I'm dedicated to this movement for life. And I always tell all of my group members and associates and people I work with that failure is not an option. It doesn't matter how hard things get in Africa or what what we've been through. We're gonna pick ourselves up. And that's why I've been talking to a few of my brothers. I was like, you know what? We've been through all of these things in Africa. We've been, and the testimony that I tell people is like, we're coming to the African continent. More than likely, whoever you are going to be around is not going to change. And it's not up to them to change or up to us to change them. It's to us to change ourselves and be clear about what the game is and how to make moves and who to align with, who not to align with, and figure things out. So that's what we've been able to do on the African continent, specifically in Ghana, to where now we can move progressive. So I'm always telling people, if you're looking to do anything, you can always reach out to me for consultation, free consultation or conversation. And many of the things that we'll share with you is going to save your life, because we want you to come to the African continent and be successful. And more importantly, want you to work in a union together. The people that I've traveled with me and maybe have went back and done what they're trying to do, those are the ones that usually pick you off. You go somewhere to a foreign land, or whether you're looking at your ancestral land, you're gonna be fresh and green. Now I have friends that they're the only person that's in a community, and then so I get their feedback and they tell me all the things that go on. But then I gotta tell people, like especially my Ghanaian brothers and sisters, I got nothing but love for Ghana and all of Africa. I would always, if anything, limit myself to say anything that may be negative. But what I'll say realistically is the same struggle that you have there leaving from America to Ghana is the same struggle someone else will have going to Jamaica and being the only American in Jamaica. So what we have to do is learn the game and literally just, there's enough of us there in the countries like Ghana where we can work together. And then whatever country you're going to, like in this instance, Liberia, there's people there. So we got to have the heart to just reach out and put aside our ego. And right now, as these people in government are talking about their golden plan to make the world as white as possible and as dominant as possible, which is, if that's their vision, they can do what they need to do. And that's where Marcus Garvey come in place, to where, hey, that's their move and that's their vision. Then what's our move and our vision? It should be the same as them to do what we need to do. And so right now, that's why I was looking for Elvis to come back so me and him can have a little chat about Liberia, which is, I'm always looking to talk to people from Liberia in your platform, but he ran off. So Elvis,
he knows about Val Thomas. So the way he sees the energy in Liberia is growing in interest among a lot of Black Americans and a lot of people like that. Liberia is definitely a target country. It's may not hit the mainstream yet, but it's definitely a lot of people. And people like got Dr. Kula. Dr. Kula, I didn't know her and Val Thomas knew and Cynthia knew each other. Of course they did. They're from Atlanta, so of course they probably knew each other. So
because they network together. And what I want to say for Elvis, especially if he comes up and talk, is like we have to put aside our differences, because a lot of times I hear him and you going back and forth, and one of the main questions I want to ask him, would you like to see different energies of us coming in your country and being a part of the future? And like the first thing I would tell people is like, no one is coming to take over anything. We all want our peace of mind, but it's like, I realize we can't enjoy the utopia of Africa if we don't partake in building it together.
Yeah, like I told people earlier, I said, look, Liberia to me is like heaven, And so I tell people all the time, so look, I say you just have to experience it like I experience it, It's a friggin' heaven. To me, it's like a heaven. It's like our ancestors founded a place, peaceful and stuff like that. You can still see the peace in Liberia for the most part. Is tranquility when you go to a place like Scissors Beach or Cooper's Beach. You can see what our ancestors felt when you're sitting at Candasia. You say 200 years our ancestors sat on these shores and whatnot, just marveled that they're on a new continent. They're back on that mother continent and they're trying to build and whatnot. They're trying to. They're sitting in Thinkers Village, right? Thinkers Village, right? Thinkers where people thought things, And out of that came the idea of a Black Republic, And so I said to myself, I basically could do nothing but basically honor them by continuing what they envisioned. That's what I do. And like I said, this platform is going to help me do that, help me get all the stuff I need, the equipment, everything I need to really operate in the country one day have an institution there, That's how the African is going to be built. We need institutions first, We need people, institutes that can facilitate and build the people, because the people go to Africa, they really you have nothing. They're starting off with nothing. That's all right. Go. But if you say you get with the Association of African Americans for Liberia Institute, right? It's on such and such street, right? It's a building right there, and they got conferencing, they got offices, they got all stuff like that. Secretary, a functioning building, right? Even has an auditorium where events are being shown and whatnot, where you got Black educators and business people from all over the world come and meet together in one place and whatnot. And you got Black America, and you got friggin' Liberia in one place, to engage the African continent. So look, folks, come to Liberia with us next year. You want to be part of this conference next year. This is the beginning of a revolution,
Yeah, perfect, man. And if you want to drop this comment that's there so the page could be clear.
Okay, let me see.
Just have to click on it again, it will disappear.
All
there you
right.
go. Yes, my good brother, Color Genesis. Don't mean to take you away from your P Diddy energy.
We got plenty of time to talk about P Diddy. We're talking about Liberia right now. That takes precedent over everything. Liberia, Dusty Bro says, Liberia is growing in interest except for the Liberians that come to America. If Liberians don't want to be in Liberia, why should African Americans? Look, the bottom line is...
Can I answer that question, man? Because I love that question, man. I hear that all the time. Like, I'm from Jamaica, and my family, we moved in '88 to New York City. Now, all the white people that we were around and everyone else, are they just gonna take that? Oh yeah, y'all moved from Jamaica, so that means Jamaica is not going it on. We can't go there and invest and can't do. It's like everyone else go to Jamaica and make their moves and make what happen. It's like, and us coming to make a living, especially people who just want whatever opportunities, that should have nothing to do with that country and people being investors. So for ignorant Black people, because that's the only set of people who have these ignorant arguments.
Yeah, Dusty Brother understands. I always
like Elvis that are loyal to the system and don't want to go back. That has nothing to do with you reclaiming your connection.
Right, so my whole thing is,
it's an opportunity for those who are visionaries and have it. So if you come from a country and things are rough for you and you're struggling, and you're making moves somewhere else and things are a little bit better, and you should be open to want to make certain moves there. But if you don't discourage the rest of the people about those moves. So I was always hoping that Elvis at least lend support
from another country. At the same time, you got people. Well, how many white Americans are in the Philippines right now, right? But look how many Philippines that say they have to come to America because they don't have no work in the Philippines. But it's different situation for expats, We go to Africa as expats, So we're in a different position than somebody like Elvis, who's fleeing like a situation. We're not fleeing a situation. Of course, you're gonna have a better standard of living, a better life. And Liberia, Africa in general is like paradise to a Black American. Eugene Jackson said that. He said South Africans understand what the hell does Black America see in Africa that they don't see. He's like, because we're going to a country where the problem in America is we're always around white people and they got everything. So you go to Africa, at least you got that breathing room. You're around majority Black people and whatnot, That's why you go over there. But people like the African immigrants or who are used to that don't care about that. So when you go to countries like Liberia, Ghana, South Africa, the problem that you have that chance to breathe because you're around other black people and stuff like that. And whatever you do over there, I'm not saying that you're going to go over there and live a life, but most people should be able to go there and have some sort of residual income. If you got residual income in America, right, you ain't going to go far. But in Africa, it's going to go a long ways, you know? Rent's cheaper, all that stuff like that's cheaper. Visiting there, doing stuff and everything. Also, when you go to Africa, I hate to say this, right? You automatically are in the top 10% of that society, you know? So black people from America, you know, if you got a pension, if you're retired, man, why wouldn't the hell you go to a place where overnight you're going to be in the top 1 to 5% of the population, you know? And you're going to have that sort of privilege. Why wouldn't you want that, you know? So Dusty Brothers, that's not the same thing as Africans who are coming here to get a new start. You know, I get that why they come to America. I get that, you know. But
People need to stop picking on people for wanting a better life and wanting a better
I
opportunity.
don't blame them. I don't blame them.
I'm literally sick of it. Like people like myself, I'm here, and the opportunities that I have, what do I want to do with it? I want to be a part of the future of Africa. And that's what you do when you're part of Pan-African organization. You want to be, so, you know, we built our program, which is what you see right in front of you, to get people connected. And that's how we start a whole lot of networking. And, you know, when Ghana was in a country, literally 20 years before this schedule, we have 2006 when I first went to Ghana. It was just, you know, I'm not going to say anything negative, but it was, you know, it was rough. It was a rough country. And then as time go along, you can see the beauty of the country and the growth of the country. And you can see more and more people going there, living and doing business and connecting. So a lot of times, you know, we just have to set this thing up. And same thing I was telling you about Liberia. I first went there to Ghana in 2006. We did a business conference. It built some energy. We came back with a bigger group 10 months later. And it's the same thing. And the next thing you know, I had people, I can't even keep up with the amount of people that they just go back on their own. They have their house. They have things going on. Not saying that everyone is just doing all well, but people have also made the move to where they have learned the system. And it's a combination of people going through it, doing well, and also people who just like done with Africa. But at the same time, too, the more we go through these things, the more we can figure out a better game plan to, you know, make it work. Because I hear these haters on different YouTube channels criticizing us, talking about how great America is, and like I would never discount that. You know, me and my entire family have done well from this.
Well, we're not Captain American Negroes, you know.
You know, we've done well from, you know, the opportunities that we have, and it's wonderful. But for people like myself, I'm being this direct to people. It's not enough for people like myself. It's not enough for being a slave descendant or being, you know, stolen from your ancestral land. It doesn't give you the mindset of this is freedom when you know that you're an economic slave, whether you run a business or you're working for the system. Because when you calculate the amount of what you make and what you give back into the system, or what you have to send back to white-owned business, whether it's whether it's your mortgage, your rent, whether it's your utilities, it's sickening that, you know, that basically all you're doing is working and empowering the system and basically maintaining your own madness. So while you're doing well, we have to think about where can we reallocate some of our resources little by little over a period of time to build a future for ourselves to where we can have some level of peace and freedom. Like most of the people you'll meet, they'll tell you how free Africa is, and you know, but at the same time too, there's certain things that may not be to your comfort. So, you know, you have to pick your poison, and if you're going to make the move, then now you have to be responsible to build that level of comfort, because any kind of lifestyle that anyone is literally looking to live, I've seen it on the African continent. I just literally went around the entire African continent, going from Liberia to Ghana to, you know, to Egypt, to South Africa, to Kenya, you know, north, east, south, west of the African continent. And you've seen, you know, and that's the purpose of you traveling in the world of tourism, because now you're not just relegated to the struggle of the country. You can see a combination of the history, the culture, the modern part of the country, the growth of the country, the advancement, how people are living. And not everybody is living impoverished. You know, for those who just want to sit here and then make their judgment about Africa because people are making a move trying to find a better living. It's like, don't discount that and miss out on a level of opportunities, because then these are the same idiots that I see making videos talking about the Chinese is here, the Indians are here, the white people in Africa. It's like these people can't win for anything. It's like, it's like either, it's like everything they criticize, but then while they're criticizing, they have no game plan other than literally just hanging on to the master's ship and hoping that it doesn't sink, and then just enjoying everything while criticizing everyone. Real men, real warriors, put their mind and vision together like Marcus Garvey and have a vision and prophesize a vision where we need to build our own. We need to do our reconnection, do the same thing that everyone else is doing. Everyone else is consolidating resources and competing and out competing. None of us thought the Chinese would be one of the strongest, most powerful nations where everyone in the entire world depend on something from China. So it's like, it's never like the end of the world. I mean, the Asian countries rise from from poverty to growth and dominance and competitiveness is unbelievable, and I feel like we have missed out on that chance. But I feel like at the same time too, it's not over. But some of us got to make a decision. It's like, if you're down with what's going on, if you're down, if you want to see growth from Black people, then you have to commit yourself to doing something in America. And if you look into this road with us in Africa, you have to be committed. But you have to make a commitment either way. Like the people who call themselves FBA, which is just a shame because it's more division than anything else. It's like, okay, you're going to call yourself this. Okay. So instead of picking on immigrants and harassing other people, why don't you put your money together and build some factories, build some communities, build the schools that we actually complain that we need, and all the things that we need, because now it's like so many of y'all together.
All they want to do is do this fake ass reparations movement because they know that's no effort. Or you can sit around talking about, well, we're waiting for reparations. Well, you can be building something in the meantime, can't you? No, we can't build that until we get a reparations check. Okay,
well, I'll be the first person to say you're not getting no reparations. We have, me and Kala and other people have studied the history of reparations, and reparations is only given to people in a position of leverage, a position of power. And it's not given to people who are basically just the economic slaves of America.
It's not going to happen, folks. It's not going to happen. People are like, oh yeah, Carl,
but what we can do is, Black corporate economics. Amos Wilson, a famous Black American author, wrote an incredible book about building power, and most of it, what he talks about, focus directly here in America.
Check us out. If Black people spent 10% of income in Black-owned businesses a year, and also 10% income and like 5% income in Black-owned banks, you're talking about $300 billion a year going back into Black America. That's a lot of money. Black people in America have a lot of wealth. All our money goes everywhere. That's why Diddy he's part of that. That conspicuous Cristal blowing money and stuff like that. That nonsense.
Yeah, all these people do is this: they generate cash flow and they just give it back to the system, and everything fancy and nice that they buy is all owned by
Gucci, Rolls Royce. Was it?
I'm not knocking people for enjoying the excitement and the lavish life. They should, but at the same time too, we all we earn. That's just my words. We all need to have social responsibilities, because now you're in a situation, especially for those who are coming up on situations, hey, we get you to Africa and you can lay low. I mean, you can't do too much, but we can definitely get you to Africa and lay low before you get yourself into, other things that's going to just lock you away from life here. Because right now, it's not looking good for the brother, man. He's looking, when you have a lot of powerful people and so much people that's after you, it's hard not to go down. Yeah. So it'll be one of those divine interventions where he see the light of day. He's gonna
be like an R. Kelly, man. He's done, because one thing he got him on is the taking a woman across state lines. Even if it was consensual, you can't take a woman across state lines for sexual purposes. That's called a Mann Act. So if they have that with the fact that, let's say the girl says she was coerced, he is freaking really done. He's done. So the problem with Diddy is, I seen this back in the days. He felt like he was invincible. Remember the whole thing with J-Lo?
Power get to you, brother. Power. That's why, you know, you have a lot of African presidents want to be dictators for life, man. It's a power that, you know, when you come from just nothing and you just achieve that power. But the worst thing is just abusing it. And, you know, unfortunate when these things happen.
This is why, brother, I was talking last night. Everybody got me about these chiefs in Africa. I said,
All right.
dude, you know, I'm against the chieftaincy. Why are you against the chieftaincy, Kyle? I said, well, simple fact of the matter is, you know, a chief is nothing but a tyrant, you know? Look at the president of Togo, right? This nigga just made himself president for life. I sent you a thing with the first lady of Sierra Leone, right? She's the one that got the lady locked up because she said something on a reality show about her, right? And the lady's locked up without no trial, nothing like that. The first lady of Sierra Leone got all these expensive properties in the UK, right? While they said all these people are homeless in Sierra Leone, and she got a whole bunch of properties in Sierra Leone. These people, it's a joke. These people treat these countries like their own personal property, you know? And they want they really. I'm telling people all the time. I said, look, on my show the other night, I said blood and soil. I said, there's no way Black America is going to Africa and you guys think you're gonna do that to us, you know, taking our money, tax money, and y'all living lavishly while we do no. I said, we would destroy you wherever country we go to. You know, I know my people. You know, we will. It's best that we have our own space that we can build ourselves up like that. You stay over here. We can govern ourselves. We can hold our own people accountable. We could appoint our own officials, everything like that, and there will be the peace. But there's no way Africans are going to rule over us. That's not going to happen. You know, to prepare. Yeah, okay, we'll accept whatever like that. But we have to have a way of governing ourselves, taxing ourselves, raising our own capital, raising our money, and financing our own projects, being self-sufficient. You know, we got to have that. You know, if we have that, we don't have that, we have nothing. You know, because Africans for the whole time say, "Damn, man, all the money y'all blow on this bullshit. How come y'all don't have adequate health care? That ain't important. Why don't you have adequate sewer system? Ain't important. You know."
Yes, I mean, so what's important, and that's the thing of us as a people have to start being clear about is what's important, because it's a lot of this I don't care mindset. And you know, you've been to Morocco, two countries that we have been to together.
Holy jeez, man!
And does Morocco have a bunch of chieftaincy?
No.
You know, so it's like, you know, we have to look at the countries that are successful. I'm always impressed by Morocco. It's not one of the places I want to have on my itinerary. As you can see, this is just Liberia, no Morocco. But beautiful, incredible, impressive country, and you know, it's you know, the order of the day is there, and so they prioritize order, structure, infrastructure, business development, growth, and so on, and they put themselves in a great position. And I'm not saying that every country in Africa could be that way, but it's like you got to, you know, we have to just get away from all of this unnecessary greed. It's like, how much is enough money? How much is enough wealth? How much is enough power?
You know, Africa has generated enough money, right, to be fully developed. You know, I looked at that.
Absolutely, 100%. And
Morocco
everywhere should look like Morocco in Africa, honestly.
Check us out. Elvis want to compare Morocco's king to a fucking all these degenerate chiefs that all throughout West Africa. You know,
yeah, you're talking about the people who run these successful countries. You're talking about men of honor, men who knows how to share power, how to work things out, how to delegate.
Morocco, look, they have the best airline on the continent. To me,
yeah, I wouldn't say all of that, but that's your
opinion. Actually, to me, like the best.
It's not bad, but
that airport
in Morocco, honestly, will grow. The airport will grow.
Hold on, but that airport is like the best airport I've seen. You know, the one in Dallas, nice. But that Morocco airport, man, with the food court, they have it downstairs, right, where you can sleep. Right, they have a soundproof room. You can go sleep on a futon. When I wait for your plane and whatnot. I had so much fun. Every time
you make your way around the entire part of Africa with me, and you'll see some incredible, impressive places that, you know, you go to airports and airlines, Kenya Airways, Ethiopian Airlines.
You gotta show me some, man, because that's the nicest airport I've ever seen. You know,
yeah, it's one of the nicer ones, and it's you know, their airlines are gonna grow well for themselves. And the reason why Royal Air Morocco is gonna grow, which is perfect, because they're basically in a perfect position. They're in Northwest Africa, and
yeah, they're the gateway to the continent almost. You know,
and then well, it's the closest thing to New York, and then the next below it is Mauritania, which nobody really knows much about. And then to go down a little bit is Senegal, and then you have the Gambia, and all the way down to the rest of West Africa. So for you as a person that like to travel to West Africa, myself also, you make your way to New York and you get on a Royal Emirates flight, you connect in Casablanca, and you go. If you look at the direction you're going, you're not wasting time, and that's how you get there very quick.
It was like 6 hours almost.
And then now you can get flights from Casablanca directly to almost the entire part of West Africa. And the reason for that,
you can get Casablanca flights go all the way to Australia.
Yeah, but I'm saying, since we're talking about West Africa, basically they're in a position to where they service flights all the way to every part of West Africa. And the main reason for that is because there's almost no major airlines in West Africa. Cote d'Ivoire has seems to be a well-run, organized airline. Then Askai operate, which is with Ethiopian Airlines. They operate out of Togo. Outside of that, the two major powers in that region, Ghana and Nigeria, is just unfortunate. It's like you don't even understand how the airline business work. But
I do. I heard Nigeria plane was about to land and the lights went off at the airport. They had to reroute it someplace, man. That was sad.
It's all kind of mess there. So it's like, Royal Emirates does have that opportunity. So you'll see more. They'll have more routes and more opportunity. But until we step our game up, and there's only so much Ethiopian Airlines and Kenya Airways can do for Africa. Other countries have to step up. I'm not saying that those are the only airlines. You have Air Tanzania, you have Rwanda Air. Most of the organized airline for Africa is right there in East Africa and then North Africa. So it's like, what's going on with West Africa and Central Africa?
Yeah.
The places that we as a people are from.
They ain't got no money, man. We got money,
But these are also the parts of Africa that have the richest mineral and resources.
It's getting looted. Like I said, West Africa, Nigeria had enough money, right, and it's through its oil over the years, 50 years, that they could develop the whole continent 20 times over. That's how much money was wasted.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a question on when we talk about Central and West Africa, is like we have to take accountability as a people for managing our resources and wasting it. It's like
we have to be we Black people in the diaspora have to be at the table. I am not going to have
absolutely. And people, none of us trying to come and take anything over in Africa. But if we're going to invest, we do need to be at the table to where we could be a part of the future of the continent. So Mike and the rest of those guys that be arguing with you, I'm not sure where they at. And hopefully they
hold up. St. James, all of them want us to come there and be obedient Negroes. Let them suck out. We got 401k. Black America got enough wealth in our equity and homes and 401ks to develop any country in Africa, right? But they want that, but absent us having any say so. That's not going to happen,
There you go, absolutely. And where's all your usual suspects? By now, your chat room is jammed with trolls.
Let me put a link to the chat.
Haters and agents, and distractors, and maybe one or two intelligent people.
I don't know about that. I guess I got a couple of them, but I don't know, man. I just look. The bottom line is this: everybody want to know what I'm doing. My plan is now is to one, get this platform monetized, because I'm not going to spend all my money building this movement, right? You got to contribute. So I'm going to give everyone a chance to contribute on this platform with super chats and whatnot. And the money directly going to go into funding our office over there. We get an office. You get an office space for really cheap, not expensive, You get an office space for a good office space in Liberia for like $250 a month, a nice one, storefront, nice, like $250 a month. That's good. We could manage that,
Yeah, absolutely. You and a few people going on it.
I'll put up half and whatever, like whatever other half the viewers put. Then also I gotta do things like I gotta furnish it. You gotta furnish it. You gotta buy computers. You gotta buy this, and then to make it all work, I need a vehicle. If I got Ross or like that working there and whatnot, we got transportation. So I need two vehicles, one a personal vehicle myself, and then. Like that. So I need a lot, to make us. So all this is going to make it possible. If somebody wants to come in and invest or whatever like that, we pick them from the airport, He has with officers sign contracts, do business with, right? We also have places if a person imports equipment and stuff like that, say, I'm ready to do construction, collar, blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, we can rent you a warehouse space, a warehouse to put your tractor or bulldozer or whatever the fuck you want to do, So in other words, we're giving everybody what they need if they want to come here and come to Liberia and do business. And what this Liberia thing is going to do, if I master this, right, I'm going to be able to duplicate this in all these different countries. That's how the African is going to be built,
Yeah, absolutely, and definitely slow down with all these other countries.
Well, I'm gonna perfect Liberia first. That's
yeah. So just hang in there.
Other countries just happen organically.
I'm one of the people that's always encouraging you to this, like the country that you're committed to, stay with it. I'm literally going on I'm literally on the way to my 25th Ghana journey and 25 journeys all with a group. That's what I'm heading to Ghana with, and just hanging in there from the beginning because it was rough in the first few years. Then you hang in there long enough and you just keep on just learning the system and bringing more people and working with more people, and you'll get there, because this is the year for our projects in Ghana to just elevate. But it's just, you go through the fight, you go through the struggle, you go through the many things, and you hang in there. Like I'm always telling people, I was like, yo, I started traveling to Africa when I was 26, and now I'm 47, 21 years. And some people may say, hey, why haven't you moved there yet? You know what I mean? And why haven't you done all of this thing yet? And, anyone can make a move if they need to make a move. People like myself, your plans are a little more tactical and strategic. So even with the vision of building our community and getting things in place, it takes a few years where you just get what you need to get in place little by little. And then next thing you know, you have it built and you can make your move. But to just literally just go to Africa and not have the infrastructure, what you need to run a proper business. This place here runs 24/7, as long as I can stay up, But regardless, it's like a looping this nonstop operation. And even when I travel, you take your laptop and the business stuff, and you keep things flowing. But it's like you need to be in an environment where you can run operations as you need. So you need to be able to build your own infrastructure. You can't go there and set business up and complain about lights going off, this happening, and so on. But you do also have countries in East Africa where things are a little more stable. You can make your move. But our vision is to keep on working on what we're working on, and let no one distract you, because unless people can contribute and be a part of the growth of what we're doing, their comments, their communication means nothing. I'm a person that build a group of us to build our Black Star community. We're 50 plus strong. Just like I'm taking a group of 30 people to Ghana. So it's like that takes a whole lot of many things: skills, talents, trust, relationships, and all those things. So it's like I can't communicate with anyone who can't even put anything together or never put any kind of movements together or deliver or didn't do anything for Black people for me to even waste my time with them. So, but I'm telling people that if they really down with you, support your energy in Liberia so you can grow. And I'm a little more harder on people. That's why I literally my phone. It's almost everyone who communicate with me is just all about business. Like I don't have no trolls or no people wasting time. It's just all business, and I don't get a bunch of emails. And when I do get emails, it's directly about business. I've set myself up in life that I'm not going to deal with the trash of the Black world. Like I don't deal with the trash in Jamaica. I'm not going to deal with the trash in America, and I'm not moving to Africa to deal with the trash. It's like we should set higher standards for ourselves to live a quality of life no matter where we go.
That's how I am. I want the right type of Black people involved. And I do believe if we keep doing this in Liberia, we're going to attract those Black people that
absolutely. And you got the greatest advocate for tourism in Africa that the world have seen. With all the dynamic schedules we have, and when no one was really talking about Africa, people like myself marketing and promoting. I got VHS tape of documentaries and things I've done as far back as 2004. So you have a perfect Liberia schedule set up. All the marketing information is out there. It's all over the website. And we did this before. We have videos, pictures, and this new schedule is even more dynamic once you're on our website and you look through the schedule, and it's spaced out to where we're going to be able to do our interviews and be able to, sit around and connect together, network together, and talk about the vision of the things that we can do as far as just putting Liberia out there where it becomes an opportunity if somebody want to live and do business and network and literally, if we can get more and more people to honestly just work together, this stuff would be a lot simpler than we think it is. A lot of times we just make these things too hard.
I would like to somehow get this flyer on in Atlanta, on Atlanta newspaper. I might have to buy an ad space in an Atlanta newspaper or someplace like a black newspaper or magazine in Atlanta area, because there's a lot of people in Atlanta that's going to want to go to Liberia or connect, because of the work of Cynthia Nash and Val Thomas in that area right there, and Dr.
Yeah, so perfect. So you mentioned the perfect people. So they just have to be open to putting this in their publications, and then they just have to just let us know how much it's going to cost, and money will be sent to them.
Yeah,
so that's why I got to be serious when I tell people, because
I say I heard
business. People have no idea about the money and the time you're spending to do all the things that need to be done. So you have to run a real serious, profitable business, because the main thing now, you're trying to spend some of that money with Black-owned business for marketing. And when you get to the different countries, white people don't be all over the roots and culture like we think they are. A lot of times it takes more of us to come there to shop with our
also,
own.
it's the white people. They be going into the Lebanese store. They basically avoid all the African stores. You ever notice that?
A lot of those things are common. Just like I was in Mombasa on the beach, right at our wonderful, luxurious hotel in Mombasa, just living the life, while you guys are here just arguing on YouTube, enjoying paradise. So there's all of these major resorts. They're gonna have their tourism set up, and and so on. But you also have local people who are trying to get into business. And so, I'm always doing my research by just talking with people. You have to just talk with the people that live there and get a good feel of how things really work. So they're trying to get business, but the people that are there, they're not giving them any business because they're going to deal with the hotel. So some of them can do a little hustle and things like that. But it's like us coming there stretches the hands out to where we're able to connect with other people that the so-called good white people don't connect with and work with to build anything, because they really don't do that. They if this is a German hotel, a bunch of Germans going to show up there and they're going to just spend money with their own or others. They really don't spend money with the people. But what I've seen when my groups travel around Africa, I see us engaging and spending and connecting with the people. And then when we're looking at what those other people are doing, they may be doing some of that also, but it's not on the level people think they're doing. Most of the time, they just, they shun our people.
Yeah, they're not really messing with the people like that, So I don't understand why you can't explain to Africans, look, they're not fucking with y'all like that. The Gambia knows that.
Absolutely, brother. And do you know how much brothers I've put on in Ghana alone? How much people I've brought in my groups and put on to where they're doing their own business and things? And it's like, a bunch of white folks out there's going to show up in Africa like that and put folks on. They're going to come and build business with the government and whatever they're building. They're just looking to recruit your people to do modern day slavery.
Yep. And they're going to try to pay you.
I'm not saying that we're any savior, because none of us are coming to save anything. We're coming to, reconnect back to our ancestral land and work with the people who want to work with us and the people who have a vision for us to up the standards of the way we live and operate, because we can't compete against the rest of the world if we don't fix certain infrastructure issue and certain conditions to where that cause us not to just compete.
We need a place of manufacturing.
One of the biggest things is always skills transfer. We have all.
I was thinking about Diddy today, like Sean John. They were saying his stuff. Sean John, right?
He had a factory in Africa.
No, it was all over. And place. It was not even him doing it. It was like white companies. His business was horizontally integrated. Horizontal integration means your supply chains are coming across you, not vertical integration means you own the supply chain, like the materials, the manufacturing, and the supply chain. You own that. You own ownership. Horizontal means a third party owns you outsource it to a third party. Let's say you have Sean John brand, right? And you got two third parties, one that supplies you materials, one that manufacture it. They make the stuff and then you buy it back from them. You know, the finished product back to them. That's called horizontal integration of business. The easiest way how to do business. Horizontal integration. That's what Dangote does. You know, horizontal integration. Vertical integration means like Mitsubishi. Everything in that you see Mitsubishi from the when they build a car or they build electronics, everything is owned by supplied to by a factory owned by Mitsubishi, or they might have a third party someplace else with some parts, but another company like Sumitomo, something like that, or limited. You know, like some Japanese auto companies may work together and have one company, third party that makes their carburetors or mufflers, something like that. You know. But for the most part, they go vertical integration. That means the corporation owns everything, you know, and they do all the supply, everything like that. P Diddy, although I could say, okay, well, his was horizontal integrated, so he had no choice over where his stuff was being made, you know. So I said what he should have did was, okay, if he's gonna be horizontal, he could have looked for suppliers in Africa, you know, but because he wasn't thinking like that, you know. So
Yeah, absolutely, brother. That's the unfortunate with these people. You know, they don't have the right people advising them to work with us to do anything. That's unfortunate. But I know there's one person that did have the energy and the network and connections to actually connect with some of these people, and that would be Dr. Umar Johnson. And I'm not being funny.
yeah, what he don't do nothing with it, but act like a buffoon, you know.
And I'm talking about before he got into all of this, all of this to where there's people on one side and some on the other side, whether they believe him or not. But at one point, he had a dynamic energy, and he would have, he had the energy where, if he just kept clean and smooth and kind of laid back a little bit, he can get access to, to certain network of people to where we can, they can work with us in Africa on different projects. Not saying that's his job or that's what he should do, but when you do call yourself the Prince of Pan-Africanism, that's a title that means diplomacy, and you expect them
and
to.
he blew it. Everybody's like, this is what Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, exactly. So when you have the one or two things go wrong, then because people are just gonna label you, but then you have to also redeem yourself and market yourself, and then when you start talking about black men, making it seem like all of us are weak and not trying to separate the weak from the people who actually are doing what they need to do, and then you're getting into people business about their family, but then you don't want no one to get into your business about your family and telling people what to do. So you lose those credibility. But at one point he did have that energy and that momentum where he could have pulled that off.
Yeah, if he would have said less, he'd be all right. But the fact that when you got a camera, you constantly going live every 2 seconds. If I was out there with my camera going live on TikTok, motherfuckers would think I was crazy.
Brother, the ego it gets to you, man. Just like I was talking about earlier with this, you go from just having no attention to all this power if everybody's talking about you, to where you just feel like you're something and you're something special and you're invincible. No different from your topic, P Diddy, and next thing you know, you crash and burn.
Yeah.
While you had that momentum, you have to redirect the energy and get some things done. So right now,
I think his downfall was after that situation with J-Lo and Shine. Remember that?
Yeah, Shine. I do remember that Shine is this they're
now he's a politician in Belize right now.
Yeah, in Belize, this building his political career. But I've heard all of his interviews, and somebody I followed when I was younger, and just listen to his music, and that was a heartbreaker, man. But these at the end of the day, these people build this glorious power. Only thing they're gonna do is this, when it's your time to come, you're the fall guy, like you mentioned.
Yeah, so he basically
throw you under the bus quick.
Like I said,
just become a demon, this all into power.
I'm thinking about who was his lawyer. I think
things has to be more on a level where it's just people who just believe in a vision that's gonna.
I was him after that J-Lo trial. I was just freaking laid low and disappeared, but he got worse. He got worse. He
could have a settlement set up in Liberia where he just disappear, nobody knows he's there, and then you just don't.
If I was rich, man, I would have
the fame. It gets to you. You got to always be throwing parties, and everybody got to record it and throw it on YouTube.
Also, now that what is it about this red carpet money? Motherfuckers,
Redis
every time there's a Grammy, a fucking the what's it, Oscars. That nigga was at the Oscars when Chris Rock. Will Smith smacked Chris Rock. That nigga was there.
Money, power, fame, man. The drug of make people go crazy. It's unfortunate, man. It's like you have to just really think about what you want to do when you're younger. What kind of career you want to get into. Do you want to be a man of honor who's like myself, a technician? You go out there and you just do a job and make a good salary and just enjoy your life and make your moves. Or you want to be popular and famous, and you want to get all the attention.
I live to see,
and you want to control people and manipulate people, and you want to,
power and whatnot. I ain't interested in power. What I want to see is the fact that we as a people got legitimacy right now. This is the way I figure. Like, this is my opinion. People don't like when I say this, right? Right now in the Pan-African world, Black people in America and in the West, we really have no stake in Africa. We have no stake, no permanent stake in Africa. We are basically African enthusiasts, and we are interested in Africa, but we don't have an interest in Africa. See, the difference is, the interest is when you got something in Africa, you got an interest in Ghana because you got property. That's your interest. You want to protect your interest, You're not just interested in Ghana, you have an interest there. Like me, I want to establish an interest in Liberia. An interest means I got property, I got businesses, I got operations there, and so that I want to preserve, that I could lose when it costs a lot. That's an interest. Now the next thing we have an interest is people have governments that they go to the government and say, "Hey, look, Now, it was two things. This is a conundrum we're in. Do we go to the U.S. government? Because that's what the U.S. government does. It protects your property overseas, through diplomacy and everything. Do we as Black people in America say, screw America, I'm not no Captain America nigga, and be on our own? Well, African governments know that, and basically they play their hand that you have no backing, and that's what happened to the Hebrew Israelites, They see Africans know that you ain't got no backing from the U.S. government, or you only go to the embassy. Like St. John was telling me, Kala, man, why you go to the U.S. embassy? Because I'm a fucking American, you fucking moron. I'm a U.S. citizen.
Yep. People have this notion about these agencies and things. It's like everything can't just be this old conspiracy. It's like if you're in a country and you really need help, I've even told people, that's where your tax dollars go to pay for all of these things, whether it's public education or whether it's for all of these international embassy, take advantage of it in case of a situation. But just to completely just shun it off and just say, oh, yeah, well, they're useless, they're just only going to help white people. That may be, but it's like, you never know. You just can't just, we're just quick to just discount things. But
we're the only people in the Pan-African world that talk like that. Everywhere else is like, yo, man, they already look. I don't know what's going on with the United States, Langley, Troy. I'm just playing. We wish for Troy to succeed, blah blah blah. But I'm not gonna fucking go over and make some stupid statements and whatnot that I'm gonna jeopardize my freedom in this country. Like I'm taking sides against the United States. It's the stupidest fucking thing in the world, especially when I really have no stake in Africa right now.
Absolutely, brother. All of us want to see Burkina Faso do well and proceed with their vision and do what they need to do.
I wish them a lot of luck. I wish them well.
That has to be the focus. People just getting distracted by what these people are talking about and doing. If they really want to do whatever they want to do, they're going to do it, and you can't stop them. So it's like we're feeding into fear and craziness.
Yeah, so because I tell Black people in America, stand down.
And Africa, America is going to have their AFRICOM in Africa, regardless of what any of us think or feel or want to say, whatever. They're going to do what they need to do. And, I heard about the meeting in Liberia, or the conference in Liberia, and it's what it is. I wouldn't say what it will bring is, it would open some people who literally just maybe not even be on this Pan-African mind to say, no, I'm going to go to this country.
I'll tell you what could happen. A good thing happen is it could attract American investment. Say, hey, okay,
American investment.
There's
people feel safer when things are in place in that country. If they know there's an embassy and there's a military presence, it would just open more people's mindset to want to go and do things in the country. I'm not saying that this is like the end all be all, but it's like we can't always look at these situations as the worst thing. But I'm hoping that they stay their course and do what they need to do, and leave the people of Burkina Faso alone for them to do their thing. And at the same time, too, all what's going on is, nations are still going to do business together. Like Air France, I looked up the flights. Air France still flying into the country.
Now, St. James, all of them were lying, saying that Traore shut down Air France.
No, I mean, you're talking about two major countries. I mean, that's still a country that there's.
So I would love
there's diplomatic business going on between Burkina Faso and.
If St. James, if you're listening, call in.
You have, whether it's port shipping or imports, exports, you can't just like stop a whole momentum of a country moving. I mean, none of us would want any foreign military in the country. I mean that's one of the first things I saw when I went to Senegal. So I mean, if that's the vision of what they want, who am I or any one of us to tell people what to do? That's why I'm always just wishing everyone the best, because at the end of the day, we just need more progressive countries in Africa where people are going to feel safe going, and then they can do what they need to do so we can build a momentum and energy. Because China, India, their population is only growing. And while their population is growing, they're not playing around. They can't keep you cannot live in some of these countries, some parts of the two countries I just mentioned. So what are they going to greatly do? That's why they can outdo all of us in business and investment in Africa. Because I was just in Mombasa, Kenya, and they had the Chinese built a nice little compound, and they were doing a whole bunch of road constructions on the island.
But Mike, he answered St. James. He said Air France is not AES. This find the Burkina Faso.
Yeah, Air France is one of the oldest airlines in the world and one of the safest airlines. You don't hear about their planes crashing, and they make the famous Airbus, and which is one of the best planes in the entire world, probably number one in the entire world. And from there, it's not something you can just undo and stop immediately. Getting out of the military is ideal. Get them out, and then taking over your minds is always other priority, and building infrastructure and so on. But there's a certain level of diplomatic flow that has to go on: trade, flights, transportation, and then the people that that run some of the corporations there, investors and business people. You can't like stop them from coming into the country to do what they need to do, because that could possibly cause a country to crumble. It's kind of like in South Africa. It's a great place. I enjoy going to. I don't agree with many of the things that goes on there. And you always want for people to get what they deserve and what they need and what was owed to them and what was taken from them. But once a nation of people come in and they establish infrastructure and establish an hierarchy of how things flow, it's hard to just undo that overnight. I mean, the ideal thing is to have your own people well educated and ready to replace that whole system. But at the same time, too, that system that's in place, they have investors and they have partners in other parts of the world that fund the operation that's there. So if they go, then that investment go. It's very tricky. I do feel like it could be worked with over a period of time.
These guys say Jack keeps saying
right.
Air France left on our card, man. I'm like, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Well, maybe I'll just look the flights up again. I'm a person that's what we do. We fly all over Africa, and you just literally just.
St. James, this man does what he does for a living, man. He book flights. He knows everything about flying and stuff like that.
Yeah, I would look it up. He may be right. I don't. The ideal thing is for him to post a link for an article from a credible source that shows that. But nevertheless, So hopefully, those who out there heard what I said, and hopefully it was clear. But I've been traveling around Africa, and nothing is simple and easy, and that's why I don't like these losers that have these YouTube channels that literally just want to condemn Africa. It's like, yeah, they're sitting here and just enjoying a life under oppression, whether you call it oppression or you feel like it's oppression or not, or modernist slavery. It's what it is, whether you want to define it as something else, because it's not it's not progressiveness. It's not like we're building anything independent. So when those of us have this vision, and we talk about Liberia, Ghana, or just connecting to Africa, it's something that we can, more and more of us can partake in. You probably only have like maybe 0.01%, or you may add another zero to that, of people who are actually interested in any things that we do and are open to Africa, which is fine.
Those are, isn't
From day one,
same percentage of people that like inherit the earth? Like you say, why only 1% of people got all the wealth? Because they were the ones that sat around and said, "Let's do this." So when people are so born with silver spoon, right? They were the one who thought about this. Oh, let's build a railway right here. Let's cut through the canyon right here and the Cumberland right here. Let's cut through here. There's oil over here. Let's go through there with that. Next thing you know, they're rich, their family's rich and whatnot, and everything like that. And you sitting back hating on them. Well, why they got so much? Because they made decisions 100 years ago while your ancestors were sitting there drinking beer, doing not a damn thing, And so this is what we're doing. We're basically building something for our future generations are going to benefit. If we basically build our base in Liberia, Ghana, and these countries right here, future generations are going to have access to a whole continent physically. It's not enough to have just access to the continent from the internet. You got to be able to be like, okay, Ibram Traore, we got potential Black Americans investors, right? But they're not going to come directly to Burkina Faso. Why don't you meet us in Liberia? We'll fly. You know what I'm saying? It's how it works. We have a base of operations on the continent. That's something I'm saying to myself. Why did it take me to figure that out? We definitely need a base of operations, someplace where people from all over the world can meet Black America, In other words, I determined to make the BAO in Liberia the face of Black America in the world to the world, So in other words, if you're from Canada, you want to talk to us, hey, this is a new Black America. We're global. Liberia is going to be a symbol of a global Black America. Liberia is going to be our gateway to the whole entire world. Not from America, but from Liberia. That's why we got to build institutions and education and stuff like that. Make Liberia that base, for the rest of the world. Link to the rest of the world. Because it's the right thing to do. That's where our ancestors built it for. Just to have a state that we can operate. The Black man in America can have a place. Think about it. 200 years ago, they thought about the fact that we needed our own republic, 200 years ago, Bomani, And you got Negroes now still acting like they don't know what to do. 200 years ago, our ancestors figured that shit out. We need a nation,
Absolutely, brother. Let me just look at Elvis' comment real quick. Elvis was talking about, I thought he said Liberia. No. Elvis, when you coming up, Elvis, I'm still waiting for you.
Elvis ain't coming up. He's
it's all number love, brother. Nobody's here to fight and argue with him. We're all about building and organizing for the future. Like I mentioned earlier, these people have made their plans on what they're going to do to build their great white power nation. And
hold up. If St. James says Air Burkina is available, how come Traore had to get a Russian plane to fly into Moscow? Come on, St. James, man.
We live in America, so we're supposed to Air Burkina is not allowed anywhere on this side of the world. So
that's reality. People understand. That's reality.
If I'm in Ghana, yes. If I'm in Ghana already, you can.
I am not getting on everybody's plane. I ain't getting on.
Get on Air Burkina from Accra to Ouagadougou.
I'm not getting on anybody.
That's one option of people want to go directly, or you can take the bus.
I don't need to go that bad.
You can take the bus for about 15 hours into the northern Ghana and then cross over.
Yeah, I could take a bus, but I ain't getting on nobody's plane, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, for people who are interested in going, I'm just, me, I'll give people the logistic routes and movements. But if Air France is operational, you're looking at a flight from Atlanta or JFK, New York, directly to Paris, and then from Paris to Ouagadougou. If I'm pronouncing it to Burkina Faso, so. That's that's an important route, right? New York is basically this one of the most New York is one of those cities where everything operates through there. So, are you gonna stop the New York business people to fly from New York to to Paris to to Ouagadougou?
No, St.
Burkina
James.
Faso.
I look at St. James. No, St. James. Our good brother Ibrahim Traore did not have a plane. That's why what happened, man. Putin sent a plane for him, man. He didn't have a plane, man. You know, so they had no plane that was capable of reaching Russia. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, that means you can, you can I mean, you can get with Ethiopian Airlines. So that would probably his best bet. But yeah, that's a far flight. So yeah, and you need some skilled pilots to do that. So that's when Ethiopian Airlines will come in place, and then wherever they can get you in Eastern Europe, then I guess you get a flight over. Because I don't know if they have
They
direct
come
flights
from
to Russia
Burkina
there.
Faso directly to Moscow. That's a long flight, bro. You know.
Yeah, it's not like there's a bunch of airlines, but yeah, it's not like they have an Air Force One that can fly across the entire world.
Yeah, so it is what it is, bro. Everybody they see him as a messiah. I can't. And who am
Yeah,
I?
absolutely, man. And people are always looking for Messiah. So only thing I'll say to people is like, if you feel like the brother's the Messiah, you work with him and support him. Don't just like cheer for him like a cheerleader, because that's the issue that we have with great leaders who people just look at as a Messiah. They just literally just want to cheer him on and sit back and be armchair revolutionaries. Now you go out there in the fight with that person and you build what needs to be built. That's
Take
how
a
you
look
know.
at the last three
So
games.
when they have tours to the country, you get on some of those tours with Dr. Arikana or the other people that may be doing tours, and you go to the country and you explore it. That's showing your support.
The last three games.
No, but at the same time too, you have your project in Liberia, which I'm working with you on, and I have my project in Ghana. So I'm limited, but for the people who are just literally just feeling it, I'm feeling it too. But it's like for the people, make some actions, especially if you're not working on any projects or any things like me and Kala who have to figure out a whole lot for other people that we're around.
Right.
Because we have to be the leader
I have
we have to be the leader for our organization and
I
the
got to
people we're
focus on
around.
Liberia. That's what I focus on. Where like that, if there's some benefit for Burkina Faso to Liberia, what we're doing, so be it. But I can't just stop what I'm doing and be like, oh, tell everybody go to Burkina Faso. My goal is to steer people
Yeah, we
to.
need everybody to come to Liberia with us. But the good thing of it is, once they build and develop in Burkina Faso, and we do the same in other countries, it put us in a better position now to just make a better connection. You know what I'm saying? So it's ideal for the momentum to transform to development, and and for what we're doing also the same thing. And then now we have more dynamic countries we can connect people to. But yeah, I would love to see
Why
people.
is James say I'm hating? I am not hating. God
Yeah,
damn.
that's why you have to be careful what you say, online, because
Oh yeah, I forgot the Messiah.
people use it against you,
Oh,
and
if you say anything
they'll
against
completely misunderstand you. So I'm trying to be clear with every single word I'm meaning to people, because I want nobody accusing me of any crazy stuff. I'm not, I could do better things with my time, but we're having a conversation as we compare it to the power of our people just overuse their power instead of us focusing on investing in our future in Africa. And for us, for me and Colin and other people with our mindset in this Pan African world, Africa is important to us for us building the future what we're building. For those who don't understand it and can't get with it, that's fine. Then you can stick with your FBA crew and build something in America, because once you build something here, maybe we can do trade and business.
They ain't trying to build. That's my whole argument with you, bro.
That's the whole argument.
All these people are doing is they look. This is like a nightmare. I was really on track 8 years ago. I said when you guys did that friggin' event down in Georgia, I said we're finally there. You got energy to BAO. I said now buy black, do like that tours Africa. We are on our way. And along comes this fucking movement talking about we ain't from Africa. I'm a foundational black man. I said I couldn't believe the fuck I was hearing. This thing came out of nowhere. It was their whole movement is a reaction to the buy black movement, the Pan-African movement, anything pro-black, because they don't like the fact that the black movement, the pro-black movement brings people from the Caribbean, Africa, and Black America together and whatnot. And so they basically created a wedge issue. They want to stop that, right? So they created a wedge issue called "We're the American Descendant of Slaves. We're foundational Black American," right? And they start calling, like the other day, man, they were calling me a tether, you know? I
Yeah,
said,
they would never stop, man. I grew up in New York. We got there when I was 11, and what you experience when you're in New York at a young age, you experience an incredible microcosm of just a Black world. There's almost every single aspect of anybody who are Black that lives right there in New York City. It represent like all the Black cultures of the entire world. And so it's a little bit different. Some people just never even grew up in that environment.
right.
We live in East Flatbush, which is primarily people from the
I grew up
Caribbean
in
islands.
Queens, man. I grew up in Queens. You're on Jamaica Avenue.
And,
You got Jamaica Avenue, Parsons.
and they're very engaging. Then you go to another
Black
parts
people
of
all over the damn
Brooklyn.
world. Black people, from all over the world. Every different type of accent. Like Robin Williams said. Remember Robin Williams said, "Man, in New York, you got brothers that ain't brothers, right?" He goes, blah 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 blah.
I'm saying, but my point to that though, brother, is like when you have that microcosm of all different kind of Black people, people like myself, I figured it out. Try to find the best of the people to work with you to get energy building in Ghana to where we can make some serious moves, so where people can feel comfortable when they're ready to make a move. There's a lot of people that want to move, but we have to build a level of this comfort and safety for them. It is what it is.
Check it out. Here's an FBA person in the chat room. If
Okay.
the Buy Black movement was a real thing, nothing could. No, the fact of the matter is there were people who pivoted towards, we don't need to buy Black. We don't need to support Black. We need reparations. That's what killed the Buy Black movement. People got lazy and said, talk about reparations. Please, I know what I'm talking about.
That was an interesting comment, though.
Laziness is like the big trump card of everything.
So I mean, his point also is that I guess we have to build movements so it can't be broken, which is the point of
but we got if people are lazy.
The point of a lot of us that's not just rushing to Africa. Some of us need to actually plan this thing out to a T to make sure when it works properly, because you come half-ass. It's one of those things where things fall apart. So yes, it's unfortunate that we have flaws in that whole system.
People, this person says, so you make an excuse. No, I'm not making excuses. Black is still there, but the center of our culture is not. It's not the main thing about it. It's still going on.
Yeah, that's not really the main focus, but and also you're surrounded by. I mean, brother, you're surrounded by nothing but monopolies.
These people online that basically have been preaching delineation from Black immigrants and fucking reparations and Black Lives Matter, all this stupid stuff that gets us nowhere. So I tell you, it's done deliberately by people like Tariq and all these other people. Tariq and Expat don't preach Black. They talk about reparations and delineating from immigrants. Tariq got another video I'll talk about.
I mean, they're definitely pushing their own agenda.
They ain't thinking about the Buy Black movement. Buy Black movement good because you got people out there listening to these grifters, right? And they like I say, you and I come from those. We know that nobody like Tariq can get to us, right? But a lot of these people don't know any better. They see Tariq Nasheed, they think he's some cool guy. He's down. This dude was a clown from fucking Alabama, he's a fucking Bama ass nigga, and he's a clown, talking about all this stupid, this goofy ass shit he talks about, And so I'm saying to myself, man, real Black men don't talk like that, You don't talk up against your own race, your people,
That's their leader. So hopefully them and their leader can make Black America greater again. Because I would love to see
making shit great again. I keep telling you, they ain't trying to do shit. But
I'm just saying
us doing what we're doing. They want us to stop what I'm doing.
I'm just saying if they're really concerned about anything, that's what they should be concerned about. Because right now, there's no way how I don't see how people even compete with the different immigrant groups. So there's the Mexicans or the Indians. So that's what I mean. I'm saying that this should be their focus. I mean, if they're saying that they're foundational Black Americans, then their focus needs to be on what foundational Black Americans need to be about. Building something for foundational Black Americans.
They're not trying to build anything. All they want to do
is trying to do that. That means that they're just an internet cult group, internet cult hate group. And people like myself, like I mentioned, we come from a microcosm of New York City, And the best bet for people to be thinking about, try to find the best Black people that you can find and get some work done. And then your best Black people, maybe maybe a Nigerian, maybe a Jamaican, and maybe someone from down south here in Georgia, from America. Maybe, but the thing of it is, you start making divisions, you're just gonna lose a whole. You just drive yourself crazy. But that's what they seem to be doing, which it's impossible to do. All aspects of Black people around the entire world is all connected here in America. Some people have parents from all different places. They may be born in America, but they have parents from all different immigrant groups of Black people. So it's an unnecessary mess to get into, and for people who believe in all that, it's like, yo, do what y'all need to do. But those of us that's looking to make a move in Africa, only reason we're even making communication is to reach out to people who are interested in what we're doing. And if you're not interested, do your thing. I spend 0% of my time on any of those people platforms or debating or messing with them.
I don't go.
I do strictly business and work all day, every day. And if you ain't about nothing, I don't waste my time with you. It doesn't matter if you're from whatever country. For me, it doesn't matter where you're from, period, to me, as far as a Black person. It's about, are you down with what we're doing? If you're down with what I'm doing and we're going to work together, let's do it. If not, or if you're looking for looking for services or looking to work with us at any point, absolutely. Other than that, you get 0% of my time. And if you get any time, it's going to be under the paid consultation rule.
Yeah, these people, all they do is sit online. It's the thing is, they're everywhere, right? They go to everybody's platform, just doing that stupid FBA stupid nonsense. They think it's becoming real because they keep seeing themselves and people think like them online. So that's what I tell them. Look, you'll never see ADL's FBA in a book. It's never published. It's not academically correct. It's not.
You go around and talk to anybody about what FBA is, and you'll find out that nobody knows about it other than you internet junkies. But Kala, where's your usual suspects at, man? Am I scared? You want me to get off so they can come on, because am I scaring them off?
Yeah, I think you're scaring them, brother.
I'm just trying to see who want to come on to talk about Liberia.
Yeah, I want to see because what's
as soon as I got on, Elvis left. Like I'm some boogie monster.
I tell people all the time, if people are serious about Pan-Africanism and whatnot, I would say Liberia is Africa made easy. It's as easy as you're gonna get. It's an easy you're gonna get because the culture there is African and it's both African American. It has a history with the Black America, United States. You'll see a lot of familiar stuff, so you'll feel right at home right there. So therefore, if you're really serious about Africa, Liberia should be the first country you connect with, and we'll make it easy. For a little small price, you can go on a tour for 10 days and enjoy paradise. I'm telling you right now, we already did it, and we already did it. Hey, so we already did it last year. We pulled off a tour and everything. Everybody had a good time. We had things that happened, but the bottom line, we had a good time.
This is going to be a whole lot better. Absolutely, brother. Only way you grow these things, like I'm telling people, this would be my 25th time going to Ghana on the journey of a lifetime. You got to start somewhere, and then you just got to keep on building it.
This energy right there, look, this energy right here.
That would transform from tourism to repatriation to investment to nation building. But you got to do step by step.
You're inheriting a country with this Liberia connection. You're inheriting a country. That's something that you have that white America could not have. So right now, wherever you have in America, white people, let me break it down to you folks, right? The reason why, unfortunately, white people in America don't say, I don't care. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. If somebody's in power over you, Donald, you do care about what they think about you. Everything we do is, you would get upset when they make racial comments. That means you care about what they think, right? The reason why they basically look down on you because you don't have what they call a sense of Black America don't have a sense of exclusivity or privacy, as they call, right? Everything you have, they have access to. When they look at a Japanese, right, there's some sort of agency with the Japanese, right? They don't know everything they know. They don't know their culture. They don't know everything like that. It's reserved. They only know what the Japanese choose to tell them. But here, They scientifically grafted the black man in America where they know everything about us, right? They know our wants, our desires. They know what we hate. They know what we love. Every white person thinks he could write a black person's story. Like one white girl a couple of years ago, she was trying to make a movie about black people in America. She was trying to like a hood, like whatever it is. It sounded good, but people said because she's white, because she could never. I know everything there is about black people, right? And she had a good story. I saw the storyline; it was actually good. But the thing is, somebody should not be able to know everything about us. You know, there's nothing reserved for us, right? When you build in Liberia and Ghana, you have something that they don't have, right? All the white people that I know, they always say, "How was it Liberia?" Oh, I loved it, right? That's all I tell them. I loved it. It was great, right? They'll never know what I saw. They'll never know what I feel, I experience, whatnot, you know, because I have something to myself. And that was Liberia, you know, I have something to myself, you know, I have something that they don't have. Every black person needs that. Tell me what you have that they don't have, right? You say, I'm from New York. So the white people's in New York too. I'm from Carolina. White people's in Carolina, you know. I'm from Memphis. White people's in Memphis. I'm from California. White people in California. There's nothing you have, you know, that they don't have, you know. You don't have no space for yourself, you know. So the bottom line is, if you want space for yourself, join this movement right here. Liberia could be a definite place where you go over there. Let's say you go once a year, once every 2 years, and say you're going home. You're going to your homeland, you know, and you come back to your white friends like, man, you seem like a different person. Yeah, I am, man. In that land, I was a king, you know. I went to my homeland, you know. Well, I gotta go there sometime. Nah, you don't need to go there. We can go there, but that's funny. Yeah, you're gonna go to Liberia, white person, you know. But they know there's some place you just went to that they can't really follow you to. They can't master. You know, that's the only time. Usually when I talk to white people and they're like, oh yeah, I've been in New York. I've been to Queens, you know, I'm from, you know, oh yeah. Well, I'm from Queens and whatnot, you know, yeah. There is no space for you in America, you know? There's nothing that you have in America, no space you have that they don't have too. People talking about ATL. What are you talking about ATL? White people are ATL too. You have no space. So every group of people should have some sort of exclusivity. Our Jamaican brothers at least could say they got an island, you know? They got an island. Whether a Haitian brother could say, oh, I'm from Haiti, you know? And with that, white people have more respect for people who have something other than what they see in front of them. You know, people black, that's why black Americans, they understand why are these African immigrants? Because basically when you have people from the islands like Aruba and white people are like, oh yeah, you're from Aruba, I want to go there. Oh yeah, you're from Montserrat in the Caribbean. I want to go there. Oh, you're from Bermuda. I want to go there. I want to go there. It's something out of their reach, you know? But whichever you as a black person in America have is always in their grasp and their reach. Because you have the shore to shore mentality, as Langston Hughes said. Your borders and your confinement to the borders of the United States is nothing but a glorified plantation. You're a plantation Negro. That's why you got to make the connection to Africa. Then you'll be free, you know? So I tell you, I don't know what else to tell you, man. So I would like the people, when I'm on fire like this, mine, people don't come up here and argue with me because they know they can't refute what I just said, you know? Nobody can refute what I said. Those FBA people, they stay off this platform because they can't refute what I said. They can't refute that. I say when they can't refute, they just don't come up. They don't comment. They don't say nothing because, like, damn, Kyle on fire. Whatnot. He can't do it, you know. So, you know, all these people on social media. I have all these people coming after me on social media. All these people making videos about me and stuff like that. You know, I didn't mean to cause all this trouble. You know, I'm only telling the truth as I know it. You know. Everybody there's so many people hate my guts, man, right now, Bomani, you know. I'm public enemy. I dared to say that we should have something other than the borders of America, you know. I dared to veer off the plantation, you know. I'm like one of them Negroes that basically tried to make the escape when niggas like, yo, master, that nigga trying to escape when you know. And niggas trying to fucking dime on me because I'm trying to escape the plantation, you know. Going to Liberia is your little escape. You know, if you basically embrace a country that you say, yeah, I'm connected, my essence found in this country, That means you have something that the white man in America doesn't have. Why is that so hard to figure out? The American Negro has nothing for himself. Dusty brother, you understand what I'm talking about, right? You got nothing for yourself. You're dusty, you know? You got nothing for yourself. You know, you're just basically dusty. You know, the white man got everything you got. You know, he can take anything from you. You know that. They can't take Liberia from us, you know? That's something our ancestors built. That's something we're embracing, and we like this, you know. One day, Liberia, if we build Liberia, that one day that'll lead us to our own nation state, you know, hopefully, you know, in the next generation, you know. But we got to start somewhere. Start somewhere by reclaiming what we already built, you know, and that's Liberia. That's what I want to spend my life doing, you know. I'm not going to ever give this up. This is what I was born to do. This is what I was put on this earth to do, you know. So I'm never going to stop, you know. So it is what it is. So anybody want to come up, you know, for 3.5 hours. I don't want to be here all night. No one's going to come up here and talk, you know. I have an Amazon job. You put me onto the Lyft driver job app. Yeah, you can make some money with Lyft, you know. So I'm glad you're making money, Dusty brother. You know, I tell you, Dusty brother's the type of brother. I know how it is, man. You making money with Lyft and whatnot, you know, you feel like you're on top of the world. You make a little bit of money in America, you know.
That's good, man. So hopefully, brother, yeah, you use some of that cash flow to get a passport if you don't have one yet.
Get
That's
yourself
another thing too. When we're talking to everyone, you know, we have to, you know, check with them. Do you have a passport? Have you been to Africa? Have you, you know, certain things that, you know, we need to know about people.
Remember
But
that?
yeah,
Remember that dude? Farrell said that clown, that older dude. Farrell said that. I remember somebody was talking to him about your tours years ago, right? He said, "Man, I heard a dude, man, but mine is taking people to Africa." You go, "Well, what about all of us who can't go to Africa, who can't afford it?" I'm like, said first I was like, "Yeah, he got a point." I was like, "Wait a minute,
you got a point.
cares what the fuck you can't go?"
Yeah, I mean, for those who, I mean, what are we supposed to do? I mean, they, you know, it's like when we look at the amount of money that we waste every year and just give away and throw away, that's your money for Africa right there. Everybody.
He goes, "What about those of us who can't go and whatnot? You know, we're supposed to leave."
You can save, you can budget, you can cut back on all the waste, and then you'll get to go. But you have to make it a priority.
Yeah, you gotta be like this. You gotta
I
save
mean, I'm
your.
not here hanging out, balling, and hanging out in nightclubs and spending money and tricking on people. You know, I'm here working. That way, when I'm ready to go to Africa, I can make it to Africa and I can stay and enjoy myself and do what I need to do and keep on building that energy.
Same here, you
You
know.
know, go handle business, you know,
Same here, man. I
and
make
then
sure.
just and keep it moving until you're able to get your projects completed.
I
But then
can't.
at least, you know, key thing is movements. Some people literally just sit back, don't have a passport, just run around online on YouTube.
Yeah, you gotta have yourself a passport, folks. You gotta go someplace. You know, go place. I like I said, man. I do
And if
believe.
you don't, you don't, that means you need to be, I mean, if you want to sit back and listen, that's fine. But it's like I'm talking about the people who come on and engage. And did I scare them off, Kyle? I'm gonna drop off. You can play one of those P Diddy videos, and maybe all of them will jump in.
Yeah, let's see. But thanks for coming, brother.
I mean, I could stay on, man. I'm just messing with you, man.
I don't
Yeah,
know. Yeah,
but
I
if you
know.
need to play one of those videos, since that's your subject, you can switch off, and we can always put it back up.
Yeah, let me see. I played the video with P Diddy, the trial. Now, what do you think? You think? Look, I say like this
But I think about what
about his trial. You think? I say like this.
anything specific
I
about
don't
his
think it was.
trial.
I don't think it was. They tried to charge him with human trafficking. I looked at the law of human trafficking. I don't think that applies. I think what's going to do him is the brutality that people suffered and stuff like that. That's gonna if they could turn the jury against him, his character, then he's done. It doesn't matter what the evidence is. I don't think it was any real evidence of human trafficking. He has to really, really prove
It,
that physically force somebody to do something. You know what I'm saying? Coerce them.
yeah, they're throwing everything at him, so something is gonna stick. And then who knows who's gonna be on the witness stand.
Yeah, the one guy on the witness stand was like, I was scared to leave, and I don't know.
So I mean, everybody that comes up is gonna tell terrifying stories.
Yeah. If the people believe him,
And I mean, it's hard for a group of jurors to sit there and just like literally just not look into what's going to be painted as this guy is like the worst thing ever, and this monster. Which, I'm not here to judge him. I'm not here to judge him and call him what he really is. But anybody can just kind of sum that stuff up. But the main things is, when you're going around taking advantage of our little young boys and young girls, that's really sick.
Yeah.
So that's and I like to have a good party out, but drugging people without their knowledge is just unacceptable.
Yeah, drugging. That's the part I was trying to tell the girl in the chat.
I mean,
did you see that?
You finished talking about these parties. I wouldn't want to stay nowhere around it. They said everything is laced with ecstasy. Everything. That means you can't do nothing. You can't smoke. You can't drink. You can't breathe the air. You're just gonna be in there just drugged out.
Yeah, everybody's like zombies and whatnot.
I mean, if you agree to that, that's fine. But it's like, I'm sure most people don't agree to that.
And so basically, if you took advantage of people and whatnot, they didn't really consent to that. Yeah, you're in a lot of trouble,
Well, I mean, America's a country full of laws. I'm sure they have a whole long list of things that they're just going to be thrown. And
well, they said that human trafficking law is still evolving. That's still evolving. It's not like, okay, it's like, human trafficking could be, if they really get rid of, they say, Bomani, you took a tour of 20 people in Ghana, right? And Baba, that's human trafficking. They constantly moving the goalposts on anything, So if they get you for,
regardless if that one works or the next one doesn't work, I mean, these people don't just come up with cases just to get to lose. This is how people make their careers. They make their careers of taking on AKA so-called big fishes. So they're gonna bring everything to the table.
Yeah, they try to take.
They're not gonna leave no stone unturned. So
hold up, they use a quarter like if they know if you're not liked or popular in the public like Trump, you're most likely to get a conviction. Doesn't matter what the evidence says. So that's what they're doing with P Diddy. That basically all the people talk about, P Diddy, what are they doing? Well, you guys sat there and cheerleaded Donald Trump, that stupid bogus charge they had against him, and everything. I said, don't you understand, when you could do it for one, it does it for all. Now P Diddy is in the same situation. The media destroys your character and makes you out to be this demon, this monster and whatnot, The same thing they did with Trump, and the bottom line is this. So they say they would.
I mean, brother, it's not like these are not. It's not an innocent situation. These are serious charges and allegations. And those of us that's been around in the hip hop world, you always hear things. I live here in Atlanta.
I heard about a lot of stories.
I mean, you live here in Atlanta, so if you're out with some friends, and whether you're eavesdropping or whether you're just having a direct conversation, it's like, and then you live in New York, and then so things get around. So like I can't say I'm shocked. I'm just like surprised it's that bad.
Yeah, who hasn't brought the trial? Somebody should have been brought up. It was that African Bada,
That's another sick bastard.
He was raping boys. I remember that back in the 80s, man. I was like, when my boy Chris told me, he said, yo, Bam's a faggot, man, because he said,
none of this stuff is like
Soundview. He's from Soundview.
Is that some people continue with their nasty behavior and then got into worse things like he did. But some people literally just lay low. But it's like some people have a legacy of this sickness, and this thing has been going on with P Diddy for literally decades.
Yeah,
it's just gotten worse and worse.
Because there's no consequence.
Then you just become this powerful person where you can control people and you can just throw money at the people who
I heard Diddy, man, almost had Mike Tyson bent over.
That's kind of sick person that the guy is, man.
I heard Diddy, man, had freaking TD Jakes. That's a horrible sight, right? He had.
I heard he was trying to get Terrence Howard, and Terrence Howard like, I ain't with that shit, man. I'm protecting my manhood.
Yeah, good big up for Terrence Howard, man.
Yeah, that's why he's been laying low and doing his.
Somebody else didn't like going to his party. I think it was Denzel. He would think it was somebody else didn't like didn't fucking hang around. Denzel's the type of person that didn't hang around these parties and whatnot. If that's what it takes to be famous, going to these fucking parties, because Glad I never got famous like that, you know?
Exactly. It's the same sick thing that some of these people on YouTube do, this cloud chasing, and then everything out of they everything from them is just drama and chaos, because they know that people are just, they just people just looking for entertainment.
Yeah. That's what I said. We gotta get rid.
But then it's like it's a difference between those people and you listen to people. People like myself, as a serious person, I don't play around or waste my time with foolish people. You know what I mean? That's not my job or my to be nobody's savior. I'm here to build my family organization, build my business organization for my partners and the people that we're dedicated to.
Yeah,
That's my responsibility. My responsibility is not to be a captain, save a Negro.
I was thinking maybe I need to freaking start streaming on like something like, maybe there's more serious people on Rumble or Parlor or something like that. I could probably simulcast on there. Maybe I could get some more serious people, something like that.
Good luck, man, because people always doing this Pan-African witch hunting. They literally looking like they're just trying to chase all of us down and burn us, like all of us are losers. Like people can call themselves anything, and most of these people are not. So people need to stop listening to people on what they're talking and look at what they're doing. You're a Pan-Africanist, but you don't have a passport. That makes no sense.
Yeah.
You have a Pan-Africanist and you never left your block.
You're Pan-Africanist.
You're Pan-Africanist and just, like you mentioned, name only. And you're Pan-Africanist in theory. You sit in your mother's basement living off her welfare check and literally just reading books all day long.
Yeah, you got to go out there.
Poor righteous teacher in the making.
You got to go out there and do something, folks. You got to get something, you got to be part of something, right? Pick your country and build that country and whatnot. And also build with your people and make sure whatever you do is uplifting your people and stuff like that. That's all I can say. Yeah, people, if you can't improve somebody's life or get somebody to another level and whatnot, like I said, I'm giving the tools for people to actually build something in a place that I know that we could have. I'll be proud of. Imagine that we basically build in Liberia one night, and we definitely know that we got certain restaurants and shit like that in the country and whatnot. And we're establishing a country. We're visibly establishing a country and stuff like that. Like we start owning hotels and everything like that. We have to start having instead of having Greek Fest in fucking Cancun, we have it in Monrovia. Imagine that. That would basically say to the world that Black America is not confined. Look, 45 million people. Listen to this, Negroes, Dusty Brother, and all the other people right there. I love you, but listen to this very carefully. 45 million people cannot be confined to the 50 states of the United States. That's slavery. You have to have something else besides America. You have to have an outlet outside of America, right? Because of a zero-sum game, a winner take all. Like he says, short mentality. When you limit yourself to America, all you're basically is a white man's. America is a white man's manifest destiny. I'm trying to tell idiot fucking Black Citizen Media. America is a white man's manifest destiny. Coast to coast, what? Sea to shining sea, Romani, right? From the Atlantic to Pacific, right? Everything in between belongs to the white man's, his world, his destiny. That's what his constitution is, his sovereignty, everything, right? And all that he expanded that during the Monroe Doctrine to the whole entire Western Hemisphere, That's why I think you got so much poverty in the Caribbean, because it's America, America will invade any country in this hemisphere that considers like, well, it's Grenada, Haiti, whatever like that. That's what you're dealing with, right? The black people in America, you ain't got no power because you have nothing inside. There's no black majority in the state. There's no black settlements here in North America. There's no city states. There's no black. We don't control any ports that I know of. We don't control any ports. We have nothing here, So therefore, if another race of people have really power over everything you do, man, you're still their fucking slave, right? And the only way psychologically you can do that is by building something in Africa. So you can say at least you have an escape, just like the Jews have the state of Israel. They have a mental escape. Most Jews don't even live in Israel, but they have a psychological escape that they look at, a place on earth that will give them refuge and sanctuary. That's what we want for Liberia, a place that can give us refuge and sanctuary if, God forbid, we ever need it. Do you guys understand where I'm coming from now? Where's everybody at? Maybe because they were burnt out from the last couple night shows, you know? And I mean, that's what it is. I think they're all burnt out. But do you understand what I'm saying, Dusty Brothers? Vibe with it, you know, all you people out there. Do you understand where I'm coming from? You know, I hope I basically, when I talk this stuff, people taking heat. Yeah, Colin. Like, yeah. If you don't have nothing besides America, you don't even have a passport, you're a fucking slave. You know, you are a damn slave. And the bottom line, ancestors had no choice because they were in chains. But right now, you're in mental slavery. You know, the white man have you in mental slavery. He has you believing that if you ever leave him, that you will die, you will perish without America. You know, if you venture up to somebody else, you got a lot of young black people who are saying, "Yeah, I'm in freaking Thailand right now, just living my life, whatnot." You know, you got young black people living in Vietnam, Philippines, whatnot, different parts of Africa, and whatnot, Colombia, and everything, all over the world. Yeah, younger black people going. So, get a clue. People expanding behind things. You sound like an old Johnny Rebel song. I don't know what you mean by that, Johnny King. How do I sound like Johnny Rebel? I said vibes of we need Africa to reach out. Why does Africa reach out? I told you, you have a country right there, Liberia, that we built. You don't need Africa to reach out. You just have to connect with the one country that our ancestors built. Liberia is really ours. It's like our homeland, you know?
Yes, absolutely, brother. People are always waiting for the mothership. That was told to me by some folks that they're waiting around for Africa to come get them. And so I told them that that's when I first started this business. I told them I'm not sitting around waiting for no one to define my destiny.
But check this out. This is what Dusty Brothers don't seem to understand. Yeah, you have a Liberian government but they are tasked with feeding their people or whatever like that. If we went to Liberia and built our own institutions, and everything, like we bring on banks and institutions, trade, business, and whatnot, we'll be 10 times more powerful than the government. We don't even need the government. The government will do basically what we say. So you could have a government, but if the government really don't have any power, we're the ones paying the tax base. We're doing all stuff like that. The government has to listen to what we say. Why can't people understand that? You know, what we need is our own institute and institutions in Liberia. That's all we need. We don't need to take over the freaking leadership of the country. Let them lead their own country. We need to lead ourselves. We need to build our own communities in Liberia. You know, we need to build our own cities, our own states, our own territory in Liberia. That's what we need to build. You know, and we need to build our own institutions there. You know, we don't need to run the country. You know. I think, like I said, all that's running a country is overrated anyway, you know, because running a country is not easy. I don't know why Liberians did not gain from that 1980 coup. You know that? They actually lost, you know. So we don't need to run a country to go there, Dusty Brothers. We just have to be there and build our own institutions and infrastructure, you know.
And it's that simple. I mean, because you're going there to build your level of comfort and the things that you need. You're not going there to take away anything from the country.
They said they will be jealous.
You're not going there to participate in unnecessary things that you don't need to
Oh,
participate.
not like that. Hold up. Like, that's not true. If you go to friggin' Liberia with the U.S. passport, you can do anything in Liberia. Stay there for 2 years and they'll give you citizenship. You know? You just have to be there for 2 years.
Yeah, I don't know who poisoned people's mind about the citizenship to where people are going crazy about citizenship. As long as you have a U.S. passport, you can make the moves you need to make.
If you have a U.S. passport, you don't need all that stuff.
You know, once you're in a country and you're doing serious business in a country and you're actually living in the country and everything, you know, you can make you can apply for your residency and apply for your citizenship. But for people that's delivery, just feel like they just want to just go to Africa and then someone just give them a passport. It's not as simple as that.
Dinah started all that shit, you know.
He did. Well, good for him. I'm one of the people that
he started all that. You need a passport, you know.
I'm one of them people that would tell you right now that all your West African passports are useless. All the places I need to go to, the U.S. passport works, and if you have to pay for a visa, so be it. Because right now you can't even.
The West African passports, it's like having $1 million Zimbabwean dollars.
I mean, you can't go anywhere with it. That's my point to people.
Yeah, like I said, Zimbabwe. It's like having a 10,000 Zimbabwe dollars. Remember that?
Yeah, but if you naturally, if I'm a Ghanaian citizen and I'm living in Ghana and I got to go to Cote d'Ivoire or go other places, then but then that's ideal. But for people who just want to travel to go get a passport and don't plan on doing anything in the country, is ridiculous. And whoever is pushing and marketing for them, they need to actually just think about what they're doing. I mean, some people that desperate in business where they can't be a business to where they got to lower people to do those things. And if that's what you have to do, that's what you have to do. But I'm telling everyone that you getting a passport in West Africa, an African passport, is not important. It becomes important when you're actually living in the country and you want to actually do things in the country. Outside of that, you should be first of all trying to just get an American passport and just visit some of the countries and check them out and see where you fit, or do some research.
Yeah, people want to get a Ghanaian passport unless you're trying to run for public.
I mean, what is that, a trophy? The people that's presenting this is, are they presenting trophies, or they just desperately need people to come with them to the country? So they say, hey, when you come to this country with me, you're going to get a passport, which for some people that
Sooner or later, they're gonna start saying, okay, you got to pay a certain amount. Ghana's already starting to be like, we want a certain amount of money from like people saying, no, Kyle, they only talk about Indians, China. No, it means everybody. If they pass a law, they can't just say, oh, black people are exempt from this, right?
Yeah, brother. Whenever people ever pass a law and say, all black people in America, you can get to this country with no visa, and all other people in America, is like, how are they going to differentiate what a white and a black person is and things like that? It's like it goes by nationality, so they mean all U.S. passport holders.
Yeah, so like I said, people are ignorant. I can't believe how ignorant
That's why we have to educate some people.
Ghana is still subject to international law. You can't just say, "Oh, Ghana's shutting down this with for white people." No, if they say foreigners, they mean your black ass too. So be careful with all that. Just go there with your U.S. passport. Don't be asking for citizenship. It's like if you have to do residency, okay, just renew it every 5 years, whatever it is. When you a permanent residency, that comes with a price. They do. They honestly, they want. Okay, if you're going to give you permanent residency, man, what are you contributing to the country? You can't look. The problem with a lot of black people who go to Africa, right? They suck more than they give. Like I remember ES got sick. Remember that?
Yeah.
I know the Ghanaian. She had it on camera. I said, I know the Ghanaians. Like, I know this girl ain't got no health care, whatever like that. And they had to foot the bill. In America, okay, that's what it is. They just take it as a loss, and people go sick because we don't like it. Those countries really feel that when you go there and get medical care and you ain't paying. Some countries feel that shit. They're like, so they really don't want a lot of people. Because of Ghana, they want you to know that you can support yourself. You got a health care plan, you got insurance, you got all stuff like that. That you get sick and whatnot, you could be your medical costs are taken care of. Our country died. Elvis people have destroyed the country. Yeah, there's no way to look at it. Liberia is still, Elvis people didn't destroy the country, but they destroyed some aspects of it. But Liberia and the Congo people are still there, man. And if you went to Liberia, you understand what I'm talking about. It's basically
the good thing of it is there's land there, so people can build new developments.
Plenty of land in Liberia, you could build.
That's the main thing that we as a people can do. I'm not saying that you should just run in this
land, that beautiful land going up to Robertsport, Cape Mount, all land. I said, my God, this is beautiful. I mean, the cactuses. Remember that, the greenery overlooking Lake Piso. I was like, that is so scenic and beautiful. There's so much land in Liberia for available. What the hell are you worrying about the native people for? Just do your own fucking thing.
Absolutely. And
that's look, Vibrant. I do business in America, but that's not enough. I want something that's mine. That you understand. You're a slave. I can do business in America too.
Yeah, I don't. I know some people don't like when I say these things, but I don't know how you can look at yourself living under someone else's nation and controlled by their rules and their laws and their subjugation.
Because
and then you literally think that you're free when you can, and for those who have jobs and employment, especially this, here in certain parts of America, folks can just wake up any day and then, next you're gone, and all the things that people thought that they had in the bucket, some of those things are gone. So you're not in any position of power to create create things that it's
I
going to
think
have you live in peace.
what Ant
So
must
if
be.
you can't do that, then you're not free. But one thing you can do is you can be a part of the future of Africa. That's one thing you can do to build your freedom.
Yeah, that's just something we
And
have.
then-
They don't have.
And then you don't have to all go live with the people. What you can do is build your own fresh infrastructure, because everyone is moving in and living in areas where the infrastructure is already weak already.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Why does people keep worrying about the citizenship shit? But mind, you've been going to like Ghana for all these years, right? You've
Yeah,
been over
18 years. I don't have a citizenship in Ghana. I did have residencies one, but for the most part, since I'm in and out, I just use my American
you got no
passport.
problem going
I have
there,
a
you
5-year
got
visa.
visas and everything like that, traveling there. Why you ain't complaining about a citizenship?
Yeah, because the only time that you should worry about a citizenship is if you're given a full commitment to live in a country.
And paying
If
taxes.
you have not given your full commitment, then that shouldn't be a priority, because you're not there permanently. And then if you're there permanently, you work through the process of residency and citizenship. Just like when my family, when we came here, you have your resident card, and
This guy
apply for citizenship after a while.
it doesn't give family vibes. Why don't you go to fucking Africa and visit the place and then say that,
Yeah, Africa is definitely family oriented. I'm a person that when you travel, you stay with family. You experience every parts of Africa, including staying with family, staying with friends, and even though most of what we do is show
nothing but fun. When I go to Liberia, it's like they accept me as one of them. They said something deep inside it, even though they know I'm black in America and whatnot. They just know, okay, he's one of us. I can't explain to you. There's no there's a black person from America. I guess he's one of us. And white people, they're white people. That's the way they see it. There's white people, they're foreigners and whatnot. They call other people foreigners. They don't call us foreigners. They call other people foreigners. That's in Liberia, I would say, there's a lot of foreigners.
You'll probably have a more connection to Liberia. For those who just want to get somewhere where it's a little more simpler. This person right there, you have a person in your chat right there, Greg Turd Holler. You see that comment right there?
Now you can't build your own communities as a diaspora. Look, I told you.
Finish this comment, and he said that will cause division and tribal conflicts. So if you want to go first, you can go in and I can just respond.
Okay, yeah, I sent you the video of that community I'll tell you about, the one client's neighborhood.
Yes, in Virginia.
Was that beautiful or what?
I mean, yeah, that's the kind of communities I'm used to seeing here in Georgia.
We have beautiful black communities all on the eastern seaboard of America.
And then, where I live at
was America. So what is this?
Where I live at, it's not like it's a whole bunch of white people. So most of these communities are predominantly black people.
Predominantly black communities all up and down the eastern. Actually, there's more nice black communities than there are ghettos. And it's here in the eastern United States. I don't know about the Midwest. I don't know about fucking.
Yeah, where I'm at, the hoods are little to none. I mean, there are some, but
in Virginia Beach, a major city, has no ghettos, no hoods, no nothing.
Even if you have something that's hood, it's actually something that doesn't look bad.
No, we don't have Virginia Beach.
Like somebody like myself may call places hoods because this people may say you're bushy or whatever, but you may call something a hood, but
I would say Lake Edwards, right? But that's still, these are all mostly homeless.
That's what I'm saying. And then even what someone may call hood is still pretty nice.
Yeah, Lake Edwards is nice.
I mean, it has basic infrastructure. It has the basic things in those neighborhoods.
And all the people own their own houses,
This may not be as fancy as some of the fancy neighborhoods.
Level Green and Lake Edwards probably the hoodest you got. And it's not even hood, just working class, So
it may just be a lower income and so on. But yeah, so but the person's talking about we shouldn't do that. Is that the issue that people are doing is that they're going and they're just living anywhere in the different countries, and then they're being worked over. They're being taken advantage of to where some people.
I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying.
If you want to respond, go ahead.
I get what he's saying. He's saying as if we go over there as a diasporan, We can't because it'll cause look, Africa's already divided. I saw this video on TikTok with this East African girl too. Fine. She go, why the East Africans, why we hate each other so much? Why is everybody it's so toxic? So Africans are divided among each other, right? But the bottom line is that if we built our own communities, that would be a plus to the people. Why? Because our communities would be productive, you know? And so it's not division, you know. People will say division, you know, it's not division and tribal, it's not division, tribal conflict. You know, it's just us building communities among ourselves that we could take care of each other, you know, consolidate our resources, everything. That's just common sense. That has to be done, you know.
Absolutely. And then now you can make moves and you can create other opportunities for the people that are around you in that community. But the reality of that situation, as far as this build your own community, what you also looking to do is build some level of infrastructure. The issue that you're gonna have in Africa is like is like more and more people are going, but there's no growth to the infrastructure.
Yeah, and I said,
So
like,
you're wearing down the infrastructure. So if you're going out there and building your own infrastructure, that's a plus to the country. You're not taking away anything. And as far as tribalism, if I'm living in one area with a group of Pan-African Black people along the Pan-African world, that's from many different countries, and then across from me is 2-3 different ethnic group, what's the difference?
Yeah, what's different?
Why would that? It's already it's, and then it's not like we coming to be just like we just coming, you know, because
I have no idea. I have no idea about
also,
the
brother.
mind.
Most of the people that I know that have come back and have complained and say, you know, I hate this country and the hell with all of Africa. It's people who have been doing what people like himself is basically saying, and then you know, so you're living somewhere. Next thing you know, it's like, do you know what phone calls I get per week where people say, well, they stole my bike, they stole this, they stole that, somebody took this, somebody overcharged me for this, somebody I paid didn't show up. It's all of these things that you have going on. And I'm not here to condemn the African continent, because if I move somewhere, I should be clear about the people I'm dealing with. And either I understand the situation, and if I do, I need to protect myself from whatever goes on. It's just like moving anywhere where you're the stranger. Like, show up in one of the hoods that we grew up at in Jamaica, and you're the stranger, and you'll see what happened. After a while, you won't have anything in your house.
Yep.
So it's not exactly always a wise move. You have to put yourself in an environment that's going to bridge the gap and bridge your connection to the country itself. And as long as people know that you're with a unit of people, they won't try you much. They'll limit themselves. I'm a person that I roll deep, especially when I'm in Ghana. It's just me and just a whole lot of people. And even outside of the group, it's just me and a unit of people moving. So you don't really run into a bunch of anything. And plus, Ghana's one of the more peaceful, quiet countries where not too much goes on. As far as
Liberia needs to offer Africa and olive branch. Look, we already got people over there doing that. What kind of olive branch you want? You could black man in America go to Liberia and take get whatever he wants. We need government formally apologize. And that's not gonna happen, bro. They got too many problems. They have to feed people. They also said dual citizenship. Nah, 1,000 acres of land strictly for African American. That's not gonna look. If you want 1,000 acres of land in Liberia, if you really want it, you could have it. The land in Liberia is cheap. Land's cheap. You can get 1,000 acres, no problem. If you really want it.
But people seem like they have all these glorious stories. It's like, yo, first get a passport, then get a visa and get to the country.
Yeah, visit the country first.
And do some exploring. You can always travel with us. We go everywhere. Or you can just you can just get your plane ticket and make your way to the country. Do some research, and you can hire a guide or hire one of the guys that can get you around. But people need to make moves first, and literally this. What about when you're gonna start Africa Center? When you're gonna do this, and when you're gonna do this?
Citizenship is really not important at first.
Not at all.
All you need is residency. Citizenship. People understand something. When you, I don't. Like I said, this is why I said I don't like dual citizenship, right? Because people think basically, okay, this is like when you go to a country, right? You become a citizen, right? The average poor person in that country, that's all he has is his citizenship, right? If you have a dual citizenship, that means you have an alternative, right? You can say, if I don't like something, I could always get on a plane and go back to America. Those people got to live with that shit, So you think that's fair that you have the same thing as somebody who's stuck in that situation. No, if you have dual citizenship in a place like Liberia, you're really like a ruling class, you know, and that's what causes the attention right there, you know. Even though I'm basically in Liberia, and even with my U.S. passport, I'm more privileged than the average Liberian, right? But I give them that psychological, I'm a Liberian citizen, and I let them have that, you know, because I know for a fact of the matter, just being Black American, African American, and in Liberia, U.S. citizen, I'm like way above most Liberians in status, you know. So why would I want citizenship in that country on top of that? People just don't freaking think. You know what it is? People always see themselves as victims, you know? When you
Yeah,
go,
it's these people pushing this narrative about passports and stuff for their marketing, but people may have taken the information wrong. You know that, but I'm sure you have cleared it up, and hopefully most people are clear on that. But I usually tell people the same situation that I just explained. That it's not important until you live
it's
there.
not important unless you're planning on living in a country. Let's say you got a 401k, or you call me. I can get you an annuity. If you look, bros, if you got a 401k or something like that, you want to turn into an annuity. If you're in one of the states I'm licensed in, call me. I can basically take care of it for you. But annuities will pay you out a monthly income for life. You know. Now, if you got money coming in for life, whatever like that, you say, you know something, between my Social Security, my annuity, and I got some savings over here, I got some investment over here, I'm making like $5 grand, $6 grand a month, right? Now you're ready to go to Liberia because you got that resident. That's how you say, oh, when I go there, I'm investing in a small business, whatever like that. And I'm gonna do some shit, you know, like this. Now you got $5,000 coming in residual income, right? You could, I would say, suggest rent a property at first for the first year, right? First 2 years, right? And then if you want to buy a property, like this guy experienced in Liberia, that dude was a clown, you know. You know what I'm saying? I would suggest always renting a property, renovating a property for like a year or two, right? And then when you'll come across somebody that either has a house for sale or a piece of property for sale. They say, oh, I could do that, right? Because you're already firmly in the country. You don't come to a country just start building a house and say you want land. Just start renting first, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. A good sequence and great advice, brother. And the same thing I would say to people also. Uh, rent your property, and then spend the time and look for what you're looking for, and then be on site and available when you're getting the work done, so you can monitor the workers and make sure that you're clear about what you're spending and doing.
Yeah, I would say like this. He says a Jewish state, right? Well, we're not like the Jewish people, bro. You know, Jewish people basically, I guess they're trying to get people from the Jewish diaspora to settle there, so that's why it's in a good position. I mean, I don't have no problem with people having dual citizenship if it works with people, you know. But I know my people, right? Black American, right? I know for a fact is most of you Negroes ain't gonna do the right thing. When you talk about dual citizenship, that means it's a facilitation of, okay, I got a factory in America, right? But I want to build one in Liberia. I need to go back and forth like 6-7 times a year. That's when dual citizenship is necessary, you know? I got institutions in America. I'm transferring over here. I need to go back and forth. I need to teach for a semester over here. I need to be over here, you know? You're going back and forth. That's what the Jewish people do because they're productive. It makes sense
People
to
need
have.
to, people need to slow down, man. Just slow
But
down, take one step at a time.
you people are
Anybody
talking
who
about
needs
dual
citizenship,
citizenship, and you guys ain't got two dimes to rub together. You have nothing to contribute. Why would a country, either America or Liberia, put up with that? You know, you ain't got nothing to contribute. You ain't building nothing in anything. You want dual citizenship? Come on. Yeah, dual citizenship mean when you got a huge stake in both countries. You know, if you ain't got a stake in Africa and you really don't own nothing in America, you don't own a house, you don't own a property, you ain't got a family, you ain't got nothing in America, right? But and then in Liberia, you ain't got nothing. Why would you want to get through it? As I said, these Negroes, we gotta stop thinking about ourselves like this. You gotta be honest with yourself. Everything is about being honest with yourself. If you basically are broke in America, right? You know, if you got manage to get a passport and you could travel to Africa or Liberia, just do it, you know. But basically, like this, Donald Trump is a racist. That's why he reached out to the white South Africans, you know? He's a racist, you know? I ain't saying Africans should not reach out to some Black Americans and settle them and stuff like that. I'm not saying that, you know. But I'm not gonna sit here and wait on that. Are you, Bomani?
Not at all.
I'm not gonna sit here and wait for Africans like that because it'll never happen, you know. Because most of them don't even know history. Most of them even know about the slave trade, you know.
And what people got to do is stop judging the Africans that they see online and then just condemning all of Africa.
You know, Africans in
You know what I'm
Africa
saying?
do not
It's
know
like,
anything about this diaspora war and shit like that they see online.
it's like the people that work in every country, you know, they're thankful that we can connect together and do business. There's no us having a conversations about division and anything. Only thing that we ever talk about is how we can work together and do business together. That's it.
And
There is like
the people on the ground.
that's all the people I talk about, and then the people that you put on and help connect them to other people. They're just thankful for the connection of them able to just have new partners to do business with. So it's like when you come on YouTube and I hear this craziness like from Mike and Ola and other degenerates that come on, it's like I don't ever look at them as the people who represent Africa. That's why some people in the YouTube world have a bad mindset about Africans and then say all these negative things. But it's like, yes, a bunch of crazy things go on, but it's like, you know, you're in the country and you know you have to watch everything. I mean, you can't drop your street smarts, and you have to just map things out, you know, because people are gonna look at you as, you know, as a person that's moving and maybe have maybe have extras that they can just take advantage of and so on. So I'm not saying what, you know, people do and get away with is right. I'm just saying that, you know, we have to prep ourselves a little better and make sure that, you know, we uncode and work together. And that's why I don't recommend people just going to live anywhere in the middle of nowhere amongst people that they have no knowledge of and they're not connected to, and they don't have anyone to have their back or anybody to look out for them. They're basically sitting ducks.
Yeah, that's why we have to move as groups. You know, that's what I'm trying to do in Liberia. That we're basically going to have a nice community of African Americans over there. They're working together and everything like that. And as we get stronger among ourselves, we'll be able to contribute to greatly. We'll be probably the most major force in the country, you know?
But I mean, while you're there building what you're building, is that not like you're going to neglect the people that's around you. You're trying to work with the people around you. It's like,
going to benefit.
You can offer what you can offer, which usually is a whole lot. Like the people that's building like there's this, it's all Ghanaians building, building the homes that's on our community land. And it's like, so someone on here can't come on here and just make it seem like, oh, you're not doing nothing. It's like people are benefit from us showing up and doing business. The government is benefiting because for the most part, you have to pay for your visa fees. And like right now it's 30 of us going to Ghana, so that's 30 times like $100. And I mean, that may not be the richest of the world, but that's just one group.
That's
so
money coming to their country.
It contributes to the government, contribute to the country, contribute to all of those employees that are working there as staff in the country at the airports and so on. And it's like, not saying that what we're doing is the end all be all, but it's like people make it seem like it's nothing and just one of this, and that just comes from the YouTube world. Again, the people that you meet and connecting to the country, they appreciate the energy of people coming in. And some appreciate the energy of people coming in because they're going to be able to shake somebody down or take advantage of somebody, or maybe
what I'm hearing, there was like over the years,
on the positive side, maybe get some business from it and things like that. So it's going to be different level of people that you're going to be dealing with, and you got to like learn people, and you can't just jump in and just meet the first set of person that say I'm the prince and the king is my father. And you got a whole bunch of land and things like that. That's where things go left. So those have been some of the. Fortunate, my privilege is you learn from everybody's horror story, and you try to just come up with the best plan to help the rest of us. And that's really true to my heart. Dead serious people. Like we will do our best to help you and share whatever we can share, so we can make wiser decisions. And the most important thing is to slow down, because people are quick to make fast decisions.
Yeah,
like
a friend of ours.
If you do any business with me, the first thing I'm always telling you is like, this is all of the information. Take your time, look through it. You and I can talk. We can go through it. You can answer I can answer any questions, anything that you need to see or that's tangible. We're right there. and that's from everything I do with this in business in general. But some people that you're gonna meet, and this is how you know people are gonna be working over everything that they want is right away, immediately, all of it. Those are the terminologies you're gonna hear. So once you start hearing those things, then you have to stop, and then you have to just reach out to somebody else to assist you. So those simple, basic things that we can do. I got people that have traveled me and they literally just decide that they're gonna show up in a country and do whatever. And
Yeah.
it's like one thing about me. I try to accommodate everyone, and I'm always telling everyone if you need help at any time or you need to talk to somebody about any of the countries we have taken you to or connect you with, just reach out. It's a simple conversation. All of your numbers are all programmed on my phone. When y'all call, you're my priority to talk to, and I want to help everyone and give them my expertise. And some people will take that advice, and some people don't. And some people they naturally have an independent mind that they can figure things out better. And sometimes that's not the wise decision to make. Sometimes you just have to say, you know what, let me move in that unit. And that's how we survived when I was in the Navy. You move in a unit and you move in places and then you look out for each other and then you come back safe because things do happen, unfortunately.
Yep.
When you're out there and you're being sent all over the different places, countries you never even heard of before. But
Hey, but Mike, let me get this brother this first
absolutely.
on. See what he has to say. See if he agrees or disagrees. Go ahead, Ja. J.A. This guy always falls asleep or something, right? J.A. AJ, whatever your name is on the. I hate that when people come up here and it's freaking just sit. All right, forget him. Go ahead, Mike. I try to give him a chance to talk.
Yes, but man, I was right there dead at finish. So that's the things
There's
that
so many people that basically I don't know whether it's the Liberian. Look, let me tell you something about the Liberians listening, right? You guys have done a shitty job, and he was popping up again. Don't know what happened to those things. You guys have done a shitty job.
he's
In
back
your
with a
country.
different. He was unmuted the whole time.
Okay.
There you go, brother. You are unmuted.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
Yeah. Good night. I just started listening about 20 minutes ago.
What's on your mind?
Good information, some good information so far. I mean, I think that. I mean, personally, I don't think there's a big issue. I kind of get what you guys are saying with getting a passport for another country, even if you don't do business and all that. I get, but I get what you got. I get the point you guys are making, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing in the sense that none of us know what the future holds, you know. And
Yes, brother. And answer you directly. But the thing of it is, it alerts people to end up just going to the wrong country just because they're offering a passport. Like some of the countries that people are offering a passport, you may not necessarily even want to connect there. But there's a process in all countries where you put your work in and you get your residency and you can get your citizenship, especially if you're doing the world of business, because the country does want to see you being productive there. And then you would earn that citizenship versus someone selling you a program to get citizenship in a country, along with you spend the money to do business with them in that country. And so we're not knocking it. I'm just letting people know that it's not important, and they should spend their time doing their research and exploring. And then once they get to that specific country, then they follow the immigration process and do the right thing and get it done.
yeah, and I get that point that you can do it in another. Essentially, you're saying there are other ways to do the same thing, or take your time and you can do business and things like that and get it that route, or pick the country.
Exactly, without passport chasing.
Right. I get that point, but I'm also saying that if someone's has an option to get you something, regardless as to what it is, I am the kind of person I believe in taking that option. Now, not most of us won't take the option, but I don't see it as a downside to take something that gives you some kind of rights in a country, because we don't know what the future holds. You know, we're living in America now, and it's great, but none of us know what could be in the future and what could happen here, and you might need to go somewhere else. You know what I mean? And that's a possibility. You know,
I think. Hold on. I think the first thing you should do is is basically get the passport and go to the country and visit for a few times, and then basically fill the country out. That if that's a place you want to say, look, let me ask you because of AJ, are you retired?
No.
Say so. So how many years are you to for retirement?
I mean, that's a thing up in the air. It could be 10 years, 20, 30. That's up in the air.
But do you have a 401k or pension being saved?
I have what I need to retire.
Okay, like I said, now Africa is a good place to retire to because it's much cheaper to live, than America, And most likely, if you retire, working class people, a lot of times working class people retire in America, they're gonna be living in a assisted living facility or adult home.
Right.
It's really a sad situation when you see how a lot of older people live, in America because it's so expensive to let's say got Section 8 or so. Even when they have Section 8 housing, it's nice. But you don't want your resting like that. I mean, if I was older and I retired, I want to have enough money, but I could live in Africa and just have a nice life, beautiful life, and stuff like that. But citizenship, and as far as like everything, right? Would you be planning to hold public office in Africa?
No.
All right. So citizenship, you could do everything in Africa with a permanent residency. You know that, right? And so you could keep your U.S. citizenship, right? So you come back here, give your medical care, your banking, and you could draw your Social Security and stuff like that. Because not all the time do they honor dual, especially with the Trump administration, they don't honor dual citizenship all the time. People don't understand that. For example, if you have a dual citizenship, let's say you get a Liberian passport, right? And you make the mistake of flying to Liberia, right? You check out with the Liberian passport. You say, you got a passport? Yeah, I'm a proud citizen of Liberia. Guess what? When you go to Liberia, right? And they say, okay, I need to go back to the United States. They're going to say, where's your visa at? No, they'll say, no. You travel to Liberia. You're a Liberian citizen. So you got to have a visa to come back to the United States. You know how hard it is to get a visa from Africa to the United States? You see what I mean?
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
Just friggin' just
on that one.
What?
I'm saying good luck on that one.
Good luck on that. You're in Africa, man.
What you're saying.
Only thing you could possibly do, right? If the embassy has mercy on you and say, "Yeah, I made a mistake," they say, "Well, when you have a passport, you just swore allegiance to another state. We don't have to freaking help you." And I get to Liberia on a Liberian passport.
I get that point, but I'm just saying, and I really don't want to like bemoan this point too much because it's just a choice. It's just a personal preference. You know what I mean? Everybody got to make their own choice on what they want to do. You know what I mean? And until the day comes where the United States does say, hey, you got to choose or something, then at that point, for me personally, I would make that choice then. You know what I mean? Like if they say, hey, you got to choose between this or that, then I'll be like, all right, get rid of that. I'll keep this. You know what I mean? Or whatever, so, but it's just a choice. That's all it is.
Let me ask you a question. Is it like status? Will you go back to your white friends?
No, it's not status. Because
I got a Liberian African passport, man.
No, it's not status. It's not status. It's like personally, I just grew up with that mentality. You know what I mean? I grew up with the mentality that because I've thought about applying for other places. You know what I mean? Not just Africa, really, like Canada, or if I can get like some of us, there are different countries, they sell citizenships. You know what I mean? There are countries that sell, and every country has it. America has it. If you invest a certain amount of money in America, you can become American citizen. You can get citizenship by like a kind of investment or something.
Whatever floats people's boat. I just never thought.
I'm just saying,
I'm missing something. I never really thought it was necessary. If I really wanted to go to Canada, I could drive there, tomorrow.
Yeah, it's not necessary, but let's say Canada, for instance, if you have a citizenship there, right, you can go there, yeah. But if you have a citizenship there, if something goes down and you can get over there, that you're in a better position in the sense that as long as they honor that document, then you have that choice. You can make that move.
Yeah, I'm not interested.
Because I tell people all the time, like, we're in America, right? Because we have certain options here. We feel safe, you feel secure, you can earn money, you have upward mobility, you have access to certain things here. So that's why a lot of us are here. We love the country, we love the people, all that. That's true, yeah. But if things were to go down, like if like if something, like because a country is one way now, that doesn't mean that's how it's going to be in the future. You see that throughout.
I mean, honestly, man, be honest with you, right? I know everything can happen, but black people got to stop with that fatalistic mentality. It's not going to happen. See, I never basically build a movement. Oh, what happened? I'm basically like the average Jewish person, right? Okay, I get what they're conscious about what happened during the Holocaust, right?
Mm.
But if that's the case, that was Nazi Germany, right? America has never rounded up and persecuted Jews like that, right? So why is Jewish people are so pro-Israel in America, right? The simple fact is they just want another option. It doesn't even matter if they get Jews in America like a privileged group of people. They still want that option. I want to get black people to the point where, like, okay, I got a great life in America, right? I have my kids are here, blah blah blah, like this. But you know something? I choose. Let me give you an example. I'm talking about, Ja. A few years ago, I watched this program where these Jewish people in Westchester. Mike, have you been in Westchester County, New York?
Yes.
Okay, that's all rich Jewish people, right? You know that, right? They're people that run the city, the banking, and all stuff like that. They live in Westchester, right?
Yes,
I
sir.
seen this
That's New
Jewish.
York City right there.
I've seen this Jewish couple, right? They had like a nice house worth a couple $1 million, right? They were like, "Oh, we're selling our house and we're going to Israel." I'm saying to myself, "Why would you sell your house?" And then the house they were going to live in Israel was like almost like a shack, almost, because the thing is that we're just going to be in a country of land where around our own people. See, I want black people to get to that point. These people had everything privileged in America, but they loved Israel so much that they want to go there. I want to get those type of black people. I don't want the type of black people, oh, I think something's going to have to go down in America. But no, nigga, ain't nothing going down in America. The fact of the matter, we want people that basically say, yeah, I got a nice house in Maryland, Prince George's County, blah, blah, blah. But man, I would love to live in South Africa is probably the only country pretty much doing that, but they could pull those top of black people out and say maybe Ghana too, and Kenya, where black people had really money, privilege, everything, but they chose to live in Africa. That's a statement right there. I don't want to seem like we're freaking going to Africa defeated, and basically like, oh, well, welcome. We're just America's so bad. When I'll tell people all the time when Liberians ask me, "How's America?" I say, "Great." I got a business, I got everything like that. My business. I show them my office. I show them my house. I say, I got a good life. My brother's house, he got in-ground pool. We have outdoor movies, out stuff like that. Yeah, I have a good life in America, but I love coming to Liberia. I love coming to Africa. I would love to live here. And that's a powerful statement when you really got privilege in America like that, but you choose Africa. That's powerful. That's what I want more people to be like. I got a good life here in America. I got a business, but the bottom line, I dream about living. And that's how also Jewish people like, yes, and these people own businesses and everything like that, but they were like retired. They said, we always want to live in Israel, And they said,
Exactly, buddy. You're right on point with that.
yeah,
That's why we just giving people a nice open invite to a country where all the vision you're talking about would unfold and they can be a part of it.
Yeah, because the idea, I want to get those black people when we start selling the history of Liberia without answer. Look, if you learn the history of places like Caesar's Beach, right? Our people that came from America literally built a virtual paradise on the shores of West Africa. Liberia is virtually a paradise. And when you go to Caesar's Beach, all I want to do is rekindle. When I'm sitting there in Cadesia, I'm rekindling what my ancestors must have felt. You're going from a hostile country to you create your own paradise and whatnot. I want that. I want Black America to have that sort of same feeling. That I want Liberia to be that sanctuary that our ancestors felt. This is a place of liberty. Freedom, and whatnot. This is where our ancestors put blood on the soil to have their freedom and their liberty. And when you do that, right, you're going to attract the sort of people that, damn, I got $1 million home in Texas, but I think I choose living. People are like, damn, Liberia must be something else, man. When you got successful black people who are successful in America, I don't want to attract a bunch of freaking losers, you know? People have nothing in America. That's I always feel like, no offense to you, bro. I ain't talking about you, but I said feel like they have nothing in America. They feel like America's falling apart because they, like that, But I want people that basically this. And Vibe keeps talking about this Wakanda. I'm not talking about Wakanda, man. Goddamn. You see what I'm talking about, Bomani? Who's talking about Wakanda? I'm talking about a reality. Liberia was once a reality, for our people. You had J.J. Roberts, the first president of Liberia. He was a wealthy businessman. This is the history of Liberia. You had people who are successful in America, successful. And they chose Africa. They chose Liberia over America. E.J. Roy was probably one of the richest black men in the world. He came to Liberia and they saw this man. He was the first head of state in Liberia that was full blooded. It was dark skinned. He was a tall man. And he was an Igbo, from Newark, Ohio. He came there and he said, look, my name is E.J. Roy. That's my ship right there. I got a whole bunch of stuff there, machinery I got to unload. I need some men to unload that. And then people are like, okay, we'll get you men. And the whole country was talking about this tall man, well-dressed, that just came to the country. A few years later, he was president. They were like, man, you need to run for office. They were showing awe of E.J. Roy when he came to Liberia. He said, I'm a trader and whatnot. That's my ship right there. I own it. Whatnot, I need to unload it, I have a whole bunch of barrels of everything. He had all kinds of stuff on there, like barrels of molasses, whatever from America, And he was going to take some stuff and ship it back to America, He was at his own trading company. So he showed up in Liberia, and then people were like, you need to stay here and become, you could become a head of state, whatever like that. And so he said, all right, I'll stay in Liberia one night. They offered him a chance to stay there and become a leader, But that was what Liberia was. Liberia attracted some of the best black men in the world that gave it a shot, And I want to do the same thing with Liberia now. I want to be able to attract some of the best people in Black America to Liberia. How to do that, I don't know yet. I'm working on it, whatnot, But I just don't want to be a bunch of people with a bunch of deadbeats coming over there and say, hey, Collar, what's no, nigga? I want people that got that had position in America. That's not gonna be hard. That's gonna be hard to do. Post civil rights movement in America, post integration in America. America has got it going on. You got to admit that, So if we could pull these type of people away from America, that means our movement is really ready. That's what it is. We can't keep attracting deadbeats to the continent. I can't do it. We got to start pulling those black people like Mark Blanton. I give him that. He's able to pull black middle class people that have money and influence in America, position, doctors, or whatever, to South Africa. We need to do that in West Africa too. Pull those type of black people to the continent. That's what I want to do.
Yes, Kala, all of that brother, is doable. You just got to approach everything with strategy and tactics and deploy them. So, as a survivor of this whole movement and that's still in business, that's what you do on a day-to-day basis. But if you're hanging around with scumbags, that's the only thing you're gonna attract. And
that's what I'm saying,
we have to play the part of success and play the part of just showing people what we're doing.
I humor people all the time. Yeah, Tyler, I like the Liberia.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a joke. We're serious people, and this is a serious movement.
Yeah,
not saying people have to come on this trip to do anything special, but it's like this is our introduction and connection for you. And from there, that's when we do group networking, and you take it from there. It's the energy that we're built to where we've been able to just move further and further in Ghana.
One thing I like about the state of Israel is that the fact that Jewish people know there's a place that they control that you can't take that from them. The Jews know the world would love to erase Israel so they could be the world. Look, let me tell you something how the world is, folks. Nobody wants to see you free. Like the Kurds, I feel sorry for them because they'll never have a homeland. Why? Because people do not want to see other people free. That's just human nature for some reason, They see you getting kicked around, and the bottom line, you want your own state. They're gonna make sure you never have it. You know, the South Sudanese just fought for it and they got it. You know, the Kurds.
And then look what they're doing with it. But nevertheless, I want to see if you can post that link. I tried to post it, but wouldn't let me post it.
It's in the back chat.
Yeah, I mean the same link to people to join. So Rasmus wanted to come on and tell me about something about Jamaica, and something about Jamaicans and Haitians. So
Ross Moist is a white loving French Negro.
I mean, if he wants, I can't hear him, and people typing in these chats. If they want to say something, come and share it.
And I just want to say,
go ahead, brother.
I just want to say that I would agree with Bomani 100% that if you're going to go to an area, it's good to have a network there and just not go. It's more ideal, I would say, to go.
It's common sense, man. Only
and have
thing is, with the black race, we don't use common sense.
Than to just go on your own and do stuff. But then at the same time, you're gonna have people that just go and just do it on their own. But it is better, I would say, if you have a network of people they're set up.
That's just common sense. Africans and Caribbeans, when they come here, and everybody else, Chinese coming here, they have a network set up. Only people that never have it, only people are not allowed to have a network of people that came from the same place. And like as black people, when we go to Africa, we're supposed to be completely vulnerable and at the mercy of local people and whatnot. You know, that's how they want us. You know, come to Africa, Kala. You know, you can't be among, like when Benin, they said y'all can have land, but y'all can't be together. That shit is that, you know?
I don't know. I think most times it's just, I don't know if necessarily anyone is fighting against people necessarily coming together. I think sometimes it's just the way that individuals are, or individual groups are, in terms of how they, what they're willing to accept from others, what they're willing to take from others, what they're willing to give, just how they themselves. Because when you're working as a group, a lot of times it's about compromise. It's about understanding other people, what their points are.
It's about structure, it's about structure,
stuff like that. So it's a little more
hierarchy. So you got to work together. Right. You can't do Ubuntu. Ubuntu means we are, but that doesn't work in the real world. Look, let me tell you something how the real world works, John. If you and I went to a place, let's say we got like 500 people to follow us to a place, we're going like this, right? And we say, okay, every decision will be made by the group, right? Ubuntu, right? Sooner or later, right? Someone's going to say, you know something? I know more than Kala. He's stupid, right? Sooner or later, there's going to be females that say, you know something? I think you should be. Wait a minute. I thought we had an agreement that we all have to say. Next thing you know, he got his goons and whatnot. And next thing you know, he's louder, he's boisterous. And next thing you know, people start say they're too afraid to challenge him. And next thing you know, you got a dictatorship on your hand, right? Because you didn't lay down the structure from the beginning, that there's going to be a hierarchy. We're going to choose this and everything like that. You left it to the fact that we're all going to love each other and come together for the greater good. And that never works, That's why humankind evolved into laws. Laws are basically things that the rule of law means this is a law. So no matter who you are, you have to be subject to a law, and the law has to be obeyed,
Yeah,
but
the thing is too that I mean, it's a human condition, man, because that's why you got like so many.
It's not that people are bad. It's just that we're human. Humans always going to think about personal gain,
like that,
ambition. As long as people have ambition, personal gain, hatred, jealousy, all those things actually are good because it basically keeps things balanced in the world. There's old saying, when the earth begins to settle, God throws a stone at it. In other words, we're not all supposed to be kumbaya with each other. There's always supposed to be some sort of conflict, that keeps us always in a thing of constantly thinking, challenging, and evolving, and It's never supposed. There's never going to be a situation where everybody's perfectly getting along with each other and
And I
stuff
agree.
like that. You know, that's why human beings are social creatures. We come to an understanding, you know, and we have rules and set up. That's how human nature is. There's no situation where everybody's going to kumbaya, love each other, happily ever. No, it don't work like that. You
Right.
know,
Because there's always something you got to work on, right? Yeah.
yeah, it's always a human dealing with people is a constant battle. You got if it was that simple, there'd be no need for governments. There'd be no need for laws. There's no need for militaries. There's no need for any of that because human beings we just all get along. No, it don't work like that in the real
Right.
world. You know.
And that's why you got so many different religions, so many different ethnic groups, and all that. Is
Yeah, we got different religions. Actually, how do you get all these people to
still
have
be,
different belief systems and ideologies?
but you can be a different
in peace?
religion, different ethnic group, and still have be within the same nation. Like if you even look at America, you got the freedom of religion, right? And so things like that. So you have multiple different religions, but generally speaking, we all live within the same country with some level of security and
So
civility.
called cohesion, you know.
Yeah, and you're right with laws, but at the same time, laws have to be enforced. You know, because you can have
Yeah, we always got to have always have to have laws
Yes.
enforced and
Yes.
interpreted. Laws have to be made, enforced, and interpreted. You know,
Right.
those three things. You got to have that. That stood the test of humankind. You know, you got to have people making laws, which should be a slow process, enforcing laws, which should be a fast process, and interpreting laws, which should be a mixture of fast, which is prompt and also basically expedient and also slow, you know, or deliberate, you
And you
know.
also
So,
have to have checks and balances to
yeah,
because
checks and balances. That's how you have it. You have checks and
ultimate
balances, stuff
power
like that.
corrupts ultimately,
That's
right?
the only way you build civilization. No other way. You know, no sort of kumbaya and we all love each other and we got to understand. No, it don't work like that. There's got to be a law because you could be able to put two people together who don't have the same ideology, but if they know there's a law in place and whatnot that they all got to obey, everybody knows where to play their position so they don't cross the line and break the law. You understand?
Right.
No.
Because the thing is, honestly, like money and things like that, what it does, it gives you options.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It gives you options, and that's
Look at the topic of that P Diddy, right? Why did P Diddy fall? Why did he get his position? Money, power, 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 and absolute power. Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. You know, this man was on a collision course. What I'm saying is, where was his family, his friends telling him? Wait, it seems to me he had all these people around him that were afraid of him. You know, people scared of getting cut off, whatnot. You know, he's scared to say the wrong thing to him. He had a bunch of people who would never tell him how he was, you know, and was never honest with him, you know.
right. I mean, and he'll have his day in court, but the thing is that I feel like the more I think about it, the greatest thing you can do in life, I feel like, generally speaking, is to help other people, man. You know, and sometimes we get caught up in just doing things, and we all gonna do it. You know, we're not gonna be perfect because we're human beings, but I feel like the more you focus on the benefit of other people, the better it should be, you know. But if you're focused sometimes on yourself and what you desire and not looking at the other person and what they desire and what's best for them, then you can end up doing things to people that's not necessarily the best. And again, it's like life is kind of like that at the same time. So I'm not gonna say there's no perfection in it, in my opinion. You know, it's like, so there's no way you can live life, in my opinion, and not affect someone negatively. You know what I mean? Or something negatively. But as best you can, if you can do things with the thought in mind that you want to not affect others too much as possible, that would be the best way to be, I would say, generally speaking, you know. So Diddy, he had his own thing going, you know, where he wanted to fulfill certain things for himself, and he might not necessarily have been looking at the best interests of, you know, some of the people he was dealing with, and it kind of put him in that trap, you know. On top of that, it might have been some illegal stuff allegedly, so, you know, that
You know, and when he's alone with it all, you know, when he's sitting in that jail cell, damn man, I'm alone with it all, man. I gotta deal with this. Is probably the first real thing in his life. This is probably the first real experience in his life that he freaking says, "Damn, all my life, everything's caught up with me and whatnot. I got this is something. This is probably the first real experience the man's ever in his life. Well, this is real, man. I can go to jail for the rest of my life. You know, this is real. This ain't the end of a record store when the song played and I can start all over again. You know, I can't just turn the record. You know, switch the song in the CD and talk about something else. No, I can't just go to the studio and talk about something else. This ain't a studio, bro. This is real life. That dude's facing serious time. You know, so it is what it is. You know. I'm just glad. So, like I said, we got caught up in the fact Black America has been destroyed, and people always ask me when they start talking to me, "Yeah, racism, white supremacy." No, I remember I was there in the '90s, right? I saw what happened to our community was not no damn racism. It was racism out there, but we were stronger than that, you know. What happened in the '90s, right after the LA riots and whatnot, you know, well, actually. Two things that happened that basically turned the world against us. Black people mobilized the world against apartheid South Africa, right? And then 4 years later, we brought in Nelson Mandela to the United States. Everybody was all this black national stuff. The movie Malcolm X comes out. The LA riots happened the same year, you know. Let's see, 3 years later, the Million Man March, you know. So Black America was very militant right there. You can't tell me Black America was not on to that. So how they stop all this, right? They got together with our entertainers. That's what they always do, you know. Got with the entertainers. They recruited Suge Knight, Puff Daddy, all these other people. They said, okay, we got $500 million. Let's distribute this money and let's put these people on every radio station. Let's put them as the face of the black youth, right? Instead of people listening to Khalid Muhammad and Farrakhan and whatnot, you know, we're going to have them listen to P Diddy, you know, Biggie Smalls, Tupac, all these other clowns and whatnot they got out there. And instead of the people talking about fight the power like a few years ago, we're going to talk about fucking blunt Bentleys, money, clothes, and hoes. The whole verbiage of our culture changed, you know, Cristal, you know, all this kind of illicit sex and all this kind of nonsense. That's how our culture changed, right? And I watch people like myself who was conscious, all the 5%er back then, you know, and I watch how people stopped listening to what I was saying, you know, I was very knowledgeable about black man, black woman, black child, all the sun, moon, and star stuff, whatnot, you know.
Absolutely.
People start calling me a cornball, you know.
So I mean, who you blaming it on? You blaming it on the executives, or you blaming it on?
Well, I'm like this. Look, I understand the executives are gonna do what they gotta do. But I'm gonna blame on the people that's nearest to me, Negroes. You know, Negroes made my life fucking hell, man. Back then, you know. I was just kind of, but it wasn't until I got.
Well, I'm talking about the what you mentioned earlier, as far as how the culture got corrupted, as far as through music.
Yeah, music. Yep, that's how.
So, are you blaming the executives or are you blaming the artists?
Both of them. They were cool. I believe this is what I believe. This is how I believe. I always have this itch in my head, right? Remember when there was a song Heavy D did. Remember Heavy D? He did a song called Black Coffee, No Sugar, No Cream. Remember that song?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I remember that song.
Remember that song? Now, I'm basically thinking, at the same time, I know that song just came and went, right? I basically said to myself, I'm saying, I wonder what was Diddy. I believe that I have visions in my mind of Diddy sitting there with a bunch of white executives. They're telling, yo, Diddy, you want to sell money or not? We can't be talking about that black stuff or not, you know, because the money is in the white community. They get uncomfortable with that stuff. Diddy's like, okay, we're going to do this. So we're only going to talk about it. That's where all the conscious stuff disappeared, you know, because they thought that was like the last really conscious song, Black Coffee.
Carla, I don't really agree with the conspiracy side of it because, you know, if you look at other countries, you know, and other areas where there's not a significant white population, let's say, okay, let's pick the Caribbean.
Yeah, but hold on. In Africa, they have Afro beats, right? When I'm in Liberia, Afrobeats, they don't have the same degradation culture. Where there's nobody talking about shooting each other, killing each other.
Right. And so this is what I was getting at. Right? Because you can look at the Caribbean, for instance, right? And some of the music, of course, you got positive music coming out of there, and you got a lot of stuff that we would consider negative in terms of the message and the story, right? And so, but then if you go to Africa, like I was going to ask Bomani that, I don't know if he's still in Africa now, if he's in the States now, but
Who?
Bomani. But for instance, like if you look at
he's about to go to Africa. Yeah.
Huh?
I'm here in Georgia.
All right, cool.
He's about to head to Africa.
Georgia.
So
Georgia's a nice place, man. I like Georgia. So, like murder rates in Ghana, right? Are they high, low? I'm sure murder exists.
they don't have guns. They don't have a gun culture and stuff like that. That makes all the difference, you know.
Right. So
Yeah, I mean,
People
it
like
has
Liberia,
this,
they have very
it has
low
this
murder
level.
rate.
It has this level of violence, which is low, but you don't hear a bunch of you don't hear a bunch of things dealing with guns, and
would you say the murder rate in Ghana is higher than Georgia, say?
No,
absolutely not. This is the wild, wild west, man. Everybody walk around with guns in their waist.
So let me ask you a question too about Ghana now. When people interact with each other, on a daily basis, do you see like arguments break out, or like?
well, I could tell you about
Someone says
Liberia.
something to
I
someone
see
and they
motherfuckers
fly
be
off the
like,
handle.
my
It's like,
driver be
oh,
cursing the
fuck you.
motherfuckers out. Yeah, fuck you, motherfucker. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you,
You,
motherfucker.
you see things like that, but I guess we're moving around tourist area, but you do see things like that, but it's not high volume. But people are gonna have disagreement, but you don't see no all out people
You
fighting.
never see people fist fighting.
You don't see people all out fighting. You may just be walking along a whole block, and you may see two people arguing out of the whole street. But and you may see things here and there. But I've been there so many times that where it's very low as far as the
So
crime.
this is what I'm saying. I'm saying that I don't buy the whole conspiracy side of why the music is what it is. You know what I mean? I feel like, because if you look
You
at
think, you think the music just came like this?
yeah, because I feel like it is
every music is talking about gun violence, materialism, misogyny.
here's what I'm saying.
I mean, the artist is told what that they need to push, and they're kind of coerced on how to just formulate how to be a gangster, which some of them are not.
And they said Too Short said that. He said, "Man, you try to do some good stuff like this. Say no, we can't sell that."
Yeah,
because
Eminem says that. People like Drama and Mayhem. It's kind of like YouTube.
Let me ask you a question, Bomai. Bomai. Vibes Cartel. Did someone come to him and tell him to make the type of music he's making?
I have no idea. I can't say. I can't speak for the man, and I don't know.
Because what I'm saying is some of the things you would hear in American rap, right? Those guys are saying the same shit, It's sometimes worse.
I mean, yeah, look. I mean, I understand. Like you got,
and when you look at who creates that
in the
music
Caribbean,
no white
you got people that say do stuff like that. Yeah, I get that. But it's one thing that's.
I mean, you do have a few artists, but it's not like they're in abundance. And most of the music from Jamaica is roots rock reggae.
A lot of it is.
If you do see violence in reggae music, it's because people basically got more white audience, like Eco Mouse. They got mostly a white audience.
Yeah, but you see, Kala, what I'm saying is, you as an American or living in America or familiar with America, you get the Eco Mouse and stuff. Eco Mouse and the reggae artists, they're big here. But what
but also they're big in the UK. That's what they're really made. The dancehall was made popular in the UK, bro.
Yeah, reggae was popular in the UK too, before even America and all that. But the point is that the topics you get are because I feel like it's, to the degree, it's sometimes what people are living and what people are seeing that they put on thing and on this thing, and sometimes it's your proximity to wealth that create.
Well, look, I know a lot of stuff like that. Like you got a lot of Jamaicans that come from the hood, whatever like that, and it's talk like they talk stuff like that. But what we're saying is this though. If I hear a Jamaican reggae talking about violence or whatnot, it seems like it's a really authentic, like somebody trying to tell a story. But in America, the hip hop rap, this was just freaking commercialized people say, yo, you had. Let me give you an example. Dude Ply is a rapper. I heard this dude grew up in the suburbs, wasn't even part of no fucking gang, like, but he's talking all this crazy shit. You know, America is the music is manufactured. In other words, in order for you to get a record deal, you got to talk all this crazy stuff that you didn't even live. You know, that's the problem I have in America. You
And
know,
that happens there too.
you know, so I don't
That
really
happens there
study
too,
reggae music like that, but I just say in America, the music basically. I was living in the 90s, right? And I felt like the music was attacking me. I In the 80s, I felt like the music was attacking the white man, you know, enemies of Black America. Then basically overnight, Jay, is I became the enemy of Black America. You know, the dude who was talking about walking right, obeying women, respecting women, buying black and being conscious, cleaning up my community. I became the enemy. You know, you see how it happens? I became the enemy. The music made me the enemy of my own people. You know, it basically also, if you're talking about, this is a big elephant in the room. When Heavy D wrote Black Coffee, No Sugar, No Cream, that's the type of girl I want on my team. He goes, a Black American queen. He was paying homage to Black women. So, in other words, when I was talking about loving Black women, I was now the enemy because you could not mention race and stuff like that because it sounded like you was excluding white people. I felt like the culture left me, you know, and basically people thought like me. I thought there was nothing wrong with. I said, is there a problem with Black men loving black women, or we try to have Black families and everything? If you talk like that, you will call a racist, you know, a Black racist, you know. So I felt like the community, basically the culture, threw me under the bus, you know. That's what I felt.
I mean, what I would say is, I mean, personally, I wouldn't take it personal, you know.
I did take it personally because I was a young man. I felt ostracized.
No, I get your
You know what that feels like, man? 1 minute you ever did, I don't know. It was a year of 1994. That's when it all fucking started. 1994. There was a fucking rapper.
but I would just say
from
that
America. There's a rapper from Brooklyn called Biggie Smalls, right?
Biggie,
I remember I did a weekend in jail, right? I come out of jail, right? And I said, some rapper. I said, who the hell is this? Oh, this is Biggie Smalls, right? He go, I blew like you thought. I said, this nigga came out of nowhere because I used to listen to underground shit, right? Never heard this nigga before, right? And then I realized this was the sign on the dotted line era, you know? Before, if you go big, you had to be on the mixtape circuit, underground circuit for years before you blew up, right? And if you're lucky, right? People had to buy your stuff, buy your CD on not CD, but mixtape on back of cars. Dudes from New Yorkers come down to VA and sell the mixtape. Next thing you know, oh yeah, I heard that nigga's he's on radio now, man. And his album cut, now he gets that record deal. Now you don't have to do all that. You just go.
I'm saying, Carla, that's what P Diddy, the title of your your show is Puff Daddy changed all of that, and that's why people was.
He did the sign on the dotted line, nigga. I'll never forget him for that.
That's when people was really feeling him, and he was at a great position where he could have just done some real great stuff. But you know what I'm saying, you get caught in that web. You know what I mean? But yeah, he changed that whole game, and so you end up having a whole bunch of artists like that you mentioned that you didn't hear them in the underground. You made us. He made us recruit them from one of the shows that you have in New York or other places.
And we said,
so this is the thing. I mean, you got to look at the eras too and where you're at, because now an artist can launch big and just go through the internet right now. This is the thing.
Now it's even worse. Now it's even worse.
Thing, by the way,
he started the whole thing.
You had Garvey, you had Nation of Islam, you had all these different movements coming through, right? And other movements, civil rights movement, all this stuff, right? But yet still in the 70s, going into the 80s, you have the crack era coming up, right? And then P Diddy, remember, his dad was murdered. You see what I'm saying? And so you have that same culture simultaneously flowing with all these other cultures. And so these people now are expressing, some of them are faking it, right? Or they're telling a story. If you listen to like a Nas or something, he might not be a street dude, but he's kind of telling that story, right? Because they're coming up through that. And they're seeing these things. And they're rapping about these things.
My uncle Junior is Jamaican. He used to play with Nas's father, with his father, his band. And my uncle and my aunt, they lived in Queensbridge. They lived in the same building as Nas.
Right.
He said Nas was a hermit. He never went outside.
And this is what I'm saying. But he's telling the stories, right? And so the thing is, it's coming up through all that. And you have the cracker. Puffy's dad is murdered and all that, right? So what you see in the 90s now is like a culmination of that culture put on wax.
Oh yeah, I know that. I know
Not
that.
it didn't
Yeah, I
exist.
agree with you.
And by the way,
I know. Look,
if you
people
go back to
always
the
think, people
earlier
don't realize
70s and stuff like
that.
that.
That culture of heroin deal. Like my uncle Nate was a heroin. He was probably one who murdered Melvin Combs.
Right, you got
You know,
heroin.
my uncle Nate was a Harlem kingpin. You know, in the 60s and 70s.
A lot of musicians use dope and all that too, right?
That culture never went no place. I understand, but hip hop in its early phase, we was like an escape from all that, right? And then out of nowhere, somebody said they were like, we started talking about being a pimp and a hoe, and
and by the way,
and everything like that. We thought that was. I thought hip hop was our sanctuary away from. It was the only thing innocent we ever had.
By the way, in the 50s, 60s, 70s, all that, when they're doing music, they're making new beats. Essentially, Puffy makes it big, taking beats from an earlier time and literally having people rap over the same beat from the 70s and all that. The same beat. So you have multiple things culminating in that period of time where I think people talk about things like music being taken out of school and stuff like that. And so then these people are just using, like, recycling music. They're not really making new music. They are, to a degree. They're also making new music, but they're also doing recycling and mixing and sampling and these type of things, right? That's how kind of rap came up, right? And then you have them telling a story about what their experience is, which is not, because majority of Black people don't live in poverty. The majority of Black people don't deal drugs and all that, but all this stuff exists in reality. Because remember, Harlem, you could buy a house in Harlem at one point for like 10 grand. These brownstones now they're $1 million. I heard Dapper Don talking about it. You see what I'm saying?
Harlem. Yeah, look, back in the days, the average house in New York, even Brooklyn, try to buy a house in Brooklyn for $25,000, like it was in the 70s.
Right, and now them houses $600-700 million, all kinds
of dollars, man. Now we're completely priced out of New York.
Dapper Dan said he bought his brownstone for like some cheap money. He's telling people, hey, buy them up. And that's why I tell people even now, when you see these places getting so depressed in price, you should be buying. That's when you should be buying this stuff, because it eventually gets so cheap that the big money starts rolling in. Because it's like, what? I can buy this stuff for so cheap and flip it and make big money.
Black people don't know what they had, right? Until they lose all of Harlem, all north of Central Park. All that white people say, we need space, man. And Harlem just the ideal place, man. You know,
right. And so what I'm saying is that story coming up in the music is what's being told coming into the 90s now. Is that some of these people's experiences, what they're seeing. And they're telling that story. And it doesn't take a music executive to be like, yeah, tell this story. These guys are going out and they're telling that story.
I understand. Look, this is the thing is it's called allegorically or literally, right? Now, most of the rappers that talk about are talking allegorically. I mean, you're talking about something, but you're not really in it, right? The problem people had with Biggie and Puffy was he was talking metaphorically, like he was actually saying, this is what I do. Remember, KRS-One was like basically like he was talking about love's gonna get you. When he was talking about all stuff like this, and he was talking about how one song he said, well, I'm not a drug dealer. He's like, you do that. It was basically the whole thing about the real criminals pushing drugs are the white people or something like that. He was saying, right? And then Biggie Smalls basically countered with the whole, I am the one, I'm the underboss of this Holocaust, you know? Basically saying, yes, I am a drug dealer. I am all those things. When I ain't no police, I'm taking full responsibility and talking about this is what I do, you know? We sell crack, we do this. And that threw KRS-One under the bus, because KRS-One was trying to say, like, oh, man, we're being unfairly targeted, it's called crack dealers. And then you have people coming around like Raekwon the Chef and all these other people saying, yeah, that's what we do. You know, the songs like Ice Water, Glaciers of Ice and whatnot. That was a crack era, you know?
Yeah. And so Biggie if I'm not wrong, in his history, he actually sold crack too, right?
Yeah, he did sell crack. Yeah.
And so all I'm saying is you had different things happening within the Black community simultaneously. You had this culture rolling at the same time because people were getting educated, Black people, and moving to more affluent areas. But you had places where it was the poorer class of people, of Black people.
Yeah.
They were work. Most of them worked, you know what I mean? But they didn't have maybe education or whatever. Or they didn't make that much money. So they were living in certain areas and things like that. And within those areas, you had these things, and these younger people doing music are expressing some of these things. A lot of these people live that. Look at how many rappers right now, even though murder rates have gone down in America, violent crime has gone down in America versus the 80s and 90s. It's safer now, even in Black America, right? In the poorest parts of Black America, right?
Right.
And even with that, you have rappers right now getting locked up. Some of these people are really living this shit.
Like over the last 3 years, like
they wouldn't have been going to jail as much. You know what I mean? Yeah, Lil Durk is locked up right now. King Von was shot and killed. Yella Beezy them, and they have them on indictment saying that they're paying to kill people. This could have been happening the whole time.
Young Dolph.
Young Dolph. You know what I mean? And this could have been happening all the way in 80s and 90s. It wasn't no joke. These guys are putting on wax at the same time. Some of these guys were really living that life, but they came from that side of Black America that was neglected by the state and by the community in a sense too. And so they're just expressing it. And so that's what I'm saying. When you're dealing with human beings, anything one human being can do, another human being can do, whether good or bad. And human beings are what builds countries, families, all that.
Look, my theory is this,
in all
right?
those situations.
There's always been two Americas, one Black, one white. The Black America, we still live in a segregated society, right? Majority of Black people live in majority of Black areas. Those majority of Black areas mostly poverty stricken, not by from the people, but by the fact that the powers that be are divested them. Black communities are divested from. There's nobody builds factories there. No, only business that come there are people trying to exploit whatever cash revenue is generated from there, like merchants and ghetto merchants, whatnot. There's nobody putting anything into the community. There's no real jobs or industries or anything in these Black communities. There's no way of generating a tax base so you can improve the area, right? Mm-hmm. So areas like blight and neglect, everything. Out of that comes people feel like there's the only way out is crack and drugs and shit like that, you know? That's what you have.
Exactly.
That's why I say people when I say Captain America Negro, and I had that clown the other day, right? I said, well, what do you think? I said, one time, 2010, I went to New York, right? On the Amtrak, right? We was in DC, and then we stopped the Amtrak in Baltimore. Dude, right there from the Amtrak, right? You can go on Google Earth, right? Look at Amtrak, Baltimore, right? Dude, right there show you exactly what I was seeing, right? One day I'm gonna find a Google Earth.
I've been to Baltimore. I've driven around Baltimore.
Have you ever looked at it from the Amtrak station?
I've seen Baltimore.
Those houses over there were built in 1800.
Yeah.
And you have people still living at it. I see people on clotheslines out there. Obviously, no washer and dryer because the house, those buildings were so old and run down. I said, people actually live like that. I was like, holy shit. Did I tell this guy the other night? I said, what do you think about that? You're from Baltimore. I don't have nothing to do with that. I grew up in an affluent neighborhood. So he completely distanced himself from the Black people that live in those situations. I said, that's your community. Like I said, no matter how poor a rundown of Black community is, I'll never turn my back on them. Say, like, yeah, you know, in some way I'm connected to all those Black people. And I'd be hypocritical if I could connect with Liberia and not connect with even the least among Black Americans. You know what I'm saying? You know, so I'm like, yeah, I feel those people out there, man. They live in that life. You know, and Baltimore is just a shot city, man. There ain't no chance.
Yeah, but the thing about it is you still got to see, because again, like right now you're looking at it like that. But last I looked in Baltimore, man, you used to be able to buy like 10 years ago, homes were like super. It seems to me like they were much cheaper, man. Now I'm looking at Baltimore; they're a lot more expensive than they used to be. It seems to me.
Oh yeah, when white people start coming in, look, when white people start coming in, like they're doing, and the western part of Baltimore by the waterfront. Of course, prices go up, and then you got some black people who are doing well. They join together with the white people, but the bottom line is this: you got a new class of black people and white people in America. These are black middle class people, and then near white. And there's nothing wrong with that being part of black middle class. But the thing is, the black nation and the people that's suffering in Baltimore, they're still going to be suffering because there's no plan for them, you know. And I said, America is the type of place where if you're not basically making money or affluent, America is like we're gonna have two cultures: one rich and affluent, and one poor and don't matter. That's what it is, you know. If you're lucky enough to be one of the black people that's affluent and got a nice house and everything, you're good. You know, you really are. You're good. You know, but if you're not and whatnot, and the way real estate's going up right now, I don't know how anybody can afford to live in Northern California. I don't know how they do that. You know.
Yeah, the thing with Northern California is that in places like that, because I've been to those places, you know what I mean, is that it's an international city for one. So if you're a rich person from anywhere in the world, that's the kind of place you're gonna be. That's the place you're gonna try and buy a property. You know what I mean? So it drives up real estate prices and stuff like that. But at the same time, people in that area can make a lot of money doing various jobs. You know, particularly tech, because all the platform we're on now and all this stuff is mainly coming out of the Bay Area, Northern California, and so people make it out there. You know, at the same time, you know. But yeah, the prices are probably the most expensive in the country. You know, but then you think it's expensive here. Look at Toronto, Canada. Look at Vancouver, Canada. Home housing is even crazier there.
All of North America is expensive, man. That's why we got, you know, the future of black people got.
But if you go to the Midwest, though, by the way, you can find property relatively cheap. You know,
yeah, even here in the South used to be real cheap. Right? Now the South is prices are going up, man. You know,
yeah, it depends on where in the South, because Georgia, man, Georgia's relatively cheap to plenty of places.
Yeah, well, it ain't gonna be like that for long. You know,
for what you get, I'm like, holy crap, you know,
it ain't gonna be like that for long, man. So sooner or later, Georgia's prices, houses are gonna go up there too, man. It's gonna be ridiculous. You're gonna have a house that's like going for $75,000 10 years ago. Another 10 years gonna be going for like $300,000. Like, you gotta be kidding me. That shack, $300,000. I mean, it's ridiculous, man. You know. But I mean, if anybody, hold up, does Kwame want to come up? Let me go put the link in one more time with anybody like that, man. Other than that, I gotta go get some sleep on for 5 hours.
Yeah.
Kwame Mayat, do you want to come up here? Talk about. He said the white citizen. He said they come in here. No, they're already here, bro. They arrived here last night. They're white South Africans. They're here, bro. They coming here. They're here. You know, they are here, man. That's the reality, man. That is the reality of America. Some people are wanted, some people are not. You know, we're obviously not wanted. You know.
Well, it's who people put in office too. They're pushing their own agenda at this point.
Yeah. But the bottom line is, I look. I get the impression, man, that no matter who gets in office, man, white people are still preferred. Look how even the Biden brought those Ukrainians in. You know, so you can't. You know, he brought more Ukrainians in because it's a white thing. These motherfuckers didn't have to come here. You know?
but I mean, they were saying that. Remember, a lot of people came in, man. It wasn't just mainly. I don't even know if you look at the numbers. It was more.
It was Afghans. It was Ukrainians. You know.
Yeah, I know Ukrainians came.
More
in.
Ukrainians came here than any other group.
A lot of people came in from all over the world. There's, according to reports, seeking asylum, right? You know, people from all over the world, man. I was even watching a show with Dynas, and there are a few people on that show from the Congo that came in on asylum, you know, back in the day and different things.
That be cracking me up, man. Everybody's seeking asylum. Oh my God, what the hell are you asylum from, man? God damn.
I mean, I think people from the Congo would have a legitimate claim for asylum, man. I mean,
I heard a Congo person say, I would click asylum because my ancestors were stolen by America, you know.
I met Sudanese that have been on asylum in America.
Oh man, it be cracking me up. I see this one African guy said, I need asylum because I'm gay. If I go back to Africa, I'm gonna be killed. They know them.
Yeah, some people were coming in and doing that too.
Because they've been playing like they're gay.
Right, but the thing is, it's just that they didn't have the processing, like the courts and stuff generally process them, and the majority of people don't have their asylum claim accepted and things like that, and they get sent back to their countries or whatever. But the process was kind of slow because you didn't have the judges and stuff like that to process the claims and things like
all
that.
they need is a telejudge, right? They have they have a telejudge or something, you know, a telejudge. All right, judge, right? We're at the point here. We got my laptop out, you know. We got such and such. He said he illegally guilty, deported. You know, that's what they end up doing. That's what they end up doing. You know, people they got fast track. There's no way you can get everybody a friggin' hearing for asylum. That's millions
And,
of people.
oh, by the way, too, remember during that whole period of time, America had the lowest unemployment pretty much ever. You know, for the last 15 years or something, America's had relatively low unemployment rates, millions of open jobs, and all this. You know what I mean? So, kind of an interesting thing. Like, America is the top country in the world, richest country in the world, all this stuff. And sometimes you hear people talk, and middle class people are like,
All I know is, you know,
they
America.
talk.
I just want to say black people benefit from this. I really do think black people are going to benefit from this. Trump, inadvertently, not directly, but black people are going to benefit a lot from this economy. If Trump got like $10 trillion worth of investment coming, so it's going to trickle down to Black America. You know, whatever.
Yeah, remember though, you can't just hear people state a number and just think.
No, he basically have a whole bunch of investors coming to America.
Yeah, like where did you get that number? That's what I'm trying to say.
Because I mean, I looked at the reports one night. You know, he got a lot of people coming. It's happening. You
No,
know, a lot
he's
of
saying it,
hold on,
but
look,
I don't
no,
see
independent
the numbers. You know.
Yeah, look. Anyway, but mine, did you read that right? There's a lot of people coming back to the United States, bro. My investors coming back to the United States, which is a good thing, because that's going to basically give black people some money so they can come to Africa with us, man. You know.
Just remember though, black
What?
unemployment rates were at record lows for the last how many ever years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, under
There's
Trump
plenty of work in
administration,
America.
black unemployment rate was very, very low. You know, so this time, if he gets the black unemployment rate down to 3%,
No, black unemployment was, even if you look at even Biden's term, it was a lower under Biden.
no, it's not. It was lower under Trump. It actually went Biden.
Look it up,
Hold on, it went up under Biden because of COVID. You know.
No, I'm not talking. If you even take COVID out, black unemployment has been at record lows for the last.
Yeah, but that could be just people just not filing for unemployment. I don't mean necessarily people getting work.
Millions. I'm telling you right now, man. Like, it's tons of jobs are out there, man. But my point
And
is,
a lot of black people are doing things like DoorDash, Lyft, Uber Eats, stuff like that. So that helps out a lot. You know, a lot of black people are doing app jobs and everything like that. So there's a lot of black people making money in this country. Like, there's gonna be a lot of money to be made in this country if you want to work, whatever like that. Amazon, all stuff like that.
like
So
I said, I hope that's the case. I'm just saying that
it is the case. It is. Look, America is a big machine, right? And also, black men dominate trucking. You know, we're like a lot of truck drivers and like Hustle Smart. He makes like $200,000 a year. Got a lot of people out there doing trucking and transport. You know, there's like 2.5 million black men making over $120,000 a year. That's a record. 2.5 million. 10% of the black male population is making over 100,000. 65% of black males are in the middle class. You know.
right.
The black community may be suffering, but black males, single males, are actually doing good.
And I personally think if you look at the numbers, I'd have to get into it, but if you look at the numbers compared to the 80s and 90s, I wouldn't be surprised if in 70s and stuff like, I wouldn't be surprised if black people economically aren't doing better than those periods in time. And
black people are doing really better, but the whole thing is the narrative. Like I'm like, this is what I tell black people, right?
And this is what I'm getting to. It's the narratives. What I'm saying is that
the narrative.
Black unemployment has been at record lows for the last number of years, probably 10, 15 years, right? But the narrative, that's what I'm trying to get at. The narrative.
Because you understand how it works,
right?
The Democrats basically, they like the communists, like Bernie Sanders. It's like we realized back in the 60s, right? The liberals were the most dangerous people because they don't want to see black success. Because if you have black success, then they have no argument. You know, one of the things they always did was we got to do this because blacks are suffering. Black people like. So when you go to play, why do you think you never hear liberals and somebody in places like Delmarva, Maryland, you know, Delaware, right? That movie right there. Black people there are really doing really well. That area right there, Delaware, Maryland, and Eastern Shore, Virginia. Black, look, you never hear anybody over there. Why? Because black people are doing well. Anywhere you see Salisbury, Maryland, oh, it's great for black people over there. That whole Delaware, Dover, Salisbury. But all the problems that you see the Democrats come to is always in places like Baltimore, Okay, Maryland, Baltimore,
Carla. You can't say that because when you watch the news, who's talking about Baltimore? Who's talking about Chicago? It's the right wing. It's this.
And the right wing uses they talk about it for.
Fox
Hold on, let me say this. John.
Baltimore. Even Trump called Baltimore a shithole and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
check this out. Look, the right wing says it.
I've heard you agree with that statement.
Hold on. That's what they do, right? But at the same time, right, has the Democrats come in. Yeah, man, we know the shithole. We got crime, black people committing crimes, but they should get a pass for that. And when black people are like, well, why are you painting our community? But we're trying to help. We want to get rid of that because you guys are killing each other. You got no unemployment. You're driving on problem. And black people are like, yeah, we don't need you painting that same image. You're no different than the Republicans calling us a shithole. But we want to help y'all. We want to see the difference.
But bro, what I'm saying,
like they want to help you, but they're painting the same narrative.
What I'm saying about the narrative, because if you look at all these areas are generally speaking better than they were in the 80s and the 90s. The crime rates are lower in these places than they were in the 80s and the 90s. But the narrative is still
the problem. The problem is we're always judging Black America by an unrealistic standard, right? There's always going to be black unemployment. There's always going to be because most of the wealth and industry, infrastructure, and everything is in the white community, white side of town, So it's always going to be an imbalance. So what we do is, why is our community not like white people? Because that's just the way it is. If we accepted that, right? We knew that and accepted that. Then okay, yeah, I got to go across town to get a job. Yeah, I got to do this, but we still like this. And black people will be more happier, right? Because they realize but black people, when you start believing this country's fair and you believe you're equal to the white people and everything's supposed to be fair, that's when you get the problems, That's when you get manipulated. You got to tell the white liberals, look, we know the fact that the matter is you don't have the ability to solve our problem. Look at all these areas where black people are suffering in America. They're all Democrat run. Why? Because black people aren't facing the truth. Look, white people got all the jobs, wealth, everything in their side, and they are not going to share it. No matter who gets in office, they're not going to share it.
Even that narrative is not correct. You see what I'm saying? Because let's look at Jackson, Mississippi. They got a Democratic mayor, yes, right? But the state is run by Republicans.
Yeah, I know.
When the federal government passes federal money, generally they give it to the state to disperse the money. So if the Republicans in the state, because remember, the government
we're saying the same thing. I said like this: it doesn't matter if Jackson, Mississippi is a black town, whatever like that. The white people still control. They even tried to set up a board, right? They even tried to set it was Alabama, where white people were going to have a supersede board where they could oversee all the stuff that went on in Jackson, Mississippi, like some advisory judiciary board to oversee everything elected officials.
My point was by saying that is that if you watch a Fox News or something, they will make it sound as if like, oh, they're Democrat run cities, right? And not give the whole backstory of as to how cities get funding and things like that. You know what I mean?
Oh, they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. They will say,
"Look, you black cities run down." Individual to realize that, not to say that, of course, Democrats are perfect because they're human beings; they're not perfect. But then don't negate the fact that these states, a lot of times, some of them, generally speaking, with the highest murder rates and crime rates and all this stuff. And again, take into consideration that these rates are down compared to the 80s and 90s, so things are getting better, right? Are run by Republicans, but they're trying to separate themselves from the issue that they're having within the state.
They're both responsible. I agree with that. Hey, John Bamani, I gotta go to bed, man. It's getting late. Y'all take care. Thanks for calling, Bamani. I'll give you a call tomorrow, brother.
All right.
Mine's probably asleep.
Yeah, he's probably sleeping.
Anyway, y'all take care. All right, John. Thanks for calling in, man. Don't be a stranger, bro. I like your conversation.
No worries, man. You have a good one. Have a good night.
Peace, brother.